Chapter 3260. The moment the Emperor of the Tianyuan Empire, Gu Quan, left, all the Heaven Yuan experts launched their attacks. Lin Fei's position was immediately hit by a destructive attack. The space collapsed. The power of the attack was too terrifying, exceeding the endurance of the space. In the imperial capital, Gu Quan took out a treasure and saw the situation on the battlefield clearly. He had a cold smile on his face. So what if he has mastered the damage transfer? In the imperial capital, I am invincible. Gu Quan didn't believe that guy could withstand it. The attack of the 500 million strong army was just a test. It would be best if the other party couldn't withstand it. Even if he did, there was nothing to worry about. There was a limit to the damage transfer. If it exceeded the limit, the damage transfer would be broken. That guy is dead for sure. No one has ever been able to withstand the attack of a 500 million strong army. Hiding in Senfu might be out of everyone's hands, but once he comes out, he has no advantage. I really don't know what he is thinking. As long as we kill that guy, attacking Senfu will be a piece of cake. The entire Tianyuan Empire was paying attention. Those forces that had lost many experts were eager for the other party to be killed so that they could vent their anger. Previously, hiding in Senfu, they could only grit their teeth. Now the opportunity had come. Was Lin Fei really that easy to deal with? Definitely not. Gu Quan, do you think you'll be fine after running to the imperial capital? No one who I want to kill has ever survived. Facing the attack, Lin Fei laughed. Bang bang bang. When the attack landed on Lin Fei, the damage transfer was immediately activated. Without any warning, it landed on the attacker, causing them to bleed. Lin Fei moved forward. When the attack landed on his body, it was immediately reflected back to the enemy. The greater the power, the greater the damage. Countless people were instantly killed by his own power. One by one they fell from the sky like it was raining. He can't block it. This technique makes him invincible. How can he fight? Oh no, I'm injured too. None of the experts from the Tianyuan Empire remained calm in the sky. In just a short period of time, over 100 million experts had died. The scene was so shocking that no one could believe it. If you don't want to die, leave. Lin Fei headed towards the imperial capital and passed through the army. There were very few people who left. Who would dare to disobey the words of that emperor? Even if they died in battle, it was the same. They had to stop the other party. Since all of you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Fei punched out. The sky was filled with fist shadows that swept across the body of the Sky Yuan expert in front of him. Then clouds of blood mist exploded. He couldn't be more dead. In an instant, Lin Fei had transformed into a terrifying butcher. The injured Sky Origin Stage cultivator faced the power of Lin Fei's perfect body again. With one punch, the Divine Master died without any chance to struggle. Die 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 die. Lin Fei rushed over and punched out. A huge power swept over and harvested the Sky Origin experts. 100,000, 1 million, 10 million. Under Lin Fei's punches they died. No matter what realm they were in, the result was the same. The army of 500 million went from 400 million to 300 million, and then to 200 million. The number was decreasing at an extremely fast speed. Lin Fei's strength finally made them feel fear and despair. Run. This is a demon, this is a butcher. I don't want to die, I want to live. What bullsh** T Emperor's order, I want to live. The army collapsed. They couldn't hit or touch such a strong enemy. On the contrary, they were easily swept away like ants. Such a strong contrast would make them collapse no matter how good their mental state was. Knowing that they would die, they still went forward. If they weren't fools, what else could they be? Therefore, everyone ran away with injuries all over their bodies. Even though some leaders wanted to stop them, they didn't dare to do so when they saw the tide of collapse. Lin Fei alone killed more than 200 million Sky Origin Stage cultivators. Who dared to go against him? You're really strong, but in the Tianyuan Empire, you'll never be able to defeat me. In the void, a saber light slashed down. It directly slashed Lin Fei's body. At the same time, Gu Quan Ultimate God's cold voice was heard. Gu Quan Ultimate God, who was far away in the imperial capital, attacked from a distance. With the support of the imperial capital's formation, his strength could exert the combat power of a peak Ultimate God, which was a level 10 Ultimate God. A cold light flashed and everyone's movement seemed to slow down. As the saber light appeared, countless Sky Origin Stage cultivators died and their bodies were cut in half. That was just the saber wind naturally released by the saber light. Under Lin Fei's perfect physical state, the saber light landed on his body and made a clanking sound, leaving white marks all over his body. Wow, there's still a treasure that can withstand my damage transfer. Lin Fei fiddled with his body. The power that landed on his body was like a tickle to him and was not threatening at all. However, the technique was quite powerful. If this is all you've got, you can die later. Lin Fei moved toward the imperial capital. The army had long collapsed and lost their confidence. Gu Quan, ultimate god, did not think he could kill his opponent in one go. In the imperial capital, his strength had reached the level of a peak ultimate god. Even if his opponent had the damage transfer technique, he would not be able to cause any harm to him. Let's see how long you can last. Gu Quan, ultimate god, snorted coldly as he held his weapon and slashed several saber lights into the void. Those saber lights were all attacking Lin Fei. His reputation is growing really fast. Lin Fei's fist smashed against the saber light flying out from the void. With a cracking sound, the saber light shattered. With the assistance of the system, the opponent's attack appeared bizarre and could not be detected by the system. Thus, it was easy for Lin Fei to deal with it. They were getting closer and closer to the imperial capital. No one dared to intercept them. The saber lights appeared from time to time in the sky. Those were attacks from His Majesty Gu Quan, ultimate god. Who dared to go up and look for trouble? It was not something they could intervene in. The most frightening thing was that the outsider was ridiculously strong. He broke His Majesty Gu Quan, ultimate god's attack with one hand each time as if everything was under his control. The smart ones knew that the outsider might really be able to kill Gu Quan, ultimate god. At the very least, he could fight his way to the imperial capital. It was better for them to wait and see. Imperial capital, here I come. Lin Fei laughed loudly as his fist crossed thousands of mountains and rivers like a stream of light and blasted on the imperial capital's formation. There was a loud bang and the entire imperial capital shook. That was the first blow, followed by a second and even a third one. The imperial capital began to become turbulent. Everyone looked at the outsider with fear and uneasiness. No one had ever seen someone shake the imperial capital with one punch, but someone had done it. Gu Quan, ultimate god, I'm coming to kill you. Are you ready? Lin Fei's figure appeared outside the imperial capital and broke several attacks in a row. He looked straight at the imperial capital of the Tianyuan Empire. I'll give you 3 breaths to think about it. As long as you come out and surrender, I can spare your life. Otherwise, it's useless for you to hide in the imperial capital. Gu Quan, ultimate god, was clad in battle armor with a divine saber in his hand. His battle intent surged as he rushed out of the palace. Chapter 3261. Tianyuan Empire. Outside the imperial capital. An outsider had killed his way over. Almost 300 million Tianyuan experts had died in the hands of this outsider. How terrifying was that? At that moment, all forces, big and small, were staring at the outsider in the imperial capital. Could he really kill ultimate god Gu Quan? That person had the strength of a peak ultimate god in the imperial capital. Almost no one could kill him. Many people wanted to rebel against the Tianyuan Empire's rule, but they were all suppressed in the end. They just could not kill the Tianyuan Empire's emperor. Lin Fei stood outside the imperial capital and sneered in his heart. I let you escape back to the imperial capital. If you didn't want to gain more prestige, you would have died outside. You still dare to act like you're not afraid of death. I really have to give it to you. Ultimate god Gu Quan could escape back because Lin Fei had deliberately done so. Killing ultimate god Gu Quan in front of everyone and in a place like the imperial capital would have the greatest impact. Otherwise, Lin Fei would not have made such a scene. It was time to reel in the net. Getting rid of ultimate god Gu Quan was not Lin Fei's real goal. He was at most a relatively powerful ant. Venerable divinity Gu Quan was an invincible existence in the imperial capital. He did not take the outsider's words seriously. His opponent's strength was also beyond his expectations. It was the first time in the history of the Tianyuan Empire that someone could withstand his attacks all the way here. Although he could not kill his opponent, the Tianyuan Empire still had 2 great ancestors who were his biggest trump card. Ultimate god Gu Quan was ready to let the great ancestors appear later to suppress this kid. It would be a pity to kill such a strong physical body. How could ultimate god Gu Quan not see his opponent's tyrannical strength against his attack with pure strength? Such a physical body was actually quite valuable. I'm standing here. Come and kill me. As long as a little more time passed, his opponent would not be able to escape. He had already contacted the great ancestors and now only needed to provoke him. Lin Fei shook his head slightly. I've given you a chance. If you want to die, there's nothing I can do. I'll fulfill your wish now. Wah. While everyone was looking at the outsider, Lin Fei passed through the terrifying ancient array formation in the imperial capital without warning. He grabbed venerable God Gu Quan's neck with one hand and lifted him up. This moment came too quickly. It was so fast that no one had any time to react. How is it? Are you surprised? Ah. This scene made many people unable to react. The imperial capital's array formation was actually useless. Save His Majesty. Attack him. The imperial family experts behind His Majesty were all anxious. They didn't expect the outsiders to ignore the imperial capital's array formation and capture His Majesty so easily. Lin Fei waved his hand at the imperial clan's experts, and a formless attack swept over them. In an instant, a large circle of imperial clan's experts was completely wiped out, and the surroundings became empty. Revered God Gu Quan's mind went blank. He, a dignified emperor, had actually been caught by someone in less than a breath's time. You? Lin Fei chuckled. I know you must be surprised. Do you know that I deliberately let you run back? Otherwise, how could I establish absolute prestige? You can't kill this emperor. Revered God Gu Quan's eyes were cold. I forgot to tell you that I've mastered another technique. I can kill both the main body and the doppelganger through the doppelganger or the main body. How is it? Aren't you even more surprised? Impossible. Lin Fei squeezed Revered God Gu Quan's neck. With a snap, Revered God Gu Quan stopped breathing. At the same time, in a secret room in the Tianyuan Empire, Revered God Gu Quan, who was dressed in a black robe, had just stood up when he fell into endless darkness. He was deader than dead. Lin Fei casually threw Revered God Gu Quan's corpse aside. If you don't believe me, you're destined to have a bad ending. Lin Fei flew towards the imperial capital's palace. The entire imperial capital fell silent at this moment. His Majesty is dead. His Majesty has really been killed. How did he do it? Something big is going to happen. With Revered God Gu Quan's death, the two great ancestors are going to show up. The big and small forces outside were terrified. Who dared to believe that the outsiders' words were true? The emperor killed Revered God Gu Quan just like that and with such ease. Everyone knew that Revered God Gu Quan had an original body outside in a secret place. It was an existence that could never be killed. Now that one was killed, a second Revered God Gu Quan would soon appear. The Tianyuan Empire was about to get lively. No one believed that the other party could kill Revered God Gu Quan's main body and doppelganger at the same time. Not many peak ultimate gods could master such a technique, as it was a top-notch secret technique. Lin Fei killed Revered God Gu Quan, took his storage ring and threw his body aside. Without any warning, he charged into the palace. The experts in the palace were completely terrified. His Majesty's strength in the imperial capital was not inferior to a peak ultimate god, but he was easily killed by the other party. It was too easy. It was completely different from the 300 rounds of battle they had imagined. When Lin Fei entered the range of the imperial palace, those experts didn't dare to move. Fight? That would be courting death. Lin Fei walked into the palace and sat on Revered God Gu Quan's throne. Tell the organizations outside that from today onwards, the Tianyuan Empire is my territory. If you don't want to die, piss off to the imperial palace. If they don't arrive in an hour, I'll kill them one by one. Lin Fei said and closed his eyes to rest. There was no need to say anything else as the people in the palace went out to announce the news under Lin Fei's coercion. Before the great ancestors arrived, the experts in the palace would behave themselves and do whatever the other party said. Resist? Don't be silly. In the imperial capital, Revered God Gu Quan was pinched to death by the other party, which was beyond everyone's expectations. He was ridiculously ferocious. No one could tell what kind of technique he used. Anyway, the arrogant and powerful Revered God Gu Quan, the emperor of the Tianyuan Empire, was killed by an outsider just like that, and the other party's body was casually thrown away afterward. Those who were watching from the outside were no longer calm. It was really a headache whether they should leave or not. As for attacking the palace, what a joke. That was an existence who could pinch Revered God Gu Quan to death with one hand. Before everyone could think about it, a message came out. It was issued by the outsider who requested all the first-class clans and forces to go to the palace to pay a visit. If they were not there within an hour, the outsider would personally visit. Everyone could not sit still anymore. Who could stop him from visiting? Chapter 3262. The Tianyuan Empire had changed. The Emperor Gu Quan was killed by an outsider. Even the special life form Black Emperor, who had unlimited potential, was killed. Overbearing, violent, and ruthless. Until now, no one knew how the outsider killed His Majesty. If they could not see through it, it would be even more mysterious. For a moment, the outsider was shrouded in a mysterious aura. Within an hour, All the first-rate forces of the Tianyuan Empire had taken the initiative to come. They were all very tactful. No one wanted to be visited by such an expert, as the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Fei did not say anything. He merely said that the Tianyuan Empire was his territory from now on, and they had better behave themselves. Otherwise he would not mind killing them all. With his previous powerful performance, no one dared to say anything. They listened obediently and no one would refute him. Their lives were more important. As for whether this outsider could control the Tianyuan Empire or not, that was a whole different matter. Your methods are really not bad. You've taken over the Tianyuan Empire just like that. In the imperial palace of the Tianyuan Empire, Zilong and the others came out of Senfu and temporarily stayed in the imperial palace. The royal disciples of the imperial palace were all driven out. Other than the necessary servants, there was no one else in the imperial palace. It was very quiet. I'm just playing around. Lin Fei smiled. Zilong could not see through Lin Fei. Aren't you afraid that the two ancestors of the Tianyuan Empire will take revenge on you? What's there to be afraid of? If they come, I'll just kill them again. Lin Fei said casually. The news that he had taken control of the Tianyuan Empire had spread throughout the empire, and his prestige was increasing day by day. I can kill special life forms. If you annoy me that day, I might kill you too. Zilong sneered. Violent maniac. Thank you for the compliment. By the way, did you really kill Gu Quan's main body and clone? Why don't you guess? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Zilong really wanted to give him a slap. Guess your sister. 2 corpses were found hanging from flagpoles in the imperial capital square. When the crowd saw the person on the flagpole, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Their hands and feet began to tremble, unable to remain calm. Yes, your majesty. Wrong, it's the former emperor. Dead, he's really dead. How did that person do it? Unbelievable. What a terrifying technique. The corpse hanging on the flagpole was none other than His Majesty, Gu Quan Divinity. Both his real body and avatar were present at the same time. This scene quickly spread throughout the Tianyuan Empire. At last a terrible chill came over them. An outsider who could kill His Majesty Gu Quan was not very scary. What was scary was that he could easily kill His Majesty Gu Quan's main body and avatar. Anyone would be afraid of such methods. The 2 corpses brought Lin Fei hundreds of billions of prestige points. Everyone was terrified of such a terrifying method, and the first-rate families became even more well-behaved. On the 9th floor of the Tomb of the God of Sin. This place was different from the 8th level. It was not a world continent, but a desolate and uninhabited place. At the same time, there was an oppressive aura everywhere, as though there were no signs of life. In the sky there were 6 huge balls of light floating around. Each ball of light emitted a blazing aura as though they were the sun. These 6 huge balls of light had different colors. They seemed to be floating in the sky, but they were actually moving in the same direction. If one did not have extremely good eyesight, they would not be able to see them. 2 of the balls of light separated. There's an unforeseen event on the 8th level. Let's head over first. One of the black balls of light said. Could it be those outsiders? You guys are making a fuss over nothing. They won't be able to cause any trouble. Besides, the Black Emperor is still on the 8th level, and there's still Zilong on the 7th level. It'll be a piece of cake to deal with them. One of the balls of light said disdainfully. The experts outside are too weak. Lin Fei had his men hang up the corpses of Hierarch Gu Quan's main body and clone. His prestige shot up like a waterfall as he felt elated in his heart. Using such a powerful method to raise his prestige was the best thing to do. In fact, it was just as Lin Fei had guessed. His prestige rose quickly. This is the treasure vault. Lin Fei and Zilong were on their way to the royal treasure vault. After occupying the Tianyuan Empire, they naturally had to plunder it. Without saying anything, the royal disciples immediately gave up the location of the royal treasure vault. Under the guidance of someone, they came to the underground of the palace and stood in front of a treasure vault. Lin Fei was rather interested in the items in the treasure vault. This was the divine tomb left behind by Hierarch Gu Quan. There were experts on the 7th and 8th levels, and there were even special life forms. It would be a pity if he did not enter to take a look. The door of the royal treasure vault was covered with layers of restrictions, but none of them could stop Lin Fei. After all, he had the various items left behind by Hierarch Gu Quan, so he could easily pass through the restrictions. With a loud bang, Lin Fei pushed open the door of the royal treasure vault. There's a lot of stuff. After the door was pushed open, all kinds of resources were piled up like a mountain. There was no end in sight. Lin Fei was not too interested in those materials. The 8th level is a continental world. There must be a lot of resources there. Zilong snorted softly. Lin Fei looked around as he walked, but there was really nothing that caught his eye. All the way inside, the number of treasures also began to decrease. From being densely packed to being scattered around, the quality of the items also began to increase. Especially when they were nearing the end, those treasures would make people jealous. You don't even like these enchanted equipment? For example, this paralysis scepter, and this level 8 enchanted equipment are for level 8 ultimate god experts. As a special life form, Zilong was also quite interested in such enchanted equipment. However, this guy just did not like them. Lin Fei really did not like enchanted equipment. Pretty ordinary stuff, is it that powerful? His words made Zilong speechless. He continued walking. There were fewer and fewer items. There's a small treasure vault here. Lin Fei had scanned it with the system and found the hidden small treasure vault. He opened it violently and the space moved. Just as he was about to enter the small treasure vault, with a swoosh, a Jingguang attacked and curled towards Lin Fei's body, followed by a second and a third. More than a dozen of them came out. There's a hidden killer move. This must have the strength of a peak ultimate god. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and pushed the Jingguang aside as if the things in front of him were no different from fallen leaves. Every time a Jingguang was pushed aside, the power of the Jingguang was greatly reduced. Who dares to be so presumptuous? A sharp voice came from the small treasure vault. The loud rumbling sound was like the pressure of heaven and earth. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth slightly raised. It seems that the Tianyuan Empire really has something good hidden. Chapter 3263. On the way to the 8th level. The 2 light spheres had already transformed into human forms. They looked to be in their 50s or 60s and looked very fierce. Oh no, someone has broken into our mini-realm. Oh no, that thing is still inside. Their expressions changed drastically as the mini-realm's restriction was triggered. What the hell is Gu Quan doing? A few outsiders can't even catch him. What a waste, said one of the middle-aged ultimate gods angrily. What's the use of him, bastard? Don't worry, our mini-realm isn't that easy to break into. Gu Quan and Black Emperor are here, so there won't be too many accidents. I heard there are only a handful of peak ultimate gods out there. Those outsiders won't be able to break through our trap. Although the 2 of them were not the strongest among the peak ultimate gods, not everyone could withstand their attacks. I'd like to see who has the guts to break into our mini-realm. The mini-treasure vault was not very big. When Lin Fei was the first to rush in, he was immediately attacked. The energy that was spread all over the mini-treasure vault instantly surged towards him and almost tore him apart. It was Lin Fei's first time encountering such a move. With a peak-perfect physical body, Lin Fei's physical defense was unbelievably strong. The energy that rushed in front of him was blocked. Lin Fei saw a round table in the distance with an empty space around it. There was something on the round table. A middle-aged man sitting cross-legged on both sides opened their eyes and stood up. Purple Fairy, why are you here? Both of them knew Zilong, the 7th level special life form. So this is what you're guarding. Zilong noticed the thing on the round table with a flash of joy. So the rumor is true. You've really gotten that thing. Lin Fei looked at the thing on the round table. It looked like a fragment. He could not tell what it was for the time being, but it must be something good for 2 ultimate gods beyond 9th class ultimate gods to guard it. Lin Fei was very interested. I want this thing. Lin Fei rushed over. The terrifying power of his perfect physical body burst forth, and a monstrous power crushed over like a tidal wave. In reality, it was just like a gust of wind that ran over the 2 of them. After all, those who stayed behind were not real top-level ultimate gods with average combat power. However, they were still invincible against ultimate gods below level 10 ultimate gods. In front of Lin Fei it was nothing. 2 middle-aged ultimate gods were sent flying with a single charge. Their bodies began to sway. So it's divine sense. You guys can go now. Lin Fei threw 2 punches at them with the force of MT Tai. The 2 middle-aged ultimate gods were torn apart. He was already standing on the round platform and saw what was on it. Do you know what this is? Lin Fei reached out to grab the item. However, someone was faster than him. Another hand reached out to grab the item on the round table. A mist-like object blocked in front of Lin Fei. I want this thing. Zilong's beautiful eyes showed a rare look of anticipation and excitement. Her delicate hand reached for the fragment. Although Lin Fei was fast, he was still a step too late. The fragment fell into Zilong's hand. You're quite brave. You really believe that I won't kill you? It was the first time someone snatched the item in front of him. Special life forms were really not ordinary. Zilong grabbed the black fragment. Her breathing seemed to quicken. I'm just a weak woman. What's the point of killing me? She put on a pitiful look. Lin Fei was speechless. You're a special life form. How could you say you're a weak woman? You're someone who can kill an ultimate god easily. Are you kidding me? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Lin Fei snorted. As long as you give me this thing, I can fulfill 3 of your requests. Zilong gritted her teeth. Otherwise, I'll have to fight you. Don't underestimate us special life forms. Black Emperor was killed by you because he wasn't on guard. Once I'm on guard, it won't be so easy for you to kill me. Zilong's words made sense. Back then, when Lin Fei killed Black Emperor, he did catch the other party off guard. If the other party wanted to escape, it would be a little troublesome. Hee 3 requests. Don't you think it's funny? Lin Fei said lightly. So. As soon as he said that, Zilong felt something was wrong. Just as she was about to escape, a shield appeared out of thin air and trapped the other party, blocking all the surrounding energy. Absolute vacuum. This was a skill that Lin Fei exchanged for 4 billion reputation points. The effect was still top-notch. At least it trapped Zilong. This special life form was worth it. How about it? Are you convinced now? Lin Fei smiled. No one can snatch something from me. Zilong's face was filled with horror. Previously, when she was trapped in Senfu, she thought that it was because of Senfu's array formation and didn't think much of it. In any case, it would be fine as long as she didn't go to Senfu. But this time, Zilong was trapped without any defense. All her energy was sealed and her strength plummeted. She couldn't even leave this place. As a special life form, Zilong could control energy. Up until now, her energy had reached level 3. But now she had lost all connection. This damnable shield had sealed everything. I'll return it to you. Zilong was in low spirits. She tossed the item out. Is it fun for a man to bully me? The shard landed on Lin Fei's hand. Only now did Lin Fei see clearly that this shard seemed to be something that came from a round plate. One side was extremely smooth, and the surface of this item was made of special materials. There were unfamiliar ancient patterns engraved on it. At the very least, he didn't recognize them, nor did he know what ancient language they were. Lin Fei flipped through it, but he really couldn't find anything special about it. What is this? Lin Fei smiled. If you're right, I'll remove it for you. Otherwise, this shield will follow you for the rest of your life. If you're willing, I don't mind. Even when she was defeated by Lin Fei last time, Zilong thought that Lin Fei had taken advantage of her and killed Heidi in front of her. It was only to catch Heidi off guard. At that moment, she realized how terrifying Lin Fei was. It was the first time Zilong was trapped by such a technique. Zilong didn't care about ordinary sealing treasures, but this thing was too mysterious. It was not a treasure but more like a technique to attack. It was unbelievable. So far, she had seen several techniques displayed by Lin Fei, and none of them were extremely powerful. Could it be that he had found the inheritance of a top-level ultimate god? Otherwise, where else could he get it? Any of these techniques were very powerful. A person who could learn any one of them would be very powerful. The person in front of her had repeatedly overturned Zilong's perception. Now he could even use a technique to seal her. Chapter 3264. Universe Crystal Chip? What the hell is that? Lin Fei's first reaction upon hearing the words Universe Chip was to wonder what the hell it was. It sounded like something very high-end. You don't know? Zilong looked like he had seen a ghost. If I knew, why would I ask you? Lin Fei asked. Tell me, what is this Universe Crystal Chip? Maybe I'll return it to you if I'm satisfied. A fragment of unknown origin turned out to be a Universe Crystal Chip, especially with the word Universe on it. It must be something extraordinary. Zilong, as a special life form, had snatched it. Maybe it was something of great origin. Lin Fei's interest was piqued. Zilong really did not know that this guy did not know the origin of the Universe Crystal Chip. Actually, a Universe Crystal Chip is a chip that was split from a complete Universe Crystal. Zilong explained simply. And Universe Crystal Stones are the cultivation cores of Universe-level experts who have surpassed the ultimate god. Now you understand the importance of a Universe Crystal Chip. Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. So that was what it was. He thought it was something else. Is a Universe Crystal Chip worth you snatching? Zilong rolled his eyes. Collecting 10 Universe Crystal Chips can be combined into a Universe Crystal. Refining a Universe Crystal can allow you to become a Universe-level expert who has surpassed the ultimate god and travel through the universe. Do you know what universe travel is? It's not as simple as traveling from one world to another. Lin Fei fell into deep thought. A universe was not a world. It sounded very mysterious. Master, a world and a universe are different. A universe can be very big, including this world and that world. For example, the boundless universe is actually in the same universe. Lin Fei began to feel indifferent. Doesn't that mean that as long as I become a universe-level expert, I might be able to return to my world? No, my universe. A world that had long been sealed in the depths of the universe emerged. Yes, you can. As long as Master travels across the universe and finds your world, everything will not be a problem. The little devil said. Do you have universe crystals? Lin Fei asked hurriedly. Master, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. The system doesn't provide this. Little Demoness said apologetically. You'll have to work hard on your own. This answer was very disappointing. Then if I use my prestige to raise my strength, would I be able to match up to a universe-level warrior and cross universes? This won't do. The little devil poured a bucket of cold water on him again. Just now I helped Master scan it. The chip contains the aura of the universe. This is an irreplaceable existence. Master must collect the cosmic chip. The little devil's words undoubtedly condemned Lin Fei's idea of taking a shortcut. Lin Fei was very happy in his heart. The discovery of the universe crystal chip had undoubtedly given Lin Fei hope. 10 universe crystal chips didn't seem to be very difficult. It seemed that he already had one in his hands, so the distance wasn't too far. Are there many of these things? Are they easy to get? Lin Fei asked Zilong. Zilong rolled his eyes again. Do you really think that the universe crystal chip is cabbage? It's very difficult for this thing to form and appear. For example, in the outside world, not to mention the universe crystal chip, I'm afraid there isn't even a single universe-level warrior. To be able to find one here is already very lucky. Upon hearing this, Lin Fei knew that this task was very difficult. If you want to collect 10 universe crystal chips, I advise you to give up. This thing is very rare. In our universe, there are only a few universe-level warriors. Even if there were scattered universe crystal chips, they would have been taken away by others or even drifted to other universes. Zilong said. Back then many people had the same idea as you, but in the end it was all for naught. Lin Fei wasn't so easily defeated. This matter is not urgent. Lin Fei put away the universe crystal chip. Little Demoness, is there a way to search for the universe crystal chip? Or is there an aura related to the universe crystal chip? This requires time. The 8th floor of the Tomb of the Gods. 2 figures came out from the passage. I can't feel Gu Quan's aura anymore. Black Emperor's aura has also disappeared. The 2 Tianyuan Empire's great ancestors' faces instantly became very ugly. The former's ultimate god Gu Quan's aura was gone since he was just an ultimate god. However, the latter's Black Emperor was a special life form and the Tianyuan Empire's hope. Their huge divine senses instantly shrouded the entire Tianyuan Empire and searched inch by inch. They really could not find ultimate god Gu Quan and Black Emperor. Something really happened. The 2 peak ultimate gods disappeared from the sky and reappeared in a big city. They soon found out the reason. Damn the outsider. Let's go to the imperial capital. The 2 peak ultimate gods were extremely angry at that moment. At the same time there was a trace of doubt. Who was that outsider to be able to kill Black Emperor and ultimate god Gu Quan? No one was clear about the specific details of the battle. In any case, they were killed in an instant. Passing through the imperial capital's formation was extremely ridiculous. Was the imperial capital's formation so easy to pass through? They knew it very well. They arrived at the imperial capital. The 2 peak ultimate gods did not notice that the formation had been activated. The entire imperial capital was also calm without any signs of a major purge. How dare he say that the Tianyuan Empire is his territory? How arrogant. They did not hide their tracks when they came back. Everyone in the imperial capital knew about it. There in the imperial treasury, the 2 peak ultimate gods rushed into the imperial capital palace and ignored those people as they ran all the way to their own mini-world. Outsider die. They entered the mini-world and saw 2 people who seemed to be waiting for them. One of the peak ultimate gods slammed his palm over with a loud bang. The mini-world shook as if it was about to collapse. Hand over the thing. The thing on the round table disappeared and he roared, or else I'll make you wish you were dead. Guin, Uncle Gulin, I'm not the one who took your things. Don't hit the wrong person. After the angry slap, a figure flashed out of the mini-world. It was Zilong. I'm just here to watch the show. This is the one who stole your things. Niece Zilong. Guin and Gulin's expressions changed again when they saw Zilong in purple. Their eyes inadvertently searched around. Why are you here? Zilong pointed at Lin Fei, who was not far away. He brought me here to visit. I didn't expect Guwen and Uncle Gu Lin to have collected the universe chip. If the Eternal Church finds out, we'll die a horrible death. Guwen and Gu Lin's expressions became even worse when they heard that. That was their biggest secret. Now that the little girl had found out about it, the other party was a special life form who mastered a terrifying energy attack. Even they could not catch him. Niece, as long as you help us catch this kid, we can give you a chance to study the universe chip. This is a rare opportunity. If you don't tell us, who will know? Chapter 3265. Guwen and Gu Lin were the ancestors of the Tianyuan Empire with the strength of a peak ultimate god. In the 8th floor of the Divine Tomb, a king-level existence was on an equal footing with those on the 9th floor. However, someone said they were no match for the other party. Naturally, they were embarrassed. Most importantly, their secret was exposed. In this part of the universe crystal chip was a priceless item. At the same time, it was also something that everyone dreamed of. Even a universe crystal chip could set off a reign of terror. Especially when Zilong mentioned the eternal divine court, the two peak ultimate gods were terrified. You can't beat me. Lin Fei walked out with a smile. The power of that palm attack was quite limited and not as strong as imagined. It could only be said that the two peak ultimate gods in front of him were only average. They could scare the ultimate gods, but they were far from being effective against someone like Lin Fei. Ultimate God Guwen and Ultimate God Gu Lin looked at each other and made their move. The universe chip must be taken back. Zilong's niece's side would be easy to deal with once the outsider was dealt with. After all, everyone knew each other's background. However, the guy in front of them was a different story. Bang bang. The two peak ultimate gods were aggressive and their anger had reached its limit. When they were about to teach the outsider a lesson, a figure flashed in front of them and sent them flying. Terror-grade power exploded in the two peak ultimate gods' bodies like firecrackers. The two peak ultimate gods' faces changed every time the sound was heard. It was the first time a tyrannical power exploded in their bodies. Peak ultimate gods are really tough. An ordinary ultimate god collapsed with one punch. Lin Fei came before Guwen and punched him in the chest again. His defenses were torn apart and his punch landed on Guwen's fleshly body, causing a series of sounds to ring out. Uncles, do you believe what I said? Zilong chuckled. Lin Fei's speed was extremely fast as he punched the two ultimate gods one after another. He did not use any prestige skills to deal with them from the beginning to the end. The two peak ultimate gods were left speechless by his pure physical strength. Guwen and ultimate gods Gu Lin had seen all kinds of heavenly prides. Their opponent clearly did not have the aura of a top-level ultimate god, but his combat power was terrifyingly strong. He alone easily suppressed them and caused them to suffer heavy injuries. Now, do the two of you still want to take back the universe crystal chip? It's not that I'm bullying you, but this bit of strength is not enough. Lin Fei smiled. As long as you tell me how to get the universe chip, I can show you mercy. Don't you dare. The two ultimate gods realized they were no match for him and stopped attacking. Their bodies suddenly exploded and turned into black streams of light that rushed out. Immediately after that, the small world where they were was collapsed. We will come back sooner or later. Guwen and revered divinity Gu Lin gave up on continuing to attack. They caused the small world to collapse and escaped. The small world collapsed, and the huge power overturned the royal family's treasury. The huge palace was also completely destroyed. Aren't you going after them? Zilong gloated. You'll be in big trouble if they escape. I can easily kill special life forms. There's nothing to be afraid of even if there are two of them or more. They're all here to die anyway. Lin Fei smiled. You, on the other hand, seem to be hiding a lot of information. Do you think I should do something to you? It's not good for you to know in advance, hee. Zilong's figure disappeared. Come and catch me now. Zilong followed the energy and left. You're quite smart. Lin Fei smiled. I'm getting more and more interested in this universe. From the conversation between Zilong and the two peak ultimate gods, Lin Fei could tell that Zilong's special life form knew a lot of secrets. For example, the eternal divine court. The two peak ultimate gods' expressions changed and the fear in their eyes could not be hidden. After ultimate gods Guwen and Gu Lin escaped, they did not stop and ran all the way to the entrance of the 9th floor. How can that guy be so strong? My power can't even penetrate his body. When did outsiders become so powerful? Gu Lin said gloomily. Zilong knows him. Could he be in cahoots with that person? Ultimate god Guwen frowned. It wasn't easy for us to get the universe chip. Now that it's in that kid's hands, what should we do? If the news gets out and those spies find out, we won't have a good ending. Both of their faces turned gloomy. It's not difficult to get rid of him. We just need to wait for that kid on the 9th floor. We just need to exaggerate a little and I believe he'll definitely die without us doing anything. I don't believe he's that strong. Don't forget that the 9th floor is ultimate god Yuangu's forbidden area. Let's go there right away. Lin Fei ignored the peak-level ultimate gods. He was vigorously harvesting his reputation. The 2 peak ultimate gods did not take it seriously. It was not easy for them to get there, so they had to harvest it no matter what. With the help of prestige, Lin Fei had gained some insights from his research. He could gain prestige better. He could also gain prestige by insulting others. The effect was quite good. Lin Fei put in a lot of effort and invested a lot of reputation in order to squeeze out the reputation on the 8th floor. He began to farm reputation missions. He would farm here today and here tomorrow. The imperial capital palace collapsed and the departure of the 2 heavenly Yuan ancestors was deliberately promoted by Lin Fei and contributed a lot of reputation to the 8th floor. Lin Fei stayed on the 8th level for a total of 5 years. In total, he earned more than 5 trillion reputation points, until he could no longer squeeze any more. This Lin Fei is a very interesting person. On the 8th floor, Zilong was standing with a middle-aged man. Father, he is indeed strange. He has done so many strange things on the 8th floor and has even built numerous black towers. He has stayed on this floor for 5 years. Could it be that he is afraid of those old guys on the 9th floor? This was something Zilong could not understand. Father, he is indeed strange. Zilong had been paying attention to Lin Fei for the past 5 years while thinking about how to crack Lin Fei's moves. Until now there was no good solution. Lin Fei was too mysterious. Guan and Gu Lin are really bold to hide the universe chip. It's a pity you didn't get it. The middle-aged man looked forward and said, "All right, let's go meet this mysterious kid. Whether we can get out of here depends on him. He can really bring us out." Chapter 3266. Tianyuan Empire. It was still the same name. But the Tianyuan Empire had changed its master. This outsider acted in an unconstrained manner. Since he took control of the Tianyuan Empire, he had hardly cared about the affairs of the Tianyuan Empire except for killing venerable god Gu Quan and repelling old ancestor Tianyuan. He only liked to attack people and would attack anyone. Every major city had been tortured by this outsider. It had happened at least 8 to 10 times. Until now, no one had figured out what Lin Fei was trying to do. Those big forces breathed a sigh of relief. The bloody suppression did not happen. You are really useless. You can't even do something well. Get out of here. In the imperial palace. Similar words like this appeared every day. The servants in the imperial palace were used to it. The big families in the imperial capital were also used to such a habit. It was just a matter of being attacked. They would not lose a piece of flesh. "Miss Z, what brings you here? What a rare guest. I thought you would not come back." In the imperial palace, Lin Fei sat on the throne and shouted at the void. "Can't I come?" Zilong and a middle-aged man appeared in the imperial palace. Lin Fei smiled and said, "Of course you can come. No matter who you are, I will welcome you. Of course, I won't welcome you if you are my enemy." How could Zilong not know that this guy's words were not sincere? They were all bluffing. "This is my father. I came to see you today for something. Do you want to attack the 9th floor with me?" Lin Fei said with a smile. The middle-aged man couldn't help laughing. "Your Majesty Lin, you are really funny. If not, then we have nothing to talk about." Lin Fei shook his head and stood up. "I still have something to do." "Excuse me." Zilong gritted his teeth angrily. This guy definitely did it on purpose. "Wait." Zilong shouted, "We really have something to talk to you about." Even though he really wanted to tear Lin Fei into pieces, he held himself back in the end. He still needed Lin Fei's permission to leave the tomb of the god of Yuangu. Lin Fei sat down again, his heart full of pride. "If there's anything, just say it. I'm a very reasonable person. If there's any more nonsense, I don't mind sending you out." The middle-aged man had failed to kill Yi Chen last time and had instead suffered a blow. Afterwards, Yi Chen had taken over the Tianyuan Empire, killed Heidi and Gu Quan, and repelled the Tianyuan ancestor. No matter what it was, he was extremely surprised and shocked. A lifetime of cultivation couldn't even compare to a young man. "Let me introduce myself. I am Zilong's father, Xiaoyan." Just like his name, Xiaoyan had a faint arrogance about him. "I want His Majesty Lin to take us away from this place." Lin Fei had already guessed it. Besides this reason, there was really no other reason for Zilong and his daughter to come together. "It's not that I can't take you out, but what can you give me?" Lin Fei said with a smile. After all, it's not that easy to control that thing. I heard from my daughter that His Majesty Lin is very interested in this universe. It just so happens that I have a lot of secrets about the universe. I believe His Majesty Lin will definitely be interested. I can say that not many people know about these secrets. Lin Fei shook his head. Not enough. Xiaoyan didn't think that a few secrets could make him agree. I know. The second reason is that my daughter admires you and wishes to serve by your side. Damn, this is a honey trap. Lin Fei still shook his head. Not enough. This is your last chance. If you can't take out something that can make my eyes light up, you can leave. Xiaoyan didn't get angry. After all, he was asking for help at this time. From his daughter, he also knew that this Lin Fei had a very mysterious origin and had many powerful killing techniques. The two Tianyuan ancestors were killed by him. This was the best proof. This guy has a lot of trump cards. This was Xiaoyan's conclusion. Xiaoyan struggled and said, I know the whereabouts of a universe crystal chip. I wonder if His Majesty is satisfied with this news. In the back garden of the palace, human race's Saintess Feng Yan was patting Lin Fei's back. In the past 5 years, the human race's Saintess Feng Yan had become his maid. The management of the Tianyuan Empire was also handed over to Panjian. After 5 years, the pressure on her body became stronger and stronger. Every time she was in front of Lin Fei, this pressure would disappear without a trace. In that case, there is actually nothing in the tomb of the original god of sin. Lin Fei slightly frowned. He was originally planning to go to the 9th floor to take a look. Xiaoyan and Zilong sat opposite each other in front of Lin Fei. Hearing that Lin Fei wanted to go to the 9th floor, Xiaoyan suggested not to go. The most valuable thing in the entire tomb of the original god of sin was the universe crystal chip. More than 3,000 years ago, we broke all kinds of barriers left by divinity Yuanju and divided all kinds of things. The only thing we didn't expect was that divinity Guan and divinity Gulin had secretly found the universe crystal chip. Xiaoyan said. The original god of sin was one of the strongest among the group of top-notch ultimate gods. Later, rumor has it that he found the universe crystal chip in an ancient land. Later, he was hunted by the Eternal Church's lackeys and died in the tomb of the original god of sin. However, no one believes the universe crystal chip exists. Is the Eternal Church very powerful? Lin Fei asked curiously. The last time Zilong mentioned it, his expression changed. This time, Xiaoyan's expression changed as well. He seemed to be very frightened and wary. Very terrifying. They are truly a colossus. Xiaoyan took a deep breath. Because our universe is under the Eternal Church's rule, the universe crystal chip is a top-notch treasure. Every time a universe crystal chip appears, it must be handed over to the Eternal Church. Anyone who keeps it will die without a burial place. Their entire clan will be wiped out. Xiaoyan didn't explain it too clearly. Lin Fei wasn't a fool. From what Xiaoyan said, he could tell how terrifying the Eternal Church was. It actually ruled over a universe. That was unbelievably awesome. A universe was so huge. How much power did it take to rule over it? No wonder the universe crystal chip was so important. Even the two patriarchs of the Tianyuan Empire had to be careful with it. Then tell me about this universe. I want to know more about it. Zilong looked at Lin Fei with a strange expression. Lin Fei had mastered so many techniques, but he didn't know about this universe. Didn't his master mention it? That was impossible. Xiaoyan didn't ask about this. Instead, he explained it seriously. After a while, Lin Fei finally understood that the universe he was in was called the Eternal Universe. The Eternal Church was the one and only controller. It was the true overlord of the universe. There were 9 great realms under the Eternal Universe. Each great realm was overseen by a universe-level expert who ruled over a great realm. What surprised Lin Fei the most was that the sacred spirit realm he was in was actually a great realm in his previous life. However, it had been destroyed by a battle between universe-level experts. Chapter 3267. The more Lin Fei listened, the more shocked he became. So, the destruction of the great Saint Spirit world by the universe experts was due to the aftermath of the universe chip of the ultimate god? After hearing Xiaotian's words, Lin Fei was in disbelief. The Eternal Church had to pay a hefty price to seal up the shattered world after a single universe chip had been able to shatter it. Yes. Anyway, the two universe experts who fought each other didn't get anything out of it. The Eternal Church killed one of them and the other is in hiding, Xiaoyan said. You must keep His Majesty's universe chip safe. If word gets out, the Eternal Church's lackeys will have a sharp nose. Lin Fei now knew the invisible potential danger that the universal chip could bring. The Eternal Church was a big problem. Lin Fei didn't think Xiao Yin would dare lie to him. As long as he wanted to leave the tomb of the god of origin, he wouldn't dare say anything and would behave himself. I'm wondering if I should kill you. Lin Fei chuckled. After all, you know that I have the universe chip. Zilong scolded, my father told you out of kindness but you dared to do it. Xiao Yin laughed. My daughter, His Majesty Lin isn't that kind of person. I'm willing to help His Majesty go to the 9th level and kill Guan and Gu Lin. They won't have the guts to say anything about the universe chip. Lin Fei didn't plan to go to the 9th level, especially when he knew that the best thing of the ultimate god of origin was in his hands. The rest had already been divided. Guan and Gu Lin, the two ultimate gods, would leak the secret. Lin Fei had no choice but to get rid of them. At this point, Lin Fei didn't want to be targeted by the Eternal Church. He still wanted to collect the universe chip so he could travel through the universe. Lin Fei laughed. Guan and Gu Lin don't need you to do anything. I'll kill them myself. I'd like to know the whereabouts of the universe chip, though. I don't know about the distant universe crystal chip, but I know about the nearest one. It's in the sealed continent. Xiao Tian said. Not many people know about this. As for whether we can find it or not, that will depend on your Majesty's ability. Lin Fei frowned. A sealed continent, this area is too big. There was the Saintly Spirit continent and the Divine Beast continent, which was even bigger than the Saintly Spirit continent. If the remaining 3 continents were to be unsealed, they would really form a greater world. This was no easy task. That thing is real. Xiao Yin did not dare to offend Lin Fei too much since he needed to leave the god's mausoleum. I believe that after the 5 continents are completely unsealed, the traces of the universe chip will appear, especially when the continents are melted. Any special materials will be driven out. That will be the last chance to find the universe chip. Of course, this is just my personal suggestion. After a while, I will leave the tomb of the god of sin. I will contact you then. Xiao Tian and Zilong left the 8th floor. Father, why don't we go to the 9th floor? There's no need. Xiao Tian shook his head. That Lin Fei is really unfathomable. I feel a dangerous aura from him. It's really not right. I can't even see through his cultivation realm until now. Father, how is that possible? You're also a peak ultimate god and have mastered so many secret techniques. Zilong was still not reconciled to losing to Lin Fei, but it was unbelievable that his father could not see through his cultivation realm. So what if he's a peak ultimate god? He'll always be so vulnerable if he doesn't master the supreme secret techniques. Xiaodan shook his head as if he had touched upon something sad. Well, we don't have to worry about this anymore. We'll just wait to leave this place. After Zilong and his daughter left, Lin Fei frowned. The news about the latest universe chip was not good news. In this eternal universe, universe chips were not something everyone could have. There was a more powerful and terrifying existence in charge of this universe. There was no doubt that once the seals on the next 3 continents were lifted, the news about the universe chip would definitely be exposed. Although he did not know how Xiao Tian knew about it, Lin Fei was sure that the guys on the 8th and 9th floors were not ordinary people. Otherwise, how could they know so much about it? Lin Fei had not seen any news about the universe when he was in the Shengling continent. It could be said that the news in this area was blocked. Perhaps those guys in the You and Me world might know something about it, but it was probably not as good as what Xiao Tian had said. I'll go to the 9th floor and finish them off first. In order to prevent the news from leaking, Lin Fei decided to go to the 9th floor and kill those fellows. No, those old geezers. After all, the universe chip was of great importance. Even universe elites were being hunted down by the Eternal Church. Lin Fei had a lot of prestige, but as time went on, it would be a tragedy for him. In order to avoid a tragedy, regardless of whether the 2 gods Guan and Gu Lin said it or not, he had to kill them. With more than 500 billion prestige, killing them would be a piece of cake. According to Xiao Tian, the 9th floor was not a country but a very special place. Those old guys were cultivating on the 9th floor, and they were all exceptionally strong. 9th floor. Guan and God Gu Lin ran back. They would not talk about the universe chip. Instead, they said that an outsider was very powerful and had occupied the 8th floor. He said that he was going to break into the 9th floor and kill all of them. The people in the other 4 light balls were furious. If God Guan had not said that they should wait and see, they would have killed their way to the 8th floor to kill the outsider. There was actually someone more arrogant than them in the primordial god's tomb. These outsiders deserved to die. Someone came in. God Guan, who was among the 6 light balls, looked in one direction. They are really courting death. The 9th floor is not a place they can come to. Another light ball said. As soon as Lin Fei entered the 9th floor, he was met with a terrifying energy that seemed to want to tear his body apart. This energy was much stronger than the ones on the lower floors. Damn, there's suddenly such dense energy in a place where even birds don't shit. What the hell? Monstrous energy swarmed over and washed over Lin Fei in waves. At this moment, Lin Fei's body could withstand it easily. After all, this energy could not be controlled and could not be concentrated. It seemed fierce, but it could not affect Lin Fei for now. At the same time, Lin Fei saw the 6 huge light balls in the oppressive space. He could vaguely see figures sitting cross-legged in them. "Oh guys, we are here to kill you." The rumbling sound reverberated. "How dare you?" Chapter 3268. The light sphere that attacked was very powerful. With just one move, the space where Lin Fei was turned into a piece of white paper. Just this killer move alone was already very powerful, as it did not give the enemy any chance to resist. What outsider? You can't even block one of my killer moves. You can't even withstand a single blow. The figure in the light sphere laughed out loud. Old Bai's killer move, void painting, is getting more and more exquisite. "Oh Gu, this is the outsider you mentioned. He seems to be too weak." The corners of Hierarch Gu An's and Hierarch Gu Lin's eyes twitched unnaturally. He was really very powerful the last time. Hierarch Guan said awkwardly. Previously he had bragged about how powerful the other party was. However, the current situation was really surprising. The experts on the 9th level were all prepared. The guy who could make Guan and Gu Lin wary must be very powerful. Who would have thought that he would be so weak and be suppressed by a single move? Absolute space. Without any warning, just as the 6 light spheres were feeling proud of themselves, a burst of laughter followed. While they were unprepared, a huge bubble-like thing wrapped around them. The 6 light spheres did not care. Old Bai, who was the first to attack, laughed out loud and tore at the bubble with both hands. It was as though the thing in front of him could not withstand a single blow. A powerful force landed on the bubble, but it could not be torn apart. "Let me." Another light sphere made a move. The sky was filled with saber gleams. After a series of sounds, the bubble remained intact. Interesting. Another light sphere made a move. His fist technique was unparalleled as he kept bombarding the bubble. The entire huge bubble kept shaking, but it could not be broken. Hierarch Guan and Hierarch Gu Lin had seen how powerful the outsider was. "Everyone, it's best to attack together. That kid is very strange." The 6 light spheres kept attacking the bubble. In the original Hierarch stage 9th level, the 6 of them were the strongest. However, they could not tear the bubble apart. All their attacks landed on it like stones sinking into the ocean. As for escaping, they could not do it at all. The bubble sealed the space. It looked like a sealing method, but it was completely different from what they had imagined. It was more mysterious and terrifying. They could not break out. "Everyone feel good." Lin Fei came out of the space and looked at the 6 old men with a smile. "Gu Lin, Guan, we meet again. You didn't expect this, did you?" He swaggered in front of Guan and Gu Lin, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "You're really bold. When we come out, you're dead for sure." Hierarch Guan shouted as he glared at Lin Fei with raging anger. "If we come out, you'll be finished. Don't think that this broken thing can stop us." Hierarch Gu Lin attacked frantically. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and said, "Whoever kills them will live. You only have 5 breaths of time to consider. When the time is up, I'm sorry, but all of you will die." How arrogant. Who do you think it is? On the 9th floor we rule everything. No one cared about Lin Fei's words. A bubble couldn't trap them at all, and it would only take them a while to get out. 5 breaths of time passed quickly. Lin Fei shook his head and said regretfully, "Unfortunately, you don't know how to cherish the opportunity one gave you." He pointed at the 6 hierarch experts in the bubble. Dot. With a bang, the huge bubble exploded. The 6 old men's faces instantly turned pale as they fell into darkness and completely lost consciousness. At the same time, on the 9th floor, the hidden clones all opened their eyes with fear and uneasiness in their eyes. My original body actually died. I couldn't even block a single move. What kind of move is that? It's too terrifying. One move and I'm dead. Guan and Gu Lin's aura seemed to have disappeared. How is that possible? His original body and clone were killed together. How could he master such a secret technique? The 4 old men's faces completely changed. Such a thunderous blow killed their original bodies. The most terrifying thing was that Hierarch Guan and Hierarch Gulin died directly. That was the most terrifying thing. If you don't want to die, come out. You have 5 breaths of time to consider. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. A voice spread on the 9th floor. The same voice also fell into their ears. Should I go out? It was unthinkable for a peak ultimate god expert like them to be so weak and vulnerable in front of that smiling guy. Killing their original body in an instant was an unthinkable feat. Don't kill me. I'm coming out. The 5 breaths of time to consider gave them a strong sense of oppression. They had no choice but to come out. It was just one move and they had no choice but to accept it. Guin and Hierarch Gulin's auras had completely disappeared. The only explanation was that the attack just now had killed both their original bodies and their clones. They were completely dead. After the first, the second, and then the third, a total of 3 peak ultimate gods came out. The last peak ultimate god did not come out. It was Elder Bai, the one who made the first move. I don't believe that he can continuously use such a powerful killer move. Kill me if you can. Elder Bai rushed out and controlled a part of his power to compete with his opponent. Lin Fei chuckled. Since you want to die so badly, I'll fulfill your wish. At least you'll have a companion on the road to Guin and Gulin. Looking at the time, it should be in time. Elder Bai's face was ferocious. Damn it. Damn it. Lin Fei casually pointed his finger. The barrier formed by the dense energy was pierced through. Old Bai, who was about to attack with his full strength, suddenly let out a miserable shriek. Ah, it hurts so much, Elder Bai screamed again and again as his feet turned into nothingness bit by bit. His screams made one's hair stand on end as the nothingness swallowed Elder Bai inch by inch. I was wrong. Please stop. I'm willing to be your servant and slave as long as you don't kill me. I beg you. Ah. Elder Bai's screams were earth-shattering. In less than a few breaths of time, Old White was completely devoured by the void while screaming. When the last bit of his aura disappeared, Old White was completely dead. The 4 peak ultimate gods trembled subconsciously. Terrifying. It was too terrifying. They were horrified by the 2 methods. They had seen experts of the same level but could not find anyone as powerful as Elder Bai. Such a powerful secret technique was at his fingertips as if it did not cost anything. Don't kill me. I'm willing to serve you. I'm willing to be your servant. I'm also willing to follow you and fight on the battlefield for you. The 3 peak ultimate gods did not dare to have any extravagant hopes. Chapter 3269. The 3 old geezers were terrified. They no longer dared to put on airs. In front of Lin Fei, all of them were unbelievably obedient. Don't resist. Let me plant something in your hearts. Lin Fei had only spent 100 billion reputation points to kill the 3 ultimate gods, which was much easier than killing special life forms. He had been observing them since he came in, afraid that they would find out about the universe chip. Fortunately, Guin and Gulin did not expose it. Lin Fei killed Guin and Gulin without hesitation and blocked the news of the universe chip. Lin Fei was quite concerned about the Eternal Vatican. It was not easy to offend such a giant. Zi Outyin's reaction was proof of that. They obeyed Lin Fei's orders obediently. Disobeying them would only lead to death. They could see that clearly. They would not dare to kill 3 ultimate gods in front and behind them with their avatars and bodies at the same time. An ultimate god was powerful enough to hide another avatar. As long as the avatar was not killed, the ultimate god would never die. Could even be a nightmare. However, their bodies and avatars had nowhere to hide in front of Lin Fei. Lin Fei planted the absolute control skill on them. Each skill consumed 5 billion reputation points and lasted for 1,000 years. After planting the absolute control skill, their lives were in Lin Fei's hands. Tell me everything you know. Lin Fei smiled. By the way, after you rush in, call me Lin number 1, Lin number 2, and Lin number 3. Got it? We'll remember, Master. Lin Fei shook his head. Don't call me Master. Call me Boss because you're working for me. Working for me is much better than being left to your own devices. Lin Fei quickly understood the situation on this level. They broke through the 9th level 30,000 years ago. It was rumored that there was a top-notch treasure on this level. However, they could not find it after searching for 3,000 years. Lin Fei knew that the top-grade treasure had been secretly taken away by Guin and Hierarch Gulin. So, this is the only treasure on the 9th floor that's worth looking at? Lin Fei looked into the distance at the treasure that was emitting a faint glow like the scorching sun. Yes, boss. It's a special treasure that can release traces of cosmic energy. Lin once said, we've always been cultivating around this treasure, not daring to approach it. The energy released by that treasure is extremely terrifying, able to kill us in an instant. After so many years, we only dare to stay in the periphery. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and stared at the treasure. Is the Supreme Divinity on the 10th floor? Lin One shook his head. I don't know. We haven't been able to find the way to the 10th floor. It's as if it doesn't exist. That old thing, Supreme Divinity, is very cunning. It won't be easy to find the 10th floor. Lin Fei was very interested in the original sentence. Then, are you sure that the 10th floor exists? Lin Fei asked. Lin 1 and the other two nodded. Although that old thing, Supreme Divinity, is cunning, we believe that the 10th floor exists. After so many years of searching, we suspect that a place might be the entrance to the 10th floor. That place is right below the treasure that boss saw. That's the only place that we think is possible. Lin Fei looked at that place and the corners of his lips curled up. That treasure couldn't be seen clearly, and it was enveloped by traces of cosmic energy. The cosmic energy was black in color, and it carried a violent aura of destruction. Even though he was standing far away, Lin Fei could still feel the aura of the cosmic energy. You guys stay here. I'll go take a look. Lin Fei flew toward that treasure. The treasure wasn't very far from where he was, but when Lin Fei approached it, the traces of cosmic energy attacked him. Crack, 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 crack. Lin Fei's pure physical body was instantly left with bloodstains that continued to expand. Although the rhythm was not fast, he could still feel the expansion. Is this the cosmic energy? The primordial destruction force was considered powerful, but it seemed to be a far cry from the cosmic energy. Ever since Lin Fei cultivated the perfect physical body to its peak, it had been a long time since his body was injured. That was the only time he was able to tear apart his physical defense in an instant. The cosmic energy was amazing. Although the cosmic energy was amazing, Lin Fei really didn't think much of it. The system's skills were all ridiculously powerful. An absolute space was enough to render a top ultimate god helpless. Go go go. Lin Fei continued to rush forward. The wounds on his physical body continued to expand. No matter how hard Lin Fei tried to resist, he could not withstand the cosmic energy's invasion. This kind of cosmic energy was very domineering. Anything that resisted it would be suppressed. Lin Fei could feel that the cosmic energy was not complete and was only released by a treasure. It was incomparable to the real cosmic energy. Lin Fei could see that very clearly. Do you think boss can rush to the treasure? Lin 1 asked. I think he should be able to. I think so. The three top ultimate gods did not want their boss to die. Now that they were implanted with absolute control, they could not even think of resisting. They only hoped that their boss would not die inside. The treasure was very evil. If the 10th level did exist, then it was most likely that the entrance to the 10th level was beneath this treasure. Unfortunately, they had been unable to get close for so many years. The traces of cosmic energy were extremely overbearing and terrifying. Boss, what a strong body. It's even deeper inside than us. Lin Fei's figure was getting closer to the treasure. Oh no, the treasure is exploding. A black ripple burst out from the area enveloped by the black energy and swept outwards. As soon as the black ripple appeared, they all felt a suffocating feeling. Boss, be careful. That's a cosmic ripple that can destroy everything in an instant. Lin 1 and the others shouted as soon as the black ripple appeared. They had no choice as the black ripple had killed a large number of experts who were basically 9th-class ultimate gods. Since then, they could not afford to be careless. Because it was terrifying. Lin Fei was getting closer to the treasure. His perfect physical body was showing signs of collapsing. As soon as the black ripple appeared, Lin Fei realized that his physical body could not withstand it anymore. The treasure was indeed terrifying. He could not help but wonder if it was the most powerful treasure ultimate god Jianghu had. If it was true, he would be rich. Absolute space. A bubble-like, absolute space, wrapped around Lin Fei. The black ripple swept onto Lin Fei's absolute space. With a crash, the absolute space was penetrated by the black ripple. Lin Fei was shocked. Level 2 absolute space. Another absolute space appeared on Lin Fei's body. The range was much smaller and blocked the black ripple. It was finally blocked. Chapter 3270. Lin number 1 and the other two were completely convinced now. Being enemies with such an expert was definitely a nightmare. That special treasure that they were unable to approach was easily approached by their boss. The ripples formed by the cosmic energy were unable to cause any damage to him. They could only admit that they were inferior to such miraculous means. With the help of the level 2 absolute space, Lin Fei seemed to have turned on a huge cheat code and easily approached the treasure. The entire process did not take more than the time it took to brew a cup of tea. The threat of the black ripples seemed to have become non-existent. To be able to allow Lin Fei to use the level 2 absolute space, this treasure was quite powerful. It also allowed him to see a new kind of energy. That treasure was getting closer and closer. The black ripples could no longer pose a threat, and Lin Fei saw the true face of the treasure. It's actually a special energy stone sealed in a ball made of a special material. What a good method. In front of Lin Fei was a ball-like object. The ball was completely black and covered in densely packed small holes. The traces of terrifying cosmic energy were coming from these small holes. Collect. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed, and the cosmic energy in the small holes surged out like swords. Lin Fei did not care about this threat at all. With the protection of the level 2 absolute space, he easily held the ball in his hand and quickly entered the system's storage. The threat of the ball was suppressed. In the 9th level, the traces of threatening aura disappeared without a trace. The space also became ordinary. Open. Lin Fei threw a punch at the original location of the treasure. A door was faintly discernible. Boom boom boom. After over 100 punches, Lin Fei finally punched out a door. You hit it really well. With such a treasure protecting the door, who could barge in? No matter who it was, they would be helpless. It was a pity that they had encountered a special existence like Lin Fei. Lin Fei pushed with his hand and the door opened. The 10th level. I wonder if the item left behind by Divinity Yuanju is here. Who knows? Lin 1 and the other two shook their heads. The door that they dreamed of entering had now been entered by someone else, so they didn't dare to say anything. The 10th floor is already like this. Isn't this clearly a scam? He had thought that the 10th floor would be a very special place. In the end, when Lin Fei entered the 10th floor, it turned out to be a small cave dwelling. The area was very small, but he knew that when he passed through the door, he was actually transported to a special place. Lin Fei could clearly feel the subtle changes. He shouldn't be in the tomb of the god of sin, but he didn't know where he was. The cave was empty. At the very least, at first glance, there was nothing there, as if someone had entered before him. However, Lin Fei was clear that no one had entered before him. He was the first. What a strange place. Lin Fei muttered and began to search. He couldn't possibly return empty-handed. Not here. Empty again. Nothing either. The cave was not big. Lin Fei had almost searched the whole place. There is only one place left. Standing in front of a stone door, Lin Fei reached out his hand and pushed. The stone door cracked. He didn't care what was inside. He just went in violently. It's a stone platform. It looks like there is something inside. Yi Xian did see something on the stone platform. After checking and making sure there was no danger, Yi Xian grabbed the thing on the stone platform. It was quite heavy. He couldn't help but exclaim when he held it close to him. It's something like a token. After spending so much time, he only managed to find a token. What kind of joke was this? Lin Fei examined the medallion in his hand. It was a circular medallion, and on the front was the head of an unknown beast. It was ferocious and terrifying and had a faint evil aura about it. On the back were 3 words, Heavenly Medallion. Interesting. How interesting. The 3 words Heaven-piercing medallion gave people an exceptionally domineering feeling. It was not a big deal for Lin Fei. Although he did not know what the sky token was used for, it must be something special since the ultimate god had placed it on the 10th level. He stored it in the system. He did not know it now, but it did not mean he would not know it in the future. After looking around the cave and making sure there was nothing else, Lin Fei left the cave and returned to the 9th level of the tomb of the god of God. From the moment he entered to the moment he came out, it took him less than an hour. Boss. Lin 1 and the others came up to him. Pack up. Let's leave the tomb of the god of God of God. The 3 top-level ultimate gods were overjoyed. The boss was indeed the boss. He could even take them out of the tomb of the god of God of God. Xiaoyan and the others were also ready. Lin Fei came out of the 9th level too quickly. He immediately understood what was going on when he saw the 3 top-level ultimate gods. Alright, let's leave the tomb of the god of God of God of God. His reputation on the 8th level had been refreshed several times. Lin Fei was not too interested. It was none of his business how chaotic the Tianyuan Empire would be in the future. The 5 trillion reputation gain was enough for him to sit back and relax for a long time. How can you be willing to give up the Tianyuan Empire? I know this empire is of great use to you. Zilong said to Lin Fei and Senfu. Lin Fei blinked. It's just an empire. What do you think I'm good for? Ah. Zilong said in a serious tone, don't forget, we women have a 6th sense. Lin Fei had to admit that Zilong's feeling was right. She could actually feel the reputation he gained from the people of the empire. It was really unusual. As long as he refused to admit it, who would know? Reputation was invisible and colorless. It was not the same as faith. Outside the tomb of the god of God of God. The Beaming Royal clan and the Lionman clan, who were the first to be chased out, were all waiting there. Ever since they were chased out by the Barbarian Kid, the Beaming Royal clan's higher-ups were furious and immediately dispatched experts to surround the tomb of the god of Yuanju. They would attack as soon as the Barbarian Kid's Senfu appeared. In addition, a total of 6 of the 10 great royal clans came. Their purpose was the same. In particular, the 3 divine clans were killed by the Black Emperor's special life form on the 8th level. They could not do anything about it, especially when they knew they could not afford to offend the special life form. They could only blame it on the Barbarian Kid. Outside the tomb of the god of Yuanju, the divine clans and royal clans were on standby. They would not treat the Barbarian Kid lightly this time. Before this, the barbarians of the Divine Beast continent had been suppressed by them. Countless of them had died, and the rest had been captured and imprisoned in a large array behind them. They wanted the Barbarian Kid to know the consequences of offending them. For example, they would kill all the barbarians in front of the kid. The Barbarian Kid is coming out. There are spatial fluctuations. Everyone get ready. Chapter 3271. The Immortal Divine Clan, Breaking Sun Divine Clan, and Ancient Ape Divine Clan were working together for the first time. Their goal was to capture the Barbarian Kid who possessed the Senfu. They had witnessed the Barbarian Kid's performance in the tomb of the Yuan dynasty. The Beast Divine Continent would be in trouble if they did not capture the Barbarian Kid. Possessing an immortal mansion that possessed unparalleled defense and offense was practically akin to having a tortoise's shell. By then, there would be no need to even think about taking down the other party. That was their only chance. No matter when the Barbarian Kid would come out, they believed that the Tianyuan Empire would not be able to gain any advantage in the 8th floor. The Black Emperor's special life form was so strong that even the 3 divine clans were no match for it, let alone the Barbarian Kid who was alone. Even if he could escape unscathed, he would not be any better off. That was also the 3 divine clans' only chance. They would not have any more chances if they did not capture the Barbarian Kid. The world was so big and they could not keep chasing after him. They had no choice but to make up their minds. The top ultimate gods from the 3 divine clans reminded them. Inside the tomb of the god of sin, a wild wave was suddenly set off, all of which were energy fluctuations. The formation was activated. Treasures attacked. No matter who it was, they would break out in a cold sweat when they saw the situation. It was a fatal blow. Top ultimate gods from the 3 clans were also present at the scene that time. In order to deal with a single barbarian race, almost all of them had been mobilized. Such a thing had not happened for a very, very long time. But today, a barbarian boy had caused the 10 great king clans and 3 great god clans to suffer a loss. The Senfu had just come out of the tomb of the Yuan dynasty. As soon as it appeared, waves of attacks fell on the Senfu. All kinds of elemental attacks and the suppression of treasures really made the Senfu temporarily immobile. Barbarian Kid, you're finally willing to come out. You're dead this time. Ultimate God Manchi from the Beaming Royal clan led the ultimate gods to attack. Lowly Barbarian Kid, look behind us. That's all the barbarians in the Beast Divine Continent. If you dare to resist, these barbarians will all die. You'll be the barbarian sinner. In order to capture the brat from the barbarian race, they had put in a lot of effort. The barbarian tribes were uprooted and not a single one was spared. Those who resisted were all killed, and the rest were all trapped in the formation. There were more than 5 million barbarians. The number of barbarians wasn't very high. Who asked the barbarians to have a lowly bloodline? They belonged to the kind that were easy to bully. So as time passed, the number of barbarians also decreased. At that moment, the 5 million berserkers in the rune were also staring at Senfu. There was no fear on their faces. Ever since they knew the reason, the barbarians all wanted to meet this powerful hero. Yes, he was a hero. In the eyes of the barbarians, there had never been a barbarian who could attract 6 of the 10 great royal clans and 3 great god clans to attack at the same time. If this wasn't heroic, then what was? Even if they died, they would have no regrets. The barbarians were going to rise. If it wasn't unbelievably strong, how could there be such a scene? When the Senfu appeared, they were indeed shocked. Although they didn't see any of their clansmen, it was hard not to know what was going on when a Senfu came out of the tomb of the god of sin. How dare they make a move on the boss? Lin One and the others were furious. Now that they were under someone's control, they had to perform well if they wanted to live a good life. Now was their chance to perform. Boss, let us go out and suppress them. They're just a bunch of arrogant fellows with a bit of strength. If we don't teach them a lesson, they won't know how powerful the boss is. With top-notch ultimate gods around, Lin Fei wouldn't make a move. You guys go. Remember, only kill the mastermind. Forget about the rest. Lin Fei ordered. Every living being could contribute prestige. After accumulating 5 trillion prestige, Lin Fei was ready to take over the Saintly Spirit continent and the Divine Beast continent to build an empire. When the third continent was unsealed, he would directly attack them. While the 5 continents were not completely unsealed, he would do his best to accumulate prestige. Lin Fei still remembered Zi Outyan's words clearly. Who knew if the Eternal Church's lackeys would come looking for the universe chip? This matter had to be prepared in advance. Lin Fei couldn't afford to be careless. Lin 1 and the other 2 arrived outside of the Senfu. They were immediately attacked by a torrential storm. All 3 of them were top-notch ultimate gods. Their attacks were blocked by the barrier. The 3 ultimate gods attacked in 3 different directions, corresponding to the 3 primordial tribes. To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. This principle was applicable everywhere. Lin 1 moved through the formation and landed in front of the ancient ape tribe. How dare you attack the boss? You all deserve to die. He slammed his palm down. The palm strike was like a real palm that covered the entire ancient ape celestial race. The bodies of the godly venerables crumbled as they screamed in pain. It's a top-notch ultimate god. Where did he find them? This is impossible. 1 palm was enough to make the ancient ape tribe's top-notch ultimate god pale. They were in the same realm, but the opponent's methods were much more powerful. His palm was filled with the aura of death. Just 1 palm was enough to kill or injure the ancient ape tribe's ultimate gods. Almost no one could withstand the power of that palm. It was the same for the other 2 primordial tribes. They weren't any better. The 3 primordial tribes that dominated the Beast Divine continent were weak and vulnerable in front of the 3 enemies. The 3 primordial tribes are going to lose. Damn it. Those are top-notch ultimate gods. Why would they listen to that barbarian kid? This is impossible. The primordial tribes are invincible. The royal tribe ultimate gods who attacked were also pale as they watched the scene unfold before them. In a short while, most of the 3 ultimate gods experts were dead. The 3 leaders were at a disadvantage and could be killed at any time. Run. We're done for when they get free. Retreat. The royal tribe ultimate gods were no longer calm. It was a one-sided situation. They would be dead if they didn't leave now. Brat from the barbarian tribe, hurry up and tell your people to stop. Your tribe is locked up in the formation. As long as I give the order, your tribe will all die. Ultimate god Meng Qi shouted. His body was slightly trembling, but he was more excited. If he could use the barbarian tribe to subdue the barbarian kid, he would have made a great contribution to the 3 primordial tribes and greatly increased the influence of the beaming royal tribe. As soon as he finished speaking, a hand stretched out with 5 fingers spread open and grabbed at ultimate god Meng Qi. A huge force struck and the majestic ultimate god Meng Qi turned into a pool of blood on the spot. Chapter 3272. The 3 clans besieged the barbarian kid, but the result was a crushing defeat. Lin No. 1 and the other 2 peak ultimate gods wiped out the experts from the 3 clans as soon as they made a move. The royal experts ran away as soon as they saw the situation. Originally they had come in a threatening manner, but in the end they ran away like stray dogs. After the tomb of the god of sin, there was a sudden silence. Boss, should we go after them? Lin No. 1 came back to report. No need. Lin Fei was really reluctant to kill them. They were all major grain producers and it would be a pity to kill them all. Lin Fei would not blindly kill them now. He needed to kill them in the beginning, so it was better to keep them alive than to kill them. After all, they would contribute to his prestige. Now that this matter had spread, it was inevitable that his prestige would soar. For example, right now, the millions of berserkers had immediately contributed a great amount of prestige to Lin Fei. Millions of barbarian disciples were also dumbfounded by the killing. They had come at them menacingly, but they had suffered a crushing defeat without much fighting. It was a rather inconceivable thing. The current leader of the barbarians was extremely excited. He was pale just a moment ago, but now he knew that the barbarians were going to rise again. There was a powerful expert in the barbarians. They did not see the 3 peak ultimate gods being so vulnerable. They only dared to think about it in their minds. They were shocked from the beginning. Their lowly barbarian bloodline had never produced a powerful expert. However, he really believed it at that moment. Even if the leader of the barbarians did not know Lin Fei, the barbarian aura on him was genuine. He was a barbarian. Kneel down and worship me. God has opened his eyes. The barbarians are going to soar. Millions of barbarians knelt down in front of Lin Fei and worshipped him sincerely. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with the prestige he gained from his contribution. Your Majesty Lin, thank you for bringing us out. We're leaving now. Yin came out of Senfu and said to Lin Fei, "I'm quite busy now. You're welcome to visit after I'm done." Lin Fei said with a smile, "No problem." Tian's parents left with a group of experts. Lin Fei didn't stop them. He believed that they would meet again soon. Moreover, he had something he had to do now. That was to consolidate the resources of the Saint Spirit continent and the Divine Beast continent. Lin Fei clearly remembered Tian's words. The universe chip had also become one of Lin Fei's goals. This was related to whether or not he could return to Earth. Within the Saint Spirit continent and the Divine Beast continent, the news of the three god tribes and the royal tribe being scared away by a brat from the barbarian tribe spread like wildfire. To the humans, this was a piece of good news. For example, the human race that had escaped from the Divine Beast continent to the Saint Spirit continent were basically all elites. They had allied with the human race of the Saint Spirit continent. Within the Divine Beast continent, an expert had risen from the barbarian race. They did not dare to believe it. When had the barbarian race become so powerful? As this matter spread across the two continents, they could not help but believe it was true. This made them heave a sigh of relief. It was for the best that the Divine Beast continent was in chaos. At the very least, it gave them a chance to struggle at death's door. Ever since the two continents merged, the Saint Spirit continent had been suppressed by the essence beasts. If not for the incident at the primordial god's tomb, the Saint Spirit continent would not have been able to hold on. The Divine Beast continent had produced an expert from the barbarian race. If the three god tribes had been defeated, they might be in chaos for a long time. This was what they wanted to see. It would be best if both sides suffered. Divine Beast continent. Lin Fei was warmly invited back by the barbarian race's leader. To the millions of barbarian race people, they felt like they were on a roller coaster. From the moment they were captured, they had never thought that they could survive. In the history of the Divine Beast continent, no one could survive the encirclement of the three god tribes. The millions of people contributed a lot of prestige. Lin Fei did not reject them and stayed in the barbarian race's tribe for a short period of time. The Divine Beast continent looked peaceful. However, everyone knew that there was a change. The expert from the barbarian race was too mysterious. Not only was he strong, but he also owned a senfu. The most frightening thing was that he brought a peak ultimate god from the primordial god's tomb. This was an unimaginable thing. After so many years, who could bring a living person out of the primordial god's tomb? This guy from the barbarian race had done something that no one could do. 3 peak ultimate gods. All of them were extremely powerful among the veteran experts. Boss, the 3 god tribes are now holding up. Lin number 1 and the other 2 had not been idle these days. Lin Fei was lying on a deck chair under a tree. Panjian was massaging him with moderate strength. Lin Fei, who was squinting his eyes, was enjoying the massage. Wrong. They are holding up, but they are actually discussing countermeasures. Lin Fei chuckled. The rise of a barbarian race isn't scary. What's scary is that they have the strength to crush them. With the defeat of the 3 god tribes, the 2 continents contributed more than 800 billion reputation points to Lin Fei in a short period of time. The huge increase in reputation points had put Lin Fei in a very good mood. Should we go to their door and capture all of them? There are no tigers in the mountains, so the monkeys call themselves kings. Who do they think they are? They are just ants in front of boss. Lin number 1 also knew how to flatter. The 3 of us will go to their door. The divine tribes and royal clans are all trash. They can't even withstand a single blow. Lin number 2 followed. Lin number 1 and the other 2 came out of the primordial god's tomb. It was like a dragon returning to the sea. They were quite disdainful of the experts from the Divine Beast continent and Shengling continent. Only Lin Fei could subdue them. After all, they had seen their boss' terrifying strength. Help me inform the 10 great royal clans and the 3 great god clans. Tell them that I will invite them to a banquet in the barbarian tribe 10 days later. I will also discuss an important matter. I hope that they will arrive on time. Lin Fei said lazily. Who would dare to not come when boss invites them? Fengyan, make a trip to Shengling continent and look for your people. For example, your father. Tell them that I want to meet them. After Lin number 1 and the other 2 left, Lin Fei said to Panjian. You want to meet my father? Panjian was delighted. Of course. Don't you think that the Divine Beast continent and Shengling continent are a little chaotic now? Lin Fei squinted his eyes. Panjian picked a piece of fruit for Lin Fei to eat. Thank you. Panjian was very smart. She knew that the Divine Beast continent and Shengling continent were going to become an empire-like existence under the control of this man. Since Lin Fei didn't go to destroy the 3 god tribes and the 10 royal clans, Panjian could more or less guess some things. She knew that this was an opportunity for the human race to gain some benefits. Chapter 3273. When the Beast Divine Continent merged with the Shengling Continent, everyone knew it would be a crushing defeat for the human clan with the Beast Divine Continent's ruling ability. However, an expert from the barbarian tribe emerged and brought out a top-notch expert from the Divine Tomb, which changed the Beast Divine Continent's power structure. Lin No. 1 and the other two visited one by one. The situation changed again. No royal clan dared to do anything when a top-notch ultimate god visited. They allowed the barbarian tribe to swagger in. Soon a piece of news spread. The barbarian tribe expert wanted to see them 10 days later. This wasn't good news. For those royal clan ultimate gods who knew Lin Fei, the situation was within their expectations. Lin Fei from the barbarian tribe was the most powerful. The three divine clans were no longer capable. During the siege that day, the experts from the three divine clans were either killed or ran away. Even the top-notch ultimate gods ran away in the end. The three divine clans, Ancient Ape Divine Clan. It was very lively that day. The top-notch ultimate gods from the other two divine clans were there. Even now, they could not forget how they had run away in a sorry state that day. That Lin Fei from the barbarian tribe is too despicable. We are the three divine clans. Ancient Stone Divine Lord said angrily, "Why should we go there? We must come up with a countermeasure for this matter. The three divine clans must not bow to that guy." Breaking Sun Divine Clan's top-notch ultimate god Mu Lai said coldly. "Indeed, we must come up with a countermeasure." Immortal Divine Clan's ultimate god Jianghu said, "But with our strength, I'm afraid we are no match for those three guys." They naturally knew they were no match for them. They were the best of the best. If I'm not mistaken, Lin Fei from the barbarian tribe wants to be above us and rule over two continents. After all, the Shengling continent will not be able to do anything as long as he can suppress us. Therefore we must seek outside help. Ancient Stone Divine Lord said. "You mean those guys from Yuanmia world?" Hierarch Mu Lai frowned slightly. "Those guys aren't good people. We have been suppressing them. Once they open their mouths, Brother Mu, look at the situation now. If we don't fight back, then our three god clans will be nothing. Look at the 10 king clans. They were so obedient in the past, but now they have taken the initiative to court the barbarian race." The three ultimate gods fell silent. Soon he made his decision. "That barbarian tribe's Lin Fei wants to suppress us. Let's draw those guys over and see how that guy deals with them." No one knew better than them that those fellows in Yuanmia world were not to be trifled with, especially the peak ultimate gods behind them who were much stronger than them. On the other side, Panjian also found her father, Feng Jiuqian, who also had a very domineering name. In the past, the Beast Divine Continent was also an overlord and the leader of the human alliance. His strength was infinitely close to that of a peak ultimate god, but in the end, he could not stop the fierce encirclement of the Beast Divine Continent experts. Hierarch Feng Jiuqian had always felt guilty for his daughter, especially when he knew that she had fallen into the hands of the giant royal tribe. Those guys were not easy to deal with, not to mention that it was the most difficult time for the human clan. "Father, just trust me. This is our chance." Panjian was very clear about Lin Fei's strength. "But he's from the barbarian race. Don't tell me he's fooling us." Hierarch Feng Jiuqian frowned. Although he has suppressed the three god clans are not easy to deal with. This time they have been suppressed. I believe they will soon fight back, such as finding allies. We will never know how terrifying the three god clans are if we don't fight them. Panjian sneered. "Father, even if the three god clans find help, they won't be a match for the barbarian Lin Fei. Do you think the special life forms are strong?" Hierarch Feng Jiuqian felt that his daughter seemed to have changed a little. Of course, the strength of the special life forms is so strong that even peak ultimate gods have to step aside. Every special life form has a special ability. I was lucky enough to see it once in the past. It was really thrilling. Why are you mentioning this? If the barbarian Lin Fei killed the special life form with one move, what do you think will happen? Panjian dropped a bombshell. One move to kill? Hierarch Feng Jiuqian was indifferent. That's nonsense. No, I saw it with my own eyes. He killed the special life form with one move. Do you think the three god clans can still turn the tables? At that moment, Hierarch Feng Jiuqian was moved. He believed that his daughter would not lie. If that was the case, it would really be a big problem. Beast Divine Continent. The few ultimate gods who had seen Lin Fei's strength went to report the news as soon as they heard the news. It seemed like they wanted to cut ties with the three god clans. What were the three god clans to someone who could kill the special life form? No matter how strong they were, Could they compete with the barbarian Lin Fei? Stop joking. Among the 10 royal clans, a total of 5 royal clans acted the fastest. They personally came to visit. Although it was said to be a visit, it was actually to report the situation. Not to mention that they were snobbish, they were actually very smart. As long as they followed Lin Fei closely, their influence would always be there in the future. As for those who were enemies with Lin Fei, they would all become history. They were the clearest about this. If they did not curry favor with him now, when would they wait? 10 days passed in a flash. The rise of the barbarian clan Lin Fei changed the situation of the Beast Divine continent. Under normal circumstances, whoever dared to ignore the royal clans was destined to be surrounded and annihilated. This time, the royal clans bowed their heads and the divine clans did not say a word. The soul beasts of the Beast Divine continent felt as if there was a huge mountain above their heads. This mountain came from the barbarian Lin Fei. To the soul beasts of the Beast Divine continent, being stepped on by a lowly barbarian was something that no one wanted to see. They secretly hoped that the divine clan could suppress the barbarians again. In the Beast Divine continent, anyone could rise, but the barbarians could not. The barbarian tribe. Ever since Lin Fei stayed here, the surrounding area was the barbarian tribe's territory. The surrounding neighbors tactfully surrendered to the barbarians. In a short period of time, the barbarians' strength had increased greatly. Although they could not compare to the royal clans, it was only a matter of time. On the 10th day, the Beast Divine continent's tribes, big and small, were all watching the barbarian tribe. Everyone knew that if nothing happened today, it would be a big deal if something happened. In a courtyard of the tribe, boss, the 3 god clans did not come. Lin No. 1 came in to report. The 10 royal clans are all here, and they even sent a generous gift. Lin Fei smiled. It would be strange if the 3 god clans bowed their heads. However, I believe that they will definitely come. Lin No. 1 and the rest did not understand why their boss did not let them attack the barbarians. No matter how strong the 3 god clans were, they were nothing in their eyes. Chapter 3274. The Barbarian Tribe. The ultimate gods from the 10 royal clans had all come obediently. They were all standing outside the yard. Even though they were unwilling, they understood one thing. Even though they were from the royal clans, they could not fight back. The Giant clan, the Behemoth royal clan, the Lionmen clan, and the Tigermen clan were the most unwilling, but they had also become obedient. In the tomb of the god of Jianghu, the divine venerable Lin Fei from the barbarian clan was the biggest winner. The 3 royal clans had been eliminated, and the royal clans had been driven out. Only the other 6 royal clans could benefit a little. They had collected a lot of good stuff on the 8th level of the Tianyuan Empire. This time they came without hesitation. They had made their stand. Everyone knew who would rule the world in the future. Except for the divine venerable Lin Fei from the barbarian clan, there was no one else. The 3 royal clans had to step aside. Divine venerable Lin Fei is here. Lin Fei walked out of the yard unhurriedly. The divine venerables of the 10 royal clans all lowered their heads. They did not dare to look him in the eye, especially Lin 1 and the other 2. They were terrifying existences. Not bad, not bad. You are all here. Lin Fei glanced at them. It was expected that the 10 royal clans would come. They would not dare not come even if they were 100 times more courageous. The Behemoth royal clan, the Giant clan, and the other royal clans felt as if they had been cut by a sharp knife when Lin Fei glanced at them. Thump thump. The Behemoth royal clan, the Giant clan, and the other royal clans all knelt on the ground. Divine Venerable Lin, we were wrong. We will not dare to go against you from now on. The Divine Venerable of the Behemoth royal clan said loudly. We were blind in the beginning. We did not know how powerful Divine Venerable Lin was. Now, we would not dare to go against you even if we were 100 times more courageous. From now on, if Divine Venerable Lin needs anything, we will do our best. The 4 royal clans did not care about their reputation anymore. The other 6 royal families all heaved a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that they had seen how powerful Lin Fei was. If they had offended him back then, they would probably be in the same situation as them now. Lin Fei laughed and said, "You guys are too timid. If I were to kill you, would you still be standing here?" The members of the beaming royal family kept wiping their sweat. Although it was just a few words, it was very stressful for ultimate gods like them. If anyone believed Lin Fei's words, they would have died many times over. At the very least, they were relieved this time. At least the divine Lord Lin Fei of the barbarian tribe would not harm them. However, not killing you doesn't mean I won't punish you. Lin Fei said. You don't have any objections, right? No, absolutely not. We accept the punishment. They all answered honestly. Isn't that Feng Jiuqian? How dare he come? When the 10 royal families met with Lin Fei, Feng Jiuqian came with his men. Ever since he heard his daughter's words, Feng Jiuqian could not sit still and had to come. It was an opportunity for the human clan, especially when he knew that the barbarian Lin Fei did not hate humans. The barbarians did not have much hostility towards humans, especially when they saw Panjian. She was Lin Fei's maid, so they naturally did not dare to offend her. Feng Jiuqian was actually quite worried when he landed in the barbarian tribe's territory until they took the initiative to greet him and put down a stone. Feng Jiuqian, how dare you come here? The high-level ultimate god from the beaming royal family stared at Feng Jiuqian with murderous intent. When he saw the 10 royal families, Feng Jiuqian completely believed that the barbarian Lin Fei could suppress the royal families. In this period, whether it was the beaming royal family, the giant clan, or even the golden war god clan, none of them were to be trifled with. Feng Jiuqian also noticed the 3 peak ultimate gods with terrifying auras standing behind the young man. Master, Panjian said to Lin Fei before glaring at the beaming royal family. If you can come, why can't my father? You're really arrogant. The ultimate god from the beaming royal family, ultimate god Meng Xian, was the strongest high-level ultimate god in the beaming royal family and was currently a grade 9 ultimate god. At the same time, he was one of the royal families that preferred war among the 10 royal families. The beaming royal family contributed a lot to the human alliance's quick defeat. Seeing his old enemy Feng Jiuqian again made ultimate god Meng Xian want to kill him. Hence he said those words. However, he did not expect to be rebutted by Panjian and immediately kept quiet. Everyone knew that there were 2 servants next to the barbarian ultimate god Lin Fei. One was Panjian and the other was Huofeng. What? You don't dare to say anything? Didn't you want to kill me? Come on, come on. My father and I are standing here for you to kill. Panjian was full of confidence. The fact that the 10 noble families were standing here was the best proof. Ultimate god Meng Xian took a deep breath. Panjian, you've misunderstood. It was just a joke. You can't take it seriously. The giant royal family, golden war god clan, and other royal families were gloating. The beaming royal family was a big mouth and dared not say anything. They did not know what was going on. Feng Jiuqian was under a lot of pressure facing any of the 10 imperial clans' high-level ultimate gods, but they kept quiet this time. He could even see the envy and jealousy in their eyes inadvertently. All right, this must be Brother Feng, Lin Fei said. Ultimate god Feng Jiuqian said, you flatter me, ultimate god Lin. I'm just a stray dog. It seems like the divine clan hasn't arrived yet. Let's wait a little longer. Lin Fei walked back to the courtyard and lay lazily on a chair. Panjian took the initiative to massage him. The 10 royal families hesitated for a moment and did not dare to enter the courtyard. Brother Feng, you've really given birth to a good daughter. I'm envious of her. Brother Feng, please take care of me in the future. Feng Jiuqian had yet to digest what had happened that day. The royal family's ultimate god, who used to be his enemy, took the initiative to congratulate him. Well said, well said. Only Lin Fei and Panjian were in the courtyard. Master, are you really going to wait for the divine clan to come? Panjian whispered. I have to finish what I started. After all, I've given the divine clan a chance. Lin Fei smiled. However, I'll only give them the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Panjian chuckled. Master is so mean. I'm afraid they won't be able to make it in time. Who's mean? Lin Fei closed his eyes to rest. The time it took to burn a stick of incense passed in the blink of an eye. There was still no trace of the divine clan. You can come in. I have something to discuss with you. The ultimate gods from the 10 royal families and Feng Jiuqian walked into the courtyard. They felt great pressure and fear when they passed by the 3 pinnacle ultimate gods. The pinnacle ultimate gods were too terrifying. From now on, I'm in charge of the Beast Divine Continent and Shengling Continent. However, I won't care what you do as long as you follow my orders. If you have any objections, you can voice them out. The royal family's ultimate gods had expected such an outcome. Chapter 3275. No objections. We have no objections. Hierarch Lin wants to control the Divine Beast Continent and Saint Spirit Continent. We 100% agree. It's time for the 3 gods tribes to scram. Yes, the 3 gods tribes have no capabilities and only know how to oppress us. The hierarchs of the 10 great king tribes nodded their heads immediately, smearing the 3 gods tribes. One of Lin Fei's words was exactly what they were thinking. If not for the 3 gods tribes suppressing them, the 10 great king tribes would have long erupted into conflict. they wouldn't be acting so amiably now. Lin Fei said that he wanted to control the two continents and let them do whatever they wanted. This was a good thing. Why wouldn't they agree? At this moment, they were all feeling rather refreshed. Brother Feng, you formed the Human Race Alliance before. I'll leave the Saint Spirit Continent to you. Lin Fei said to Feng Jiuqian. Leave the Saint Spirit Continent to me? Feng Jiuqian suspected that he had heard wrongly. This was truly a meteoric rise. Lin Fei looked at Feng Jiuqian. What? Are you afraid? Feng Jiuqian had never expected that this barbarian race Lin Fei would entrust such an important task to him. As long as they don't come looking for trouble, I'm very confident in controlling the human race in the Saint Spirit Continent. As the leader of the Human Race Alliance, Feng Jiuqian was still very confident. That's not good, Lin Fei said. I believe that they won't give you any trouble. Don't you think so? The 10 great king tribes nodded their heads, indicating that they wouldn't go looking for trouble in the Saint Spirit Continent. Within 5 years, I'll definitely unify the powers in the Saint Spirit Continent. As a human, Feng Jiuqian had to consider for the human race. Ever since the two continents merged, the human race in the Saint Spirit Continent had been retreating. It was only a matter of time before they were defeated. If not for the widespread use of enchanted equipment, they would have been defeated even faster. Feng Jiuqian was confident in unifying the human race. With the news from his daughter and his personal experience, Hierarch Feng Jiuqian believed Lin Fei's words. Perhaps this was a good thing for the human race. At the very least, they wouldn't have to worry about being enslaved. Lin Fei gave a simple explanation of his future plans. Be it the Saint Spirit Continent or the Divine Beast Continent, Lin Fei wasn't prepared to care about them. However, there was one thing he had to do. That was to erect energy pagodas. With trillions of reputation in his hands, Lin Fei could finally purchase them in bulk. If he were to popularize them in the Beast God Continent and Saint Spirit Continent, the efficiency of earning reputation would be even faster. Lin Fei had been looking forward to this day for a long time. If it were not for the fact that the tomb of the god of sin could not be connected to the outside world, Lin Fei would have been willing to set up an energy tower. After all, a mosquito was still meat. Unfortunately, he could not contact that space after coming out. They're here. Lin Fei, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the sky outside. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Space fluctuated. Warships appeared in the sky above the barbarians. Each warship was very mighty, and at the same time, they exuded a fierce and domineering aura. There were a total of 20 such warships. On the deck of the warships stood Ultimate Gods experts who were level 6 Ultimate Gods and above. There were more than 1,000 Ultimate Gods experts from the 20 warships. Among them, 80% were high-level Ultimate Gods. In addition, there were more than 200 level 9 Ultimate Gods, with each of them exuding an extremely strong aura. The young man in the yard is Lin Fei. Don't give him any chance. Attack now. Gushir Divine Lord stood on a warship and stared at the young man in the yard. A barbarian kid. Kill him first. This time, the 3 divine clans had put in a lot of effort in order to invite help. They had invited 20 top-level Ultimate Gods and more than 200 level 9 Ultimate Gods. Anyone who dared to challenge the rule of the 3 divine clans would have to face annihilation. The 3 top-level Ultimate Gods at the door are from the tomb of the god of sin. They have some good stuff with them. Kill them and we don't want anything. Ultimate God Mu Lai said. Thank you for your help. 20 peak Ultimate Gods. What kind of lineup was that? It was absolutely terrifying. Among the 10 great royal clans, the Beaming Royal Clan and the others were secretly laughing. Barbarian Lin Fei was definitely going to die this time. 20 Ultimate Gods stood together and their suppressive aura was like a tidal wave. Wave after wave of suppressive aura made people feel suffocated. They wanted to take action immediately if they could. However, they decided to hold back when they thought about the 3 top-level Ultimate Gods. Your problem is our problem. You're just a mere barbarian. Leave the 3 top-level Ultimate Gods to us. A black-armored Ultimate God said with a cold gleam in his eyes. They're just 3 top-level Ultimate Gods. They'll be dead as soon as we take action. The 20 top-level Ultimate Gods looked indifferent. They would not have bothered to come if it was not for the price they had to pay. They really did not care about such a small fight. Kid, are you going to surrender or do you want us to kill you? A series of loud shouts came over the yard like a storm. The 10 royal clans' high-level Ultimate Gods snorted and vomited blood as they retreated. Lin Fei gently waved his hand and raised a protective shield in front of him. He applauded them. Not bad, not bad. You managed to find 20 top-level ultimate gods and more than 200 ninth-class ultimate gods. It's just the right time to capture all of you. Ancient Stone Divine Lord was the most ruthless person. You're quite arrogant. With just 3 top-level ultimate gods? Number 1, they're looking down on you. Lin number 1 and the others were the most powerful existences in the Divine Tomb. Who would dare to say such things in front of them? Boss, leave the 20 top-level ultimate gods to us. Lin number 1 threw out a few words and charged towards the 20 warships. Lin number 2 and Lin number 3 followed closely behind, all of them summoning their treasures to attack. The 3 top-level ultimate gods took action with the 3 treasures and immediately gave the 20 top-level ultimate gods a show of strength. Leave the 3 of them to us. You can deal with that kid. Ancient Stone Divine Lord and the others did not take action. Not taking action did not mean they did not have a target. That target was Lin Fei. They knew how powerful Senfu was. Now that the Senfu was gone, they were confident they could take down Lin Fei. The 3 top-level ultimate gods would have to behave themselves. Lin Fei, you're just a barbarian. How dare you bully the beaming royal family? Divine Lord Meng Xian suddenly roared as he grabbed his warhammer with both hands and swung it at Lin Fei. As a proud member of the beaming royal family, how could Divine Lord Meng Xian be willing to submit to a lowly barbarian? He had been waiting for an opportunity and it had finally come. As long as he could kill the guy in front of him, it would be equivalent to making a great contribution. Meng Xian, how dare you? This time there was no need for Lin Fei to take action. Among the 10 royal clans, 5 jumped out. They were the royal clans from Senfu and stood in front of Divine Lord Meng Xian. Divine Lord Meng Xian could not figure out why they dared to stop him. You're from the royal clans. Why don't you kill him? Divine Lord Meng Xian said angrily. You're crazy. They all knew Lin Fei had killed special lifeforms. Were top-level ultimate gods very powerful? Could they be as powerful as special lifeforms? Brother Meng, we're here to help you. Chapter 3276. The 3 major clans had paid a huge price to suppress Lin Fei from the barbarian tribe. Even if Lin Fei from the barbarian tribe was extremely powerful, he would not be able to withstand the joint attack of so many ultimate gods. The beaming royal tribe had long held a grudge against Lin Fei. The 3 major clans had brought powerful reinforcements and they immediately realized that their opportunity had come. They immediately took action after the 3 top-notch experts beside Lin Fei left. Other than that, more than 200 grade 9 ultimate gods did not stay idle as they all charged toward Lin Fei. What was a crushing defeat? No one could stop the power in front of them no matter who it was crushing. However, they were up against Lin Fei, a devil who had mastered a terrifying skill. Therefore they were doomed to be unlucky. Feng Jiuqian, Panjian, and the other ultimate god experts all rushed forward. Compared to the powerful reinforcements, their resistance was insignificant. After a few rounds, they were at a disadvantage and were in danger of losing their lives. Kid, you're just a lowly bloodline fellow, yet you dare to strut around in front of me? Ultimate god Meng Xian broke through the blockade and was the first to reach Lin Fei. His face was ferocious and full of murderous intent. I won't kill you right away. That'll be too easy on you. Ultimate god Meng Xian had no holy abode or top-level ultimate gods. What else could ultimate god Meng Xian have to fight against him? The corner of Lin Fei's mouth curled up. Humph, I gave you a chance but you didn't cherish it. Facing ultimate god Meng Xian's warhammer, Lin Fei smiled faintly. One of his hands rose into the air and silently punched the warhammer. With a loud crack, the warhammer was covered with cracks. Ultimate god Meng Xian hurriedly withdrew the warhammer. The cracks on the warhammer made him feel pain. It was impossible for the warhammer to be damaged by a punch. Lin Fei from the barbarian tribe was only relying on Senfu and the expert beside him. Without these external forces he was nothing. However, the current situation was completely wrong. Again? Divine Venerable Meng Xian roared, and his body transformed into a huge behemoth primordial beast. It was like a huge mountain, burly, fierce, and domineering. Shadows of war hammers continued to descend. This time Lin Fei did not counterattack. Instead, he walked towards Divine Venerable Meng Xian step by step. The shadow of his warhammer slammed into a shield. The shield's defense was unbelievably strong. It's over. Lin Fei arrived in front of Hierarch Meng Xian just like that, as if the distance between them did not exist. A huge fist appeared in front of Divine Lord Meng Xian. You. When Hierarch Meng Xian faced this punch, he was unable to even think of resisting. The strongest defense of the beaming royal race was broken by a single punch from his opponent. His enormous body was split into pieces. This was a true killing blow. Ultimate God Meng Xian was not a top-level ultimate god. How could he withstand Lin Fei's punch? The ultimate gods who were still encircling the giant tribe and the Lion Man tribe were actually paying attention to Lin Fei's situation. If it was possible, they wanted to be the first one to capture that fellow. In the end, the Beeman royal tribe beat them to it. However, the scene in front of them really shocked them. Without the help of Senfu and top-level ultimate gods, Hierarch Meng Xian, who was a high-level ultimate god, was easily killed without any resistance. It was different from what they had imagined. How can he be so powerful? More than 200 9th-class ultimate gods had also noticed Lin Fei at that moment. Their eyes were filled with contempt as they separated into a group and surrounded him. Lin Fei sneered in the face of those 9th-class ultimate gods and punched directly at the root of the problem. A huge gust of wind from his punch blew past them. A horrifying scene appeared. Those 9th-class ultimate gods' bodies collapsed one after another without exception. In the blink of an eye, more than 200 9th-class ultimate gods were annihilated. We were wrong, we were wrong. The Giant Clan ultimate god immediately gave up and knelt on the ground. The Lion Man clan, Tiger Man clan, and Golden War God clan were all dumbfounded. Their strong bodies trembled slightly as their faces turned pale. Don't kill us, we were wrong. We won't dare to do it again. They all gave up resisting and knelt on the ground. More than 200 9th-class ultimate gods were completely annihilated. They would not dare to attack again even if they were given 100 guts. That guy was too terrifying. Who would dare to attack if they knew his actual strength was so strong? They hated Hierarch Meng Xian to the core at that moment. Who would dare to attack without him taking the lead? Great, they had made one mistake after another. The barbarian tribe really had an unparalleled super expert. If you don't want to die, come down and stand still. Lin Fei did not look at the ultimate gods from the royal clan and said to the 20 top-level ultimate gods in the sky. 20 top-level ultimate gods besieged Lin 1 and the others but were unable to gain any advantage. It was a very unbelievable thing. The instant Lin Fei killed more than 200 9th-class ultimate gods with absolute strength, it was a huge blow to them. Although they could also do it, it was not as easy as Lin Fei. How much strength was needed to do that? Who do you think you are? Do you really think you can defeat us just because you killed 9th-class ultimate gods? The black-armored ultimate god sneered and slashed with his sword. A sword light passed through the void and slashed at Lin Fei's protective shield. The protective shield slightly dented and the sword light bounced off. Not bad. Continue. Lin Fei smiled and said, go ahead and slash as many times as you can. Let me see how strong you and me world experts are. Don't hold back, just come. The black-armored ultimate god was furious when he heard those words. No one had ever dared to underestimate him and his tyrannical strength. By the way, there's also you guys. 20 top-level ultimate gods besieging 3 of my subordinates. Your combat power is too weak. I really look down on you guys. Lin Fei shook his head. Lin 1 and the other 2 attacked even more fiercely. Their boss was not satisfied with their efficiency. The sword light and blade light covered the sky as they slashed at Lin Fei. 5 of the 20 top-level ultimate gods were sent to deal with Lin Fei, but they still could not do anything to Lin Fei. That layer of defense seemed to be invincible. It was a result they did not want to accept. Since when did the Beast Divine Continent have such a guy? That outer layer of turtle shell was really not easy to break. He did not even make a move. Just that layer of defense alone was enough to render them helpless. There was nothing more humiliating than that. They had previously clapped their hands and promised to take him down easily, but they were doomed to be disappointed this time. Absolute space. Lin Fei shouted softly. A huge space trapped the 20 top-level ultimate gods, including the 3 major clans. None of them could leave. That was the absolute space. Chapter 3277. It was an absolute space. 20 peak ultimate gods and the 3 clans were captured in one fell swoop. No matter how they attacked the absolute space, they could not escape. At that moment, they realized they had come to the wrong place. The young man had a powerful strength that they could not contend with. In the eternal universe, the strong were respected. Lin Fei suppressed them with one move and his strength was recognized by them. Ultimate God Lin, we are not your enemy. The 3 clans are looking for us. The 20 peak ultimate gods pushed out an old middle-aged peak ultimate god to talk to Lin Fei. We are willing to compensate you as long as you don't kill us and let us leave the Beast Divine Continent. Ancient Stone Divine Lord and the other 2 were captured. At that moment, the 3 ultimate gods were the most aggrieved. They thought they could capture Lin Fei, but in the blink of an eye, they had suffered a crushing defeat and had become prisoners. In the barbarian's courtyard, Lin Fei smiled and looked at the 20 peak ultimate gods who were imprisoned in the absolute space. The number of big cities in the Yuanmia world was beyond Lin Fei's expectations. At the same time, he was impressed by the three clans' methods to find so many experts. There's no hurry. You can think about it. As long as you can give me something that interests me, I promise to let you go. Lin Fei smiled. As for the three of them, there's no need for them to live. Deal with them. A simple sentence decided the fate of the three ultimate gods. Lin Fei, you can't kill us. Ancient Stone Divine Lord struggled. If you kill us, you'll be in big trouble. Mu Lai added, it's our fault for besieging you. We are willing to pay any price, but you can't kill us. Killing us will only bring you harm and no benefits. We can hand over the Beast Divine Continent and never come here again. Lin Fei laughed. You make it sound so real, but didn't you think about the consequences of losing when you looked for help? I think you definitely didn't think about it. The three ultimate gods cursed in their hearts. If they knew, they would have come over obediently instead of ending up like prisoners. It was really embarrassing. Which one of you knows their secret? If you can tell me, I'll let him go. 20 ultimate gods were fighting to claim that they knew the answer. Lin Fei randomly picked a top-notch ultimate god. You speak. The three great celestial clans are Yuan Fu's henchmen in Yuanmia world. They're used to monitor every move of the continent's merger. The peak ultimate god revealed everything he knew in order to leave. Lin Fei sneered in his heart. He knew that the Yuanmi world was not so simple. Xiaoyan might have left for the Yuanmi world. There were too many secrets there. Those people might not be making any moves now, but once the 5 continents were combined, the universe chip might be exposed. That would be the real beginning. You can leave now. Leave your battleship and everything on you. Lin Fei said lightly. You don't have to leave again. The peak ultimate god dared not say anything. Even if he was in pain, he did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. 20 peak ultimate gods could not withstand a single move from the other party. The other party was too strong for them to fight. They should be happy to be able to leave alive. Not bad, there's a big backer behind you. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. He had heard some news from Xiaoyan and immediately thought of the universe chip. It was a priceless treasure. Ancient Stone Divine Lord plucked up his courage. Lin Fei, you're very powerful. We're not as good as you. We don't want the Beast Divine Continent anymore. As long as you let us leave, Yuan Fu won't bother you. I can promise you that. Lin Fei understood one thing. The reason the three of them could invite such a strong foreign aid was probably because they were afraid of Yuan Fu and gave them face. Who can tell me exactly how powerful the Yuan Fu is? Whoever can tell me, I'll let you go. Soon Lin Fei got the second piece of news. Lin Fei really wanted to thank the three major clans for finding a group of peak ultimate gods who knew everything. They gave him the opportunity to learn about the situation deep inside the Yuanmi world. One by one, the peak ultimate gods were released by Lin Fei. Every pinnacle ultimate god left empty-handed. The 20 peak ultimate gods were soon released. Similarly, Lin Fei learned about 20 pieces of information about the situation outside. From those pieces of information, he had grasped a lot of information that he was not privy to normally. Lin Fei, we won't dare to do it again. The Beast Divine Continent is yours. Although they brought up the Yuan Fu, they were actually just scouts at the front lines. The higher-ups did not care about their lives. If it was not for the Beast Divine Continent merging with the Shengling Continent, they would have forgotten about Yuan Fu. I'm sorry. I gave you a chance, but you didn't want it. Who can you blame for that? Lin Fei said faintly and turned to leave. A loud bang was heard. A huge space exploded and a terrifying aura crushed on them. The three peak ultimate gods from the three major clans were turned into ashes. Boss, do you want to destroy the three major clans now? Lin No. 1 volunteered. Lin No. 1 and the other two were very angry that they did not manage to kill one of the 20 peak ultimate gods. It was a pleasant surprise to learn about the existence of Yuan Fu from the three major clans. However, it also made Lin Fei feel a sense of crisis. You can fight the three peak ultimate gods, but you can't kill them. Just scare them. You know what to do. Lin Fei ordered. Lin No. 1 decisively left with the mission. The peak ultimate gods from the three major clans only died in their original bodies. They still had their clones. After their original bodies died, their clones could not sit still and ran away immediately. They did not dare to stay any longer for fear that Lin Fei would come for them. By the time Lin No. 1 arrived, they were long gone. Without the peak ultimate gods, the three major clans immediately became well-behaved. Especially after a group of ultimate gods were killed, the remaining people were terrified. As for the 10 royal clans, they were also well-behaved. Everyone knew that the Shengling continent and the Divine Beast continent would fall into Lin Fei's hands before the continent was freed. As for what would happen in the future, no one knew. After beating the 3 major clans, the 10 royal clans became well-behaved. The news from the Divine Beast continent spread to the Shengling continent. The human experts there were not as strong as the Divine Beast continent, so there was nothing much to say. Everyone knew that a super expert had appeared in the Divine Beast continent. He had suppressed the 3 major clans and the 10 royal clans. The humans from the Shengling continent were not strong enough. With Feng Jiuqian leading the way, the 2 continents got along peacefully, and no one had anything to say. They were happy to see such a situation. After all, no Essence Beast expert was easy to deal with. Chapter 3278. In the depths of the Yuanmia world. Black and white shrouded everything. It was the deepest part of the Yuanmia world. The huge black and white colors formed a huge array. The left side was black while the right side was white. It looked like it would not be obstructed by water. On top of this formation, there was a magnificent city. Its surface was completely black and it shone with a strange black luster. The city had a resounding name, Yuan City. It was also the location of the Yuan Fu. Yuan Fu was the most terrifying existence in the Yuanmia world. It had the true power of life and death. The city lords of the Yuanmia world were all under Yuan Fu. So, the Shengling continent and the Divine Beast continent have a new master. In the main hall of the Yuan Fu, there were 3 huge thrones placed high up in the hall. On each of the thrones sat an expert with a strong aura. There were 2 men and 1 woman. They were the supreme rulers of the Yuan Fu and were known as the 3 magnates. The one who spoke was a tall and skinny guy with a cold gaze. There was a scar on the left side of his face like a centipede wrapped around his face. He looked extremely ferocious and terrifying. His name was Dan Yu. It was a special name. In the Yuan Fu, Dan Yu was a ferocious guy. He was bloodthirsty and cannibalistic. Interesting. You bunch of trash can't even watch over a mere Divine Beast continent. What's the use of keeping you around? Dan Yu laughed sinisterly and slammed his palm on the armrest of the throne. He opened his mouth wide and swallowed the kneeling, shivering ultimate gods from the 3 great clans in one gulp. Dan Yu, who allowed you to eat them? Luo at the situation now. A reprimanding voice came from another throne. You should change your temper. You have thick skin and meat. How could you eat that? Luo Sha, that's his temper. He won't be able to change it for the rest of his life. It was the same last time. He ate those who didn't like him. Another tall and sturdy figure said. He ate them. What else can he do? Dan Yu gloomily said, if he doesn't do his job well, then could it be that he will be kept here forever? Do you think we should help this Lin Fei a little? After all, the 3rd continent is about to be unsealed. You should know that those fellows from the 3rd continent don't have good tempers. It doesn't matter. The female powerhouse called Rakshasa said nonchalantly, before the 5 continents merge, let's not make a move if we can. It's fine as long as you like such a small matter. In any case, it's just a fellow with a lowly bloodline who has mastered some strange abilities. This kind of little fellow, I can kill a whole bunch of them with a single breath. I hope this brat doesn't disappoint. Dan Yu laughed. His laughter was filled with a chill that made one's hair stand on end. Ever since they defeated the siege of the 3 god clans, Lin Fei controlled the Saint Spirit continent and the Divine Beast continent. Although he didn't establish any empires, both continents had a nominal master. The humans and the soul beasts began to coexist peacefully. The Saint Spirit continent became the sacred land of the humans, while the Divine Beast continent became the world of the soul beasts. The only thing that made them uncomfortable was that the master of the 2 continents, Lin Fei, would occasionally do something unexpected. He would come every few days, tormenting everyone several times a year. As time passed, everyone gradually got used to this matter. Now that there was no danger to their lives, that person could do whatever he wanted. Other than that, there were many black pagodas. They looked very ordinary, but for some reason there was a trace of mystery. Until now, no one could understand them. To them, these few thousand years were the most peaceful days. Saint Body Mountain. Ever since he unified the Saint Spirit continent and the Divine Beast continent, Lin Fei returned to the Saint Body Mountain. Once again he walked on the path of building up his prestige. He set up a large number of energy pagodas, one after another, all over the 2 continents. The effects were naturally very good and he could perfectly absorb prestige. In 1,000 years he had recovered his capital. Enchanted equipment was also completely popularized. From level 1 to level 9 enchanted equipment, they all started to circulate in the 2 continents. After a few thousand years, be it the humans or the soul beasts, their overall strength had increased by a huge margin. Many god-venerable experts had emerged. Even if they were not at the cultivation level, they could already unleash their power. My prestige is getting lower and lower. In the secret chamber, the black-eyed and black-haired Lin Fei could not help but laugh bitterly. This outcome was actually within Lin Fei's expectations. I'm still too greedy. Shaking his head slightly, Lin Fei's lips curled up, and he revealed a smile again. In the 9,000 years, Lin Fei had gained a total of 300 trillion prestige points. A huge number. Every time he saw this number, Lin Fei could not stop smiling. What could 300 trillion prestige points do? Naturally, there were many things he could do. Even if a universe-level expert came, he might be able to deal a fatal blow to him. As for whether it would work or not, Lin Fei could only guess. It's less than 1,000 years until the third continent is unlocked. It's time to increase my strength. In the 9,000 years, Lin Fei had not increased his strength. He had always been wary of the Yuan Fu, in the depths of the Yuanmia world. If it came to him one day, he would at least have the strength to protect himself. No matter who came, the 300 trillion prestige points that Lin Fei had accumulated would definitely be a super feast. Unfortunately, 9,000 years had passed, and there was no sign of the Yuan Fu at all. Lin Fei had worried for 9,000 years for nothing. Above the God Venerable is the universe level. It's a rebirth and a completely new life form. All these years, I've collected very little information. I can only walk the path of the physical body now. This was the question that Lin Fei had been thinking about. Lin Fei was preparing to strengthen his physical body. Lin 1 and the other two were extremely strong. Lin Fei's physical body could not withstand it without using any defensive skills. It could only be said that his physical body level was still too low. He learned from Lin 1 and the others that there were also different levels of pinnacle ultimate gods. Pinnacle ultimate gods like them could barely absorb a certain amount of cosmic energy. Cosmic energy basically did not exist in the Yuanmia world or even in this area. There was a limit to how strong a pinnacle ultimate god could be. A 3-star ultimate god expert could absorb traces of cosmic energy from heaven and earth. This was the difference between a 2-star and 3-star expert. Lin Fei needed to improve his physical body level. When his physical body could withstand the invasion of cosmic energy, his physical body would be comparable to a universe-level body. Chapter 3279. Lin Fei was prepared to start with those body-refining cultivation techniques. It was not easy to improve one's physical body at his current level. Lin 1 and the other two were knowledgeable, but in terms of body refining, they had rarely seen anyone with a level 10 ultimate god's physical body. It required a huge price to pay. Even a top-level ultimate god would not be able to bear such a price. It was extremely difficult to walk the path of body refining and almost no one could do it. However, it was not a problem for Lin Fei. With a lot of prestige, strengthening one's physical body was a piece of cake. Let's start with you. The prestige support system did not contain any body-refining cultivation techniques related to the universe level. Ding. 500 million prestige successfully cultivated the first level of celestial overlord physique. Ding. 1. 5 billion prestige successfully cultivated the second level of celestial overlord physique. After spending 150 billion prestige, the celestial overlord physique was perfected. Lin Fei felt that his physical body had strengthened a lot, but it was still far from being comparable to a universe-level body. Ding. 1 billion prestige successfully cultivated the first level of the divine body. Ding. 3 billion prestige successfully cultivated the first level of the immortal body. Ding. 3. 2 billion prestige successfully cultivated the first level of the eternal divine body. There were all sorts of body-refining cultivation techniques for the prestige support system. 1 book, 2 books, 3 books. 10 ignored books, 100 books. Some of these body-refining cultivation techniques required tens of billions of prestige to reach the profound realm, while others required 2 to 300 billion prestige. The first time he read 100 books, he used 3 trillion prestige for Lin Fei. The second time he read 100 books, he used 10 trillion prestige. If it were not for the fact that he had accumulated 9,000 years of prestige, Lin Fei would not have dared to use it as it was too much. 300 books, 500 books, 1,000 books. Every body-tempering cultivation technique had a large amount of prestige thrown into it. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Once again he took out the treasure from that year. The universe's energy was like a long sword as it stabbed at Lin Fei's body from all directions. Ding, ding, ding. Compared to the previous time, Lin Fei was much more confident this time. The long sword formed by the energy of the universe was unable to advance any further when it hit his skin. It automatically collapsed. Aha, it's finally done. My 120 trillion prestige points. Lin Fei finally burst out laughing. The terrifying cosmic energy was finally unable to break through his defense. Lin Fei could still remember the first time he had faced it. He had been riddled with holes by the cosmic energy. Fortunately, he had the assistance of his skills, so he had not been seriously injured. Now that Lin Fei did not need any skills to protect him, he could endure the universe's energy. There was not a single weak point on his body. His entire body was flawless. At the same time, his chi and blood became incomparably dense. With just a thought, the sound of blood boiling could easily kill a godly venerable expert. This was the powerful physical body that came with 120 trillion reputation points. Lin Fei reached out to grab the treasure. The cosmic energy hit his hand but was unable to tear his skin. Not even a white spot was left. It was enough to prove that Lin Fei's physical body was ridiculously strong. It's a pity that the remaining reputation points cannot be used recklessly. The 300 trillion reputation points that I collected over the past 9,000 years have been reduced by almost half. Lin Fei flipped his hand and kept the treasure. He sighed at the consumption of reputation points. However, with my 120 trillion reputation points and a physical body that is comparable to a universe level, I won't need to use the reputation system skills easily when facing top-notch godly venerables in the future. I can save a huge amount of reputation points. If it were other forces, they might not be able to forge such a physical body even if they spent the entire sect or even the entire continent's resources. Lin Fei did it easily. It's time to go out. I'm really looking forward to the experts in the third continent. Now that my physical strength has skyrocketed, I wonder if there's anyone there who can withstand the power of my fist. Lin Fei laughed. Shengling Continent. Two figures traversed through space and appeared in midair above Shengling Continent. These two were not very old, but their eyes shone with arrogance. They were Dan Yu's subordinates and were specifically responsible for passing orders to the barbarian Lin Fei. This place is too bad. There's not even a trace of universe energy. The two shook their heads slightly. After confirming the direction, they moved in a certain direction. In less than a moment's time, the two arrived at the Saint Body Mountain. The layer of defense that was set up outside could not stop them at all. They appeared in the sky above the Saint Body Mountain and arrived at the highest level of the Saint Body Mountain. Who are you? Lin No. 1 and the other two sensed them immediately and took out their treasures to surround them. We are from the Yuan Fu. If you don't want to die, stand aside. One of the young men said indifferently. With just the three of you, killing you will be as easy as flipping our palms. Yuan Fu. Lin No. 1 and the other two's faces changed as they felt a dangerous aura coming from them. Ask your master Lin Fei to come out. The young man sat down and said sternly as though he was in his own home. Lin No. 1 and the others did not dare to make a move. The Yuan Fu was not something anyone could impersonate. If these two said they were from the Yuan Fu, then they were definitely the Yuan Fu. There was no doubt about it. Please wait for a moment, we will inform them now. Lin No. 1 lowered his head and said. Giving Lin No. 2 a look, Lin No. 2 hurried to contact his boss. If possible, they did not want to be enemies with the Yuan Fu. The words behind the Yuan Fu represented a huge organization. Killing them would be as easy as killing an ant. Boss, something bad has happened. The people from the Yuan Fu are here. Lin Fei was just about to come out when he received Lin No. 2's message. Kiki Yuan Fu. If it was a while ago, Lin Fei might have been afraid, but now that he had a body comparable to the universe level, he was confident that he could even fight Yuan Fu experts to a draw or even suppress them. Lin Fei was ready to see what the Yuan Fu was up to. If they were here to oppress him, he would not mind fighting them. Lin No. 2 was waiting outside after coming out of the secret chamber. Lin Fei asked about the situation and concluded that the people who came were indeed from the Yuan Fu. They were not weak and were peak ultimate gods, at least 3 stars. They had the strength to suppress them. Lin Fei concealed his aura and looked like an ordinary ultimate god. He came in from the outside and saw the two young men. With just a glance, the oppressive aura from them was enough to prove one thing. They were not imposters. You're Lin Fei? You don't look that good. One of the young men glanced at him and said indifferently, those Protoss guys are really useless. Lin Fei was not someone who could not control his temper. It was just a few words. I'm Lin Fei. Lin Fei said, I was just lucky to defeat the Protoss. Lin Fei was very calm facing the two men. When Lin Fei was talking, they were actually observing and testing each other. They had performed well and could be supported. Chapter 3280. Lin Fei was already prepared. Yuan Fu was a powerful force in the Yuanmi realm. Even the three celestial races had pledged their allegiance to them. It was only a matter of time before they came knocking. After the celestial race found strong reinforcements, Lin Fei knew that the Yuan Fu was behind the celestial race. With such a huge incident, it would be strange if they didn't come. They came earlier than he expected. The only thing he didn't expect was that they were here to recruit him. Recruit. What an unbelievable thing. Lin Fei was prepared to go all out. But it seemed like the fight was not going to happen. In fact, Lin Fei didn't want to fight so soon. It wasn't a good thing to be noticed in advance. To the people of Yuan Fu, Lin Fei was an expert from the barbarian race. All he had to do was mention the name of Yuan Fu, and he would be recruited. It was equivalent to having a knife in his hand. What's in it for me? Lin Fei asked directly. If there's nothing in it for me, I won't do it. It's not that easy to take the Divine Beast continent and the Saintly Spirit continent from my hands. Lin Fei, who had the barbarian race bloodline, naturally had to have a temper. As the lackey of the Eternal Church, Yuan Fu definitely had many good things. It would be a pity if he didn't get some from them. Lin Fei's thinking was that simple. The two youths from Yuan Fu had long since predicted that the barbarian tribe was a bunch of brainless fellows. Killing them would be done in a straightforward manner, and they would never bother with strategy. Such people were the easiest to control. No problem. We like people like you. One of the young men said. Let me introduce myself. I am Yuan Fu's third-grade general Luo Xian. From now on we will be your contacts. If you need anything, just let us know. This is something that Yuan Fu brought for you. Since the other party was so tactful, they wouldn't suppress him. A storage ring was tossed over. Lin Fei grabbed it in his hand and directly examined it in front of Luo Xian. His face couldn't help but reveal a happy expression. Good stuff, really good stuff. I'm quite satisfied. Luo Xian was also observing Lin Fei and was very satisfied with him. Lin Fei, as long as you do your job well, the good things in Yuan Fu will be beyond your imagination. Luo Xian smiled and said, your next task is actually very simple, which is to take control of the third continent. As long as you do well, Yuan Fu will reward you with a powerful universal treasure. How about it? Are you tempted? This isn't something ordinary people can have. Universe-level treasure, something that looked good but wasn't practical. Lin Fei sneered in his heart. He was not an ignorant person. How could he believe a few words? Moreover, his own body was comparable to a universe-grade body. It was not inferior to those universe-grade treasures. Wow, a universe-grade treasure. That's a legendary existence. Will I really have the chance to have one? Lin Fei revealed a look of ecstasy. Luo Xian was very satisfied. Of course, Yuan Fu isn't something you can imagine. Now, let me tell you about the situation in the third continent so that you can be prepared. Yuan Fu thinks highly of me. It's just a continent, I'll definitely take it down. Lin Fei patted his chest and guaranteed. Luo Xian and another young man left Saint Spirit continent. Do you think that guy will listen to you? Luo Xian didn't care and said, he seems to be very obedient now. After all, the barbarians are a bunch of brainless fellows. They are suitable to be cannon fodder. The third continent was an opposing force in the past. After such a long time, their overall strength has increased rapidly. Lin Fei better fight it out with them. At that time, our people will intervene and it will be a piece of cake. That leaves us with a lot of trouble. The young man nodded and said, it's best for him to be obedient, lest we have to find another one. Luo Xian said coldly, I believe that guy will listen. In front of Yuan Fu, no one is disobedient. It was like that in the past and it's still like that now. Those forces that think that they are a part of the Saint Spirit world will soon know the consequences of going against the Yuan Fu. Saint Body Mountain. Luo Xian and the other young man didn't know that their conversation had been overheard. After they left, Lin Fei exchanged for a skill to eavesdrop on the conversation between the two of them and listened in on their conversation. Lin Fei blinked and said, do you really think that I'm easy to deal with? I knew that you guys were up to no good. So, you guys are opposing forces. It won't be that easy to be cannon fodder. From their conversation, Lin Fei could more or less make out some clues. From the third continent to the fourth and fifth continents, it was definitely not as simple as he had imagined. There might be many experts there, and it might even be related to what happened in the past. I don't care if they are opposing forces or not. With the Yuan Fu backing me, it should be even easier to gain prestige. No one will oppose me and it will be perfectly justifiable. This is actually quite a good deal. Lin Fei gradually broke away from the scope of fighting and killing. When he could, why not make use of it? For example, the things that Luo Xian had sent over were actually quite good. For example, the enchanted equipment was of a very high grade. Apart from that, there were also elixirs of high quality. At the same time, there were cultivation techniques. Lin Fei immediately looked for Lin 1 and the others and threw the things in his storage ring to them. Help me take a look and see what these things are. Lin 1 and the others were all very wary of the people from the Yuan Fu. In their eyes, the two words Yuan Fu were an insurmountable mountain. Anyone who dared to challenge the rule of the Yuan Fu would end up in a miserable state. They were experienced people and knew a lot of secrets that others did not know. Boss, the things that Yuan Fu has given us are quite good. For example, this elixir is a physique enhancement pill that can only be taken by top ultimate gods. It can strengthen one's physical body. Also, this elixir can be used to heal injuries at critical moments. It's suitable for top ultimate gods. The three of them were secretly shocked. Those things were also extremely precious in the eyes of top ultimate gods. For example, those cultivation techniques would cause a fight to break out no matter which one was placed in the outside world. Since you like them so much, you can split them. Whether it was the physique enhancement pill from top ultimate gods or other things, Lin Fei was not interested in them. With his universe-level body, Lin Fei was able to handle all problems. If Xiaoyan had not reminded him that the Eternal Church was more terrifying than he imagined, Lin Fei might have really gone to the Yuan Fu to satisfy the thrill of being a universe-level expert. Lin Fei was in no hurry at all. The universe chip had become Lin Fei's obsession. He had to get his hands on it no matter what. Lin Fei believed that it was best to wait until the universe chip appeared. Now was the time to hide his strength and bide his time. Thank you, boss. Lin 1 and the others said gratefully. Chapter 3281. The third continent was called the Thousand Victories Continent. The news was naturally from Luo Xian. It can't be, it's the Thousand Victories Continent? Lin number 1 and the other two's expressions changed. If it's them, we're in trouble. The Thousand Victories Continent isn't easy to deal with. What have you heard or seen? Lin Fei knew some of the situation from Luo Xian. Luo Xian's words were vague, plus what he said before he left, he didn't believe that there was nothing fishy about it. Lin number 1's face was obviously filled with fear, but he quickly relaxed. Boss, the Thousand Victories Continent, if I'm not wrong, it should be the Thousand Victories family from back then. The most powerful thing about this family is that their ancestors produced universe-level warriors. All along within the Thousand Victories family, there have been countless experts. They even have a universe-level treasure. Back then in the Saint Spirit world, the Thousand Victories family once built an empire, as Lin number 1 and the other two explained the matter. Lin Fei was very shocked. The Yuan Fu people really don't have good intentions. A family that once had a universe-level warrior is indeed extraordinary. To think they have the nerve to use me as cannon fodder. Lin Fei laughed coldly in his heart. Then does that mean the Thousand Victories family and the Yuan Fu were enemies? Lin Fei asked curiously. Yuan Fu and the Thousand Victories family have always been enemies. Later on, the Thousand Victories family's universe-level warrior fell, and the Yuan Fu suppressed them. Then, after so long, do you think there will be a universe-level warrior appearing in the Thousand Victories continent? Lin Fei was now interested in the universe crystal. Other than that, there were also universe levels. There was simply too little information regarding the universe-level warriors. Maybe this time he would have a chance to learn more about universe levels. The last 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Zilong and his daughter, whom Lin Fei had been paying attention to, didn't appear. The city lords in the Yuanmia world also didn't appear, as though they had vanished into thin air. Lin Fei pondered for a while. Maybe everyone knew the origin of the third continent. This possibility was very high. If it wasn't for the news of the third continent, there would definitely be a lot of people coming for the merging of the continents. Lin Fei realized that as the continents were unsealed and merged, the hidden big shots would begin to stir. This game was getting more and more interesting. It's about to be unsealed. Compared to the last time, the movement this time was not very big. The barrier smiled like the spring snow. A powerful pressure was produced between heaven and earth. Be it the experts from the Saint Spirit continent or the Divine Beast continent, all of them were being crushed collectively. All of them were breaking out in cold sweat and their bodies were trembling. The fusion of the continents didn't cause much of a commotion. However, the pressure of the world was more than 10 times stronger than the last time. When faced with this kind of pressure, they could not even think of resisting. The situation was completely different from the last time. The world has changed. Lin Fei, who had a physical body comparable to a universe-level warrior, could easily feel the changes brought about by the merger. For example, the void had become sturdier. If it was before, a punch could easily break through the void. However, this time the void had become sturdier. Lin Fei could clearly feel that slight change. The surface of the continents had completely changed. At the same time, the gravity of the world had also increased. When moving, there was a huge boost in the air, which was something that wasn't there before. For example, previously, they could move very quickly and fly hundreds of millions of miles without a problem. But now they would probably have to shorten the distance by half. If it was 100 million miles, they would have to travel 5,000 miles more. This change greatly affected everyone's strength. It could be said that a portion of their strength had to be used to withstand external forces, while the remaining portion was used to fight. Thus, their strength would be greatly reduced. And this was just the change caused by the fusion of 3 continents. If the 4th and 5th continents were to be added in, it would be a huge test for any expert. Lin Fei felt the changes in the world. The fusion of the continents indirectly affected the strength of the experts. It didn't affect Lin Fei at all. The pressure of the world was like a tickle to him. This was the strength of a universe-level body. Even if 2 continents were to be merged, the result would be the same. Aha, our victorious empire can finally fight on the battlefield again. Lackeys of the Yuan Fu, are you guys ready? Without any warning, a domineering voice rumbled across the world. Experts from the Shengling continent and the Divine Beast continent vomited blood. It's the victorious clan from back then. We're doomed. They're actually still around and built an empire. What should we do? It's over, it's over. Why is it them? Many hierarch experts immediately thought of a clan when they heard the victorious empire. Their faces changed. No one knew better than them how powerful the victorious clan was. It was a clan that had produced a universe-level expert. This was the foundation of a clan. Not only did this clan produce a universe-level expert, but they also left behind a universe-level treasure. This was a great killing weapon that could destroy anyone who came. A 3rd continent had appeared between the Divine Beast continent and the Shengling continent. Compared to the Shengling continent and the Divine Beast continent, the victorious continent was on a different level. At the border, the victorious empire had stationed their troops there. The skies were filled with battleships. The most eye-catching one was a golden battleship. It emitted golden light like a huge blazing sun. The scene at the border had shocked the experts from the Shengling continent and the Divine Beast continent. With their acute senses, they could easily sense the dangerous aura coming from the other side. Everyone had expected that when the 3 continents merged, the victorious empire would actually station their troops at the border and prepare to deal a fatal blow to the other 2 continents. Woo 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 woo. The war horn sounded and reverberated across the world. Attack. Kill anyone who refuses to obey. The vigorous attack had begun. Do you have to be so direct? Lin Fei had really underestimated the boldness of the victorious empire. They had chosen to start a war without knowing the situation. This was completely different from the Divine Beast continent. In this aspect, they were much stronger than the Divine Beast continent. That golden battleship is filled with peak ultimate gods. Are they going all out? Apart from that, I can also sense a terrifying and dangerous aura. It can't be a universe-level treasure, right? Lin Fei fell into deep thought. Could it be that they want to unify the 3 continents in a single battle? The victorious empire's decision to take the initiative to attack was really out of Lin Fei's expectations. They didn't want to understand the situation first before slowly testing it out. How could they play with a single attack? Lin Fei was still prepared to slowly play with the 3rd continent. However, with the current situation, were they going to have a huge decisive battle? Lin Fei rubbed his chin. It's really difficult to gain the prestige of the victorious empire. Chapter 3282. The moment the 3rd continent, victorious 1000 continent, appeared, the war was about to break out. The victorious 1000 empire, which was stationed at the border, launched their attack immediately. The majestic army attacked directly, crushing the 2 continents in an invincible manner. The Saint Spirit continent and the Divine Beast continent both took measures to resist. However, their resistance couldn't stop the army of the victorious 1000 empire at all. The 2 continents were completely defeated. From start to end, not a single expert came out from the golden warship. With the strength of the victorious 1000 empire alone, they were able to crush the other continents head-on. The Saint Spirit continent and the Divine Beast continent were waiting for Lin Fei to make a move. However, after 3 consecutive days, Lin Fei didn't appear at all. If Lin Fei wanted to farm his reputation, he wouldn't appear so early. Otherwise, how could he farm his reputation? They were unhappy with the actions of the victorious 1000 empire. If they attacked directly, how could they continue to have fun? In the cabin of the golden warship, a total of 3 people were seated. The rest didn't have the right to sit and stood behind the other 3. Our victorious Thousand Empire is unstoppable wherever our soldiers go. The one who spoke was the person in the middle. He was also the commander of this operation, the fifth great general of the victorious Thousand Empire, General Bai Yan. He was dressed in black armor, and his eyes were cold and filled with boundless majesty. In the victorious Thousand Empire, other than the royal family, the 10 great generals were the most famous. They controlled the 10 great armies of the empire. General Bai Yan was ranked 5th and controlled one of the armies. General is still the best. Catching them off guard is better than someone taking things one step at a time. The second person said to the other person. His words were filled with contempt. This was Qian Shao, who was a close friend of General Bai Yan. In order to manage the 10 great armies, there would be a supervisor for every mission. Qian Shao was the supervisor. The third person who was insulted was dressed differently from the first person. He was dressed in a luxurious robe and exuded a noble aura. This was the royal family disciple Long Wuhan. The royal family of the Thousand Victories Empire were all surnamed Long. Legend has it that the first emperor of the Thousand Victories Empire obtained the essence blood of the dragon clan. His strength soared and he eventually became a universe-level warrior. In response to the army supervisor's sarcasm, Long Wuhan smiled faintly and said, "The clan sent me here, and the most important thing is to learn. I know that my grasp of the battlefield is severely lacking. With General Bai here, I can learn more about the general's battlefield skills. If I don't learn how to walk like an arrow." General Bai said calmly, "Your Highness, you are too humble. As for any general, unless it was the prince that he liked, he would not like the other princes. For example, Long Wuhan was the one that General Bai Yan did not like. Don't be fooled by Prince Long Wuhan's nonchalant words. Anyone who heard them would feel humble. From this, one thing could be seen, and that was Prince Long Wuhan's slyness. General Bai, you flatter me." Long Wuhan smiled and said, "Now that the Divine Beast Continent and the Saint Spirit Continent have been defeated, I wonder if the higher-ups will make a move. They don't have the guts." Army Supervisor Chen said. "According to the news that we received, the Saint Spirit Continent and the Divine Beast Continent are controlled by the barbarian race. Do you think that the brainless barbarian race has the ability to command a large-scale war? If our Thousand Victories Empire wants experts, we have experts. If we want resources, we have resources. How can it be what two declining continents can compare to? You have guts. You actually dare to say that the barbarian race is brainless." A light snort rang out in the cabin. A hand appeared out of nowhere and the wind howled. The 5 fingers clenched slightly, and Army Supervisor Qian's expression changed. He soared into the air and the blade light struck the fingers continuously. Kacha. The 5 fingers ignored the blade light attacks and grabbed Army Supervisor Qian's head. His head exploded and red and white matter flew everywhere. "You are the first to kill someone in front of me." General Bai Yan slammed his palm on the armrest, and his sharp eyes turned into a blade light. The black blade light slashed against the hand that had reached out, and sparks flew everywhere. The blade light formed by the gaze was casually swept to the side. "You're already so old. Why do you have to be so angry?" Lin Fei's figure appeared in the cabin, and with a wave of his hand the army supervisor's body turned into dust. The smell of blood was also swept away as he calmly sat on the army supervisor's seat. General Bai Yan's trusted subordinates were all level 9 ultimate gods, the elites of the elites. They had never seen such an arrogant and ignorant person who dared to call the general old. It was the first time they heard such a thing and they were naturally furious. Dozens of experts attacked at the same time, and all their power attacks condensed into one attack. That attack was extremely powerful. In an instant, it surpassed the combat power of a level 9 ultimate god and stepped into the peak of level 10 ultimate god. "General Bai, could this be the one blade of fusion?" Long Wuhan asked curiously. She was very indifferent to the changes in front of her. "Your Highness has a good eye." General Bai Yan smiled. "It's just a small trick. It's not worth mentioning." Long Wuhan sneered in his heart. If this is a small trick, then what's a big trick? He was very familiar with that move. Otherwise, the old man would not have brought those elites with him. Anyone who wanted to fight the old man would have to face the Unity Blade, a terrifying killer move that could be condensed infinitely. Long Wuhan was very interested in that move and had hinted several times that he wanted it. However, the old man pretended not to know, which made Long Wuhan very annoyed. Long Wuhan was also interested in the guy in front of him. The quality of the warship was not low, but the other party was able to sneak in and kill Army Supervisor Chen Shao. His strength was not to be underestimated. The dozens of experts' condensed blade attack was extremely domineering. Once the blade attack was unleashed, The void was split open and could not be reassembled for a long time. The blade light went straight for Lin Fei's face. Lin Fei's eyes lit up when he saw such an attack. It's not a bad move. All the attack power can be merged into one in an instant. No wonder he brought a group of experts with him. If I want to kill General Bai, I have to block this attack. Lin Fei gently stretched out his hand. One of his hands was by Ruyu, shining with a strange luster. With more than 100 trillion prestige points, Lin Fei's physical body became extraordinary. He opened his palm slightly and a hand appeared, grabbing the attack. Explode. Those people sneered. None of them would be able to resist it if they tried to use this method. The domineering attack landed on the palm, as if it wanted to tear Lin Fei's palm apart. At the same time, a monstrous force came crashing down, crashing into Lin Fei's palm. It's quite powerful. Lin Fei laughed. But that's it. Gotcha. Lin Fei gently squeezed and the attack was crushed. The terrifying power exploded and was wrapped tightly by this hand. Those dozens of experts did not cultivate anything else but this attack. They did not expect it to be easily blocked. Chapter 3283. From the moment Lin Fei stretched out his hand, General Bai Yan's expression changed. The other party was an expert. Just as General Bai Yan had thought, the other party was indeed very strong. He had blocked the fusion blade with just one hand. Not only that, but he had also easily broken through it. His means were not ordinary. From the beginning to the end, General Bai Yan did not sense a trace of energy. What a strong body cultivator. This was an attack that even a 10th grade ultimate god would not dare to take head-on, especially when it was blocked with the body. The meaning was completely different. It was easy to guess who could appear in the cabin at this time. What controller? It's just a title? Lin Fei said indifferently. After being attacked by the other party for 3 days, Lin Fei was very clear about the strength of the Thousand Victory Empire. When he found out that it was only a legion, he was about to curse in his heart. Strong, not an ordinary kind of strong. How did the Thousand Victory Empire develop? Lin Fei had to make a trip personally. General Bai, on the other hand, is so calm. The person I worship. Lin Fei said. General Bai Yan controlled this group of subordinates and easily broke the attack. The other party's strength was very terrifying. At least he could not do it. Even if he could kill the other party, it would be a lose-lose situation. There was no benefit. General Bai Yan could not figure out what the other party wanted to do. It was the first time he saw a body cultivator of such a realm. There were a few body cultivators in the Thousand Victory Empire, but compared to the one in front of him, they seemed to be much weaker. This is the 23rd prince of the Thousand Victory Empire, Long Wuhan. If you have anything, you can discuss it with him. General Bai Yan was cunning as he pulled Long Wuhan out. Long Wuhan originally planned to watch silently, but he did not expect to be exposed by the old thing. He cursed in his heart. This was dragging him into the water. No matter what, the other party definitely had a purpose. So it's Your Highness Long. It's even better that a prince is here. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered with their schemes. I'm not an ambitious person. The Saint Spirit Continent and Beast God Continent are in my hands. No one can touch them. Whoever dares to touch them, I'll kill them. It's that simple. The corners of Long Wuhan's mouth curled up as he thought to himself, those barbarians are brainless. The Thousand Victories Empire has 10 legions. No matter which one of them is strong enough to suppress your 2 continents. Do you really think that you're invincible? If your excellency is willing to submit to me, it's not impossible for you to manage the 2 continents. Long Wuhan raised his voice. After all, no matter how powerful a person is, he is still a piece of rotten wood. Are you sure you want me to submit to you? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Long Wuhan was very happy. Yes, submit to me. If you have any difficulties, just mention my name and no one will dare to do anything to you. Such a good thing is not something that just anyone can have the chance to encounter. If you want me to surrender, then you must have the strength. You don't know if you can do it. Lin Fei's eyes shot out a cold light and chopped down in front of Long Wuhan. Crush. Long Wuhan released a light shield and blocked the attack. However, his body was unable to withstand the huge force. He smashed into the throne and crashed into the inner wall of the cabin. The shield was even filled with cracks. Cough, cough, cough. Long Wuhan grabbed the necklace around his neck. At this moment, the pendant of the necklace was filled with cracks. A trace of shock and fear appeared in his eyes. Just a casual attack had almost broken through his defense. This was simply too frightening. If I were Your Highness, then I would be obedient and not say anything. Lin Fei said. Your pendant's defense is very strong. I don't know if it can withstand my second attack. Long Wuhan had never felt so afraid of a person. He had only seen this kind of aura from his imperial father. However, now that he saw it from another person, Long Wuhan felt a deep sense of fear. However, the dignity of a prince would not allow him to lower his head in front of a barbarian brat. I am the Prince of the Thousand Victories Empire. With a command from me, I can control your life and death. Long Wuhan said as he stared at Long Wuhan. His heart was abnormally nervous. Prince, what is this? Lin Fei slammed his palm on the armrest. A palm wind fell in front of Long Wuhan. With a crack, the protective shield appeared and shattered. Endless death enveloped him. At this moment, no counterattack seemed to be able to break through the crushing pressure of Mount Tai. Long Wuhan truly understood the other party's words. His identity as a prince was indeed useless here. This person's strength was too strong. He was so strong that he could crush him. Those secret killing moves seemed to be unable to block the attack of this palm wind. He remembered the treasure around Long Wuhan's neck. He remembered that person saying that this necklace could withstand the attacks of a top-notch ultimate god 8 stars and below. However, it was broken after 2 attacks. Did this not mean that this person was at least a top-notch ultimate god 8 stars expert? Terrifying. Don't kill me. In the face of death, Long Wuhan begged for mercy. The crushing pressure of Mount Tai was something that no one could withstand no matter who it was. Your Highness, you can't kill the prince. General Bai Yen threw out a treasure. It turned into a huge shield in front of Long Wuhan. The palm wind fell on it. With a crack, it was covered in cracks. Long Wuhan was once again smashed into the inner wall of the cabin. His chi and blood were in turmoil. He opened his mouth and vomited blood. How did this person cultivate his physique? His strength is so strong. My shield can withstand the attacks of a top-notch ultimate god 8 stars, but now... General Bai Yen would not let Long Wuhan be killed. If that happened, he would really be finished. The Bai family behind him would also be finished. None of the princes could die. Don't kill me. If you want to continue controlling the 2 continents, you can do it. In order to save his life, Long Wuhan hurriedly shouted. He saw the cracks on the shield clearly. It was a shocking sight. How could the 2 continents produce such an expert? It was hard to accept. General Bai Yan's subordinates were all sent out. In the cabin, only the 3 of them were left. General Bai Yan did not make a move. He knew that the other party was tyrannical and terrifying. He originally thought that he could handle the other party, but now he gave up. The other party was much stronger than him. It's impossible for the 2 continents to be controlled. Therefore you must retreat this time. Retreat. Lin Fei said. Don't talk to me about discussing things. Both of you are sensible people. You should understand. Long Wuhan said softly, that's possible. Our imperial family can't let it go. Then you can die. Another palm strike struck towards Long Wuhan. Wait, I have an idea. Long Wuhan instantly broke out in cold sweat. As his voice fell, the palm wind dissipated. He felt like he had walked on the edge of death. It was a very bad feeling. As a prince, how could he be sullen? Chapter 3284. If not for the fact that Lin Fei didn't want to expose his strength too early and arouse the Yuan Fu's vigilance, he would have killed this prince without hesitation. Long Wuhan was completely terrified. This barbarian in front of her was extremely violent and would start a fight at the slightest disagreement. It was hard to defend against him. Even her defensive treasure necklace had been destroyed so easily. Who could withstand such a person? Long Wuhan didn't want to experience such a close encounter with death again. The palm wind dissipated, but to Long Wuhan, it was a terrible feeling. I have a way to solve your problem. Long Wuhan said. The Saintly Spirit Continent and the Divine Beast Continent are nothing in the eyes of our victorious empire. They aren't our focus. Otherwise, General Bai wouldn't have come personally. Long Wuhan said in a low voice. As long as the empire's attention is diverted, no one will target the Saintly Spirit Continent and the Divine Beast Continent for a long time. General Bai Yen understood what she was talking about and didn't dare to say anything else. The person in front of him was indeed terrifying. Lin Fei understood. It seems like your victorious empire isn't peaceful. Long Wuhan laughed dryly. Our empire is unified, but there are some accidents now. As long as you do something, I guarantee that the empire won't care about this. Lin Fei understood what she meant. Your position as a prince isn't that great. Aren't you afraid that this person will spread the news? If that happens, you won't be able to continue being a prince. Lin Fei glanced at General Bai Yen with a meaningful look. Long Wuhan looked at General Bai Yen and said, General Bai, you won't disappoint me, right? A faintly discernible killing intent landed on General Bai Yen. General Bai Yen laughed bitterly. Your Highness, rest assured. Other than the three of us, no one else will know about this. If this old man spreads the news, you can come and kill me at any time. Long Wuhan finally relaxed. This general hated her the most. It wasn't easy to get him to support her. The victorious empire's attack quickly retreated. No one knew the exact reason. The two continents that had been retreating could finally heave a sigh of relief. From their point of view, other than that person, no one else could have done it. The Thousand Victories Empire's army retreated to the border again. Invisibly, Lin Fei gained another batch of prestige. After the victorious Thousand Empire's army retreated from the battlefield, Lin Fei did not stay idle. If he did not want the two continents to fall into a war, he had to make a trip to the victorious Thousand Empire. According to Long Wuhan, the current Thousand Victories Empire looked like a unified empire, but in reality that was not the case. Not to mention the powers in the outside world, just the internal struggle between the princes of the Chenqing Empire had reached a very intense degree. This was because His Majesty the Emperor was reaching the end of his lifespan. Most importantly, this emperor had never appointed a crown prince. This was the root of the chaos. The princes all stared at that position. It was precisely for this reason that the Victory Thousand Empire's chaos in the past few years was not obvious. But in recent years, everyone understood one thing, and that was that the Victory Thousand Empire would be in chaos for a very long time. It was just as Long Wuhan had said. If he didn't want the Thousand Victory Empire to pay attention to this place, he had to cause chaos in the Thousand Victory Empire. Once chaos ensued, the Thousand Victories Empire wouldn't care about this. That Prince Long Wuhan isn't anything good either. Lin Fei concealed his whereabouts and quietly entered the Thousand Victories Empire. Unlike the Divine Beast continent, the Thousand Victories Empire was filled with a thick imperial aura. It was clear that the Thousand Victories Empire was indeed very capable of ruling. After entering the Thousand Victories Empire, Lin Fei did not stop at all. He headed straight for the southernmost part of the Thousand Victories Empire. There was an enemy there that gave the Thousand Victories Empire a headache. In half a month, Lin Fei arrived at the southernmost part of the Thousand Victories Empire. This was a place controlled by a general. At the same time, it was an important city controlled by the empire. Long Wuhan's method was very simple, and that was to kill the general of this city. Once this city collapsed, the Thousand Victories Empire would no longer have the heart to conquer the Saint Spirit continent and the Divine Beast continent. Lin Fei was clear that this was Long Wuhan's method of killing with a borrowed knife. But this method was very useful to Lin Fei. If the Thousand Victories Empire was in chaos, it would be beneficial to everyone. In an inn in the city, Lin Fei was wearing a black robe. His cloak covered his face, revealing only a pair of cold eyes. The demonic sect is too powerful. Even a massive army couldn't kill the demonic sect leader. Instead, he escaped. I heard that our general is chasing after the demonic sect leader. Perhaps there will be good news soon. As long as the demonic sect leader is alive, everyone will not be able to rest easy. In the inn, a few people who were drinking shook their heads and looked regretful. Lin Fei sat for half a day and heard a lot of news. He confirmed that what Long Wuhan said was true. After dealing with this city, the demonic sect was making a comeback. In the Thousand Victories Empire, this demonic sect leader had great influence. It was rumored that they had a cooperative relationship with the Thousand Victories Empire in the past. Later on, their relationship broke down, and they had been fighting each other ever since. The situation that Long Wuhan said is somewhat contradictory. The demonic sect leader doesn't seem to be in a good situation. Lin Fei frowned slightly. I still have to lend a hand. In this city, Lin Fei didn't sense any powerful experts overseeing it. That proved one thing. The general of this city was chasing after the demonic sect leader. After leaving the city, Lin Fei tore open the void and traversed through space. His universe-level body allowed him to travel freely without any hindrance. This should be a branch of the demonic sect. In a deep mountain, Lin Fei saw ruins and corpses all over the ground. They're having a hard time. Lin Fei continued forward. The periphery of the demonic sect had been razed to the ground. Following the direction, Lin Fei found the demonic sect's headquarters. The headquarters was in a mess and heavily guarded. Lin Fei searched around the demonic sect's headquarters. Apart from a group of top-level ultimate gods, there were not many eye-catching people. They were basically 3-star ultimate gods. Looking at the demonic sect experts, they were either dead or injured. I can only find someone to question. Lin Fei didn't believe that the general would let go of this opportunity to eliminate the demonic sect leader. At the demonic sect's headquarters, Ultimate Divinity Wen Fu was the person in charge here. He was leading people to clean up the demonic sect's spoils of war. Humph, this is the consequence of making an enemy of the general. Ultimate divinity Wen Fu sneered as he flipped through the spoils of war. Your general is very powerful. A figure appeared in the demonic sect's headquarters without warning. A hand appeared above ultimate divinity Wen Fu's head, and the palm whistled. If I were you, I'd stay quiet. Feeling the aura of death, ultimate divinity Wen Fu didn't dare to move. The other party had quietly entered and had the strength to kill him. Even a fool would know what to do. Chapter 3285. In the face of death, Hierarch Wen Fu revealed everything he knew. The other party's strength was beyond his imagination. Resistance was the most meaningless thing to do. After telling Lin Fei everything he knew, Lin Fei imprisoned the other party and left. With his current strength, there really weren't many experts in the Thousand Victories Empire that could suppress him, unless it was the old ancestor of the imperial family or the old emperor. The cult leader of the devil sect was trapped in a place called Illusion Island. This was one of the more famous places within the Thousand Victory Empire, and it was filled with all sorts of illusions that could cause people to lose themselves in them. Very few people would go to such a place. The cult leader of the evil cult took the remaining forces and hid in the Illusion Island. The general had surrounded the island with his men, and it was only a matter of time before they took down the remaining members of the devil cult. Lin Fei rushed to the Lost Island without stopping. If the general with the giant eye captured the devil cult's cult leader, it would not be a good thing. Those forces that rebelled against the victorious Thousand Empire would all become cowards. On the way to resist Thousand Victories Empire, the evil cult was the main force, carrying the banner. This was also the reason why the general with the huge eye had to exterminate the cult leader of the devil cult. Island of Illusions. It wasn't very big. The 7 colors shrouded the sky above the lost Illusion Island, making it extremely dazzling. But under this dazzling brilliance, the Island of Illusions was filled with danger. But at this moment, the illusory island was heavily guarded from both inside and outside. At the same time, an inescapable net had been laid down. Even a fly would not be able to escape the island. Sect Master Obsidian, come out now and surrender. I can leave you an intact corpse and let you die a worthy death, not letting down the name of the Sect Master. A rumbling sound reverberated through the air above the Island of Illusions. The rainbow-colored barriers were suppressed by the sound. On one of the main battleships outside the island, dressed in black armor, the large-eyed general sat with a broadsword and a golden horse, looking mighty and domineering. His bright eyes seemed to be able to see through the entire illusory island. Old thing, if you want to kill this sect leader, just rush in. There is no one in the devil cult who is cowardly. They would rather die indiscriminately than surrender like you said. In the sky above the Illusion Island, the voice of the current sect master, the sect master of the Obsidian sect, came. The giant eye general seemed to have expected this. This general will fulfill your wish. He gave the order. The formation around bewildering Illusion Island began to revolve as it began to refine the island. Since you're hiding inside, I'll refine the illusory island and refine all of you devil cult remnants. In order to refine the mystic island, divinity giant, I had put in a lot of effort. As long as the cult leader was still alive, this matter would not be considered over. The cult leader of the Dark Light cult must die. As soon as the formation was activated, a huge black storm engulfed demonic Illusion Island. The 7-colored barrier was torn to pieces by the black storm. Sect leader, that old thing wants to refine all of us. Why don't we go out and fight them? At the center of the island, dozens of people stood guard around the island. Their complexions were not very good and almost all of them were injured. These were the elites of the devil cult. General Giant I joined hands with the elders of the devil cult and betrayed them at the crucial moment, causing the master of the black light cult to be attacked in the belly, and the huge devil cult almost fell apart. In the center of the island, a black-robed man stood on a rock, looking up at the black storm killing the 7-colored barrier. His cloak fluttered behind him. It was the cult leader of the black light cult. The old thing is indeed the old thing. He's vicious indeed. In order to deal with us, he used such a killing formation. What a good move. The master of the black light cult was very young, and his face was cold. Sect leader, let's fight. If that old thing wants to kill us, he has to pay the price. Our devil cult members are not that easy to kill. The people behind the cult leader were all armed. As long as the order was given, they were willing to go out and fight, even if it meant dying on the battlefield. Bewildering Illusion Island was a dangerous place in the Chenshin Empire. But at this time, facing the suppression of the formation set up by General Giant I, it seemed very fragile. The black storm continued to grind the illusory island. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the entire illusory island was torn to shreds. That should be the illusory island. When Lin Fei arrived, more than half of the illusory island had been successfully refined, and the remaining small portion would not be able to hold on for long. The situation was very bad. That devil cult leader's situation is indeed not too good. In order to completely exterminate the devil cult, this general giant I had put in a lot of effort. Just the strength of the martial law outside was enough to scare off a large portion of people. Apart from that, he had also arranged a group of experts to surround the illusory island. If I hadn't come, that devil cult leader would definitely not have a good ending. As for breaking out of the encirclement, don't even think about it. Lin Fei could vaguely see the figures on the illusory island. General, the master of the black light cult is very strong-willed. Even at this time he has not chosen to rush out. Could it be that he has made some arrangements? The general's confidant said. The general giant eye's expression was unmoved. This time he won't be able to escape. Who dares to touch those fence-sitters? As long as the master of the black light cult is dead, those guys will not be able to withstand a single blow. Once the leader is killed, the remaining wolf cubs are nothing to worry about. General is right. Everything is led by the master of the black light cult. Without him those guys are nothing. This is called killing the chicken to warn the monkeys. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly there was a rumbling sound coming from outside. A figure appeared between heaven and earth and moved toward them at an extremely fast speed. None of the experts who were secretly on guard could stop the other party and allowed him to rush all the way until he was not far from the warship. Who's there? The general's confidant shouted as he turned around and threw a punch across the air. As the general's confidant, the confidant was very strong and was a 5-star peak ultimate god. The person who will kill you. The person laughed and also threw a punch. It was earth-shattering. All that was left in everyone's eyes was a huge fist shadow that pierced through the general's warship. There was a loud bang. The warship was torn apart and the experts on the warship died on the spot. Except for one person who escaped, which was the general giant eye, the rest were all dead. Master, there seems to be some changes outside. The general giant eye's warship has been destroyed. The master of the black light cult noticed the situation on the illusory island without needing his subordinate's reminder. He clearly saw the shadow of that punch. Even a group of peak ultimate gods and stars could not break through the general giant eye's warship, yet it was pierced by a single punch. Where did such an expert come from? Who the hell are you? The general giant eye looked extremely embarrassed at that moment. The armor on his chest was full of cracks. It was an 8-star armor, but it could not withstand Lin Fei's punch. The person who will kill you. The newcomer threw another punch at him. I'm the general of the 1,000 Victories Empire. The fist light was like a meteor as it landed on the general giant eye's body. The armor could no longer withstand the attack and the general was smashed into smithereens. Chapter 3286. Everyone on Bewildered Island was in a state of shock. Among them, the Black Glory sect leader was the most shocked. As his old rival, the Giant Eye Divinity, others might not know how powerful he was, but he was well aware of how powerful this general was. A horrifying array had almost refined Bewildered Island. However, this old opponent who had put him in a disadvantageous position had been easily killed by the other party. The person who had come was really valiant and terrifying. With the death of the general, the array lost its support, and the Black Glory sect leader broke it with a punch. Thank you, brother, for your help. I'm grateful. The Black Glory sect leader rushed out of Bewildered Island. When he saw this person, he realized how terrifying he was. At such a young age, the Black Glory sect leader felt that he had wasted his cultivation. Lin Fei was also sizing up this master of the Black Glory sect. Just from the surface, this person had quite the temperament of an ambitious person. It was no wonder that he could fight for so long in the 1,000 Victory Empire. No need for gratitude. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. I do not wish to see the 1,000 Victory Empire in peace. I want them to be in chaos. A strange look flashed past the Black Glory sect leader's eyes. As long as I am alive, the 1,000 Victory Empire will not be peaceful. Now that the Giant Eye Divinity is gone, the demonic sect can wave our flag and everyone will come to us. The Black Glory sect leader's face showed some confidence. That's for the best. Saving your life was not in vain. Lin Fei tore open the void and disappeared without a trace. The Black Glory sect leader thought to himself, what a strange person. Such strength, and I have never heard of him. Could he be from the Divine Beast continent? But no matter, this is the chance for the demonic sect. Lin Fei did not want to interact much with the Black Glory sect leader. He did not care about that little bit of strength. When the Thousand Victory Empire was in chaos, and had no time to deal with the Saint Spirit continent and the Divine Beast continent, Lin Fei was satisfied. Although he did not interfere with the Thousand Victory Empire's affairs, Lin Fei had been paying attention to the situation. Just as the Black Glory sect leader had said, after leaving Bewildered Island, he immediately brought his elites and attacked the city controlled by the Giant Eye divinity. Without the Giant Eye general overseeing the city, with the cooperation of the Black Glory Hierophant, the city was easily conquered. After opening the city, the leader of the Black Glory Hierophant launched another surprise attack before the news spread. In a short span of 10 days he had conquered more than 10 cities, his momentum unstoppable. By the time the Thousand Victories Empire reacted, the enormous empire had already lost 1/5 of its territory. The demonic cult's reputation soared. With the devil cult taking the lead, the other hostile forces launched their attacks one after another. Under a series of effects, the huge Thousand Victories Empire was in chaos. Lin Fei saw all of this. Just as Long Wuhan had said, the empire was not in the mood to fight the two states under such circumstances. The first thing they did was to recall the army that Long Wuhan was in to suppress the internal turmoil in the empire. A single spark can start a prairie fire. Under the leadership of the devil cult, Thousand Victories Empire fell into chaos very quickly. In addition, the emperor's lifespan was coming to an end, so no matter who it was, no one had the mood to do so. If the prince wanted to sit on that throne, he naturally didn't want to consume too much energy. The generals had the same thought. Without the support of the army, their influence would be weakened. It was not an easy task to eliminate these rebels. No matter who it was, the army would have to pay a huge price. No one was willing to pay too much for this. The chaos in Thousand Victories Empire spread endlessly, engulfing the entire empire. Lin Fei had long returned to the Sage Body Mountain. Without the suppression of the Thousand Victories Empire, the mountains above the Shengling continent and the Divine Beast continent had disappeared without a trace. Lin Fei had now entered the mode of watching the show. Every day he would be the first to know what happened in Thousand Victories Empire. He had to admit that the leader of the Black Glory Hierophant was quite powerful. With just a few words, he had formed an alliance and launched a fierce attack on the Thousand Victories Empire. His territory was also constantly expanding, gradually forming a situation where half of the empire was under his control. "Boss, that Long Wuhan is here to visit you again." Lin Wan came in to report. "Let him in," Lin Fei said casually. This was not the first time he had seen Long Wuhan. Every time this guy came it was not good news. Compared to the previous time, Long Wuhan was beaming with success this time. "Your Highness Wuhan, you look good. Could it be that your emperor father has passed away?" Lin Fei said with a smile. The joy on Long Wuhan's face immediately dimmed. She shook her head and said, "Taoist Lin, don't laugh at me. My emperor father's birthday is approaching, but he will not die just like that. Who can guarantee that my emperor father has no hidden tricks?" "That's a pity," Lin Fei said. "I still want to see your Highness ascend to that position. At that time, the Shengling continent and the Divine Beast continent will not be suppressed by others." Long Wuhan rolled her eyes in her heart. This guy was not afraid of anything. Back then, the general with the huge eye was killed with a single punch. Who would dare to suppress the two continents? Be it Long Wuhan or the leader of the Black Glory Hierophant, they were all very wary of Lin Fei. With his unfathomable strength, who would dare to act recklessly? "Taoist Lin, I have come this time to seek your help." Long Wuhan took a deep breath and said. Lin Fei laughed heartily. "Your Highness, you are in the limelight now. Is there anything that only I can help you with? Such words are very meaningless. Do you know that?" Long Wuhan stood up. "Taoist Lin, you have to help me this time. Without you, I would be dead this time. I don't know what my emperor father is thinking. He actually wants all of us to enter the Boundless World Mountain and help him find a divine medicine that can extend his life. Whoever finds the divine medicine will become the crown prince of the Thousand Victories Empire." Lin Fei said plainly, "Isn't that a good thing? Your Highness has many experts around you. Isn't finding a mere divine medicine a piece of cake?" He was really not interested in such a small matter. "Taoist Lin, you have to help me. That Boundless World Mountain is not an ordinary place. It is a special place that connects the two continents behind. Not only will our people enter, but the experts from the other two continents will also enter. Even the experts from the elemental destruction realm will enter. If a prince like me enters, I will most likely die." If it was a small matter, Long Wuhan would not have come at all. But this time he really had no other choice. Long Wuhan knew very well what kind of trash the experts around him were. Once they entered the boundless world mountain, their fates were sealed. If he could get Lin Fei to help him, Long Wuhan was confident that he could come out alive. He had seen this person's terrifying strength before. In the Thousand Victories Empire, not just anyone could kill the giant eye general with less than 3 punches. Boundless World Mountain. Lin Fei frowned slightly. Tell me in detail about this place. If I am satisfied, perhaps I will help you. If you dare to hide anything, you can give up. You don't have to come to the Holy Sky Mountain. Chapter 3287. Long Wuhan was full of fear for this barbarian Lin Fei. If not for the fact that her father had gone mad and forced them to die, Long Wuhan would never have come to Lin Fei. Unfortunately, there was no other way. If she didn't seek help, she would die for sure. That place was not a good place. She would die for sure. When Long Wuhan finished talking about the Hopeless Realm Mountain, Lin Fei was shocked. There was actually such a place. It was so high-end. Will there be news about the universe crystal chip in such a place? Lin Fei couldn't help but look forward to it. If it were before, he might have been a little worried. But now that his body had reached a great success level, unless it was a universe-level expert, anyone who came would be nothing more than trash. Wait, you said that the Hopeless Realm Mountain is actually a multi-layered world, including the great ancient ruins? Doesn't that mean that the Hopeless Realm Mountain is equivalent to a prehistoric civilization? Long Wuhan nodded. Someone once mentioned that the place is very scary. There are all kinds of prehistoric civilizations, and there are even some powerful beast commanders. At night, the multi-layered world civilizations will appear. If you are not careful, you will fall into a situation of certain death. Because of the existence of the various civilizations, my father tried to get treasures to increase his lifespan from the Hopeless Realm Mountain. Lin Fei frowned and thought to himself, if it is a multi-layered world and the existence of the prehistoric civilization, then I really need to go and see it. If I take action, what benefits can I get? Lin Fei's eyes were bright. If there are no benefits, I won't go. I don't want to die in there. I have a map of the Hopeless Realm Mountain in my hands. I can go to a special place. According to the map, that place has the power of the prehistoric civilization, such as the existence of universe divine weapons and universe cultivation techniques. I don't want anything. I can give them all to Senior Lin. Long Wuhan took out a map. In order to win over Lin Fei, Long Wuhan took out the map to show her sincerity. Lin Fei was no longer a newbie. Universe divine weapons and universe cultivation techniques were all things that could be heard but not seen at the moment. As far as the 3 continents were concerned, there was almost no news about the universe level. It was as if the information had been purposely blocked. It was difficult to find out. There was no doubt that this was one of the Eternal Church's tricks. Lin Fei was very interested in things related to the universe level. Lin Fei did not agree immediately. He said that he would think about it for a few days and that Dragon Wuhan would temporarily stay at the Sacred Body Mountain. How much do you know about Boundless Realm Mountain? Lin Fei looked for Lin One and the other 2 to ask. As experts who had been taken into the tomb of the god of Yuanju, Lin Fei believed that they would know more about Boundless World Mountain than he did. There was no harm in listening to them. Boss, you want to go to Boundless World Mountain? That place is too dangerous, I think. It's best not to go there. That place is a living hell. When Lin One heard about the Boundless Realm Mountain, he shuddered. His eyes were filled with fear. Lin Fei said indifferently, you guys just have to say it. Lin One and the other 2 were ultimate gods and overlords. However, their expressions changed when they saw Boundless World Mountain. There was only fear in their eyes. Hopeless World Mountain is a place in the universe. It's considered a very famous place. It's special. Even those universe-level warriors don't dare to let their guard down. There are ancient powerful beings living there. In Boundless World Mountain, one's strength is suppressed to a certain extent. There are dangers everywhere, and some mysterious and invisible things can almost be seen. Lin One and the other 2 revealed a lot of information about Boundless World Mountain. In summary, it was a place where death was certain. Apart from that, it was also a place full of fortuitous encounters. All along, there had been no shortage of capable people from all over the world who risked their lives to enter. Lin Fei listened very carefully. He knew that Boundless World Mountain could be dangerous if universe-level experts accidentally died there. In the end, Lin Fei decided to go to Boundless World Mountain to explore the mysteries of that place. With the prestige support system and a strong body comparable to a universe-level body, he had double insurance and a higher chance of survival than the average person. Lin Fei learned from Lin One and the others that Boundless World Mountain was a special place. Many forces under the control of the Eternal Church would also enter Boundless World Mountain. Lin Fei wanted to experience such an opportunity, especially the ancient civilization. If he could get his hands on 1 or 2 universe-level weapons, that would be the best thing. The Thousand Victories Empire no longer had any intention of attacking the other continents. The demon sect had suddenly risen and occupied half of the continent. Lin Fei no longer had anything to worry about. He made some preparations, left behind a few skill scrolls, and left Holy Body Mountain with Dragon Traceless. Long Wuhan's trip this time was a private one. If word got out that he had sent a royal disciple to find a barbarian with a lowly bloodline, she would really be laughed at. Long Wuhan would not be able to keep her face. Lin Fei simply dispelled his barbarian aura and returned to being a normal human. Long Wuhan did not doubt him at all. She thought that Lin Fei's cultivation technique was powerful, and it was a good way to get rid of one of her worries. When her siblings saw him, they would not be mocked. We're here. The imperial capital of the victorious empire was huge. Golden palaces stood in great numbers with pavilions and terraces. It was a magnificent sight. Prince? Long Wuhan brought Lin Fei back to his imperial residence. As a prince, he had long been conferred the title of king. He had his own imperial residence and did not need to go to the imperial palace. In order to receive Lin Fei, Long Wuhan spent a lot of money and arranged for him to stay in the best courtyard. At night, she prepared a banquet, but Lin Fei politely declined, so Long Wuhan could only give up. Lin Fei stayed in the imperial residence for half a month. He usually read some ancient books sent by Long Wuhan. Half a month's time also let Lin Fei know a lot about Hopeless World Mountain. During these days, Lin Fei noticed that Long Wuhan did not only invite him but also some other experts. However, in Lin Fei's eyes those guys were weak. Their physical bodies were a mess, but their primordial spirit power was strong, different from the ultimate gods he usually saw. Later, Lin Fei learned that these ultimate gods' cultivation methods were indeed not the same. They cultivated the magical techniques passed down from ancient times and belonged to a different type of sect. There were many experts like this. Lin Fei's horizons were broadened because of that. It was really incredible. He became very interested in Hopeless World Mountain. The word hopeless revealed a different meaning. This is the place. Why should we stay outside? Yes, today I'm going to let that kid see what power is. This courtyard is not for him to stay in. Chapter 3288. The commotion outside the courtyard alerted Lin Fei. He released his divine senses to see what was going on outside. What's Long Wuhan doing? Is he trying to create a group of enemies for me? But his strength is too weak. Lin Fei complained and did not plan to deal with them. It was pointless to bully these little guys. Lin Fei did not idle around during his stay in the courtyard. He had a new understanding of close combat methods after reading ancient books and so on. A body that was infinitely comparable to a universe-level body was able to unleash super combat power. Lin Fei really wanted to thank Long Wuhan and the Chenqing Empire's collection for his strength to improve again in a short period of time. The power in his body could be perfectly unleashed. Get lost. The pinnacle ultimate gods outside the courtyard were all 7-star ultimate gods and were considered experts among experts. As veterans, hearing that a junior was living in the best courtyard and enjoying high standards of service was something they could not accept. They came together to teach that kid a lesson and let Her Highness Long Wuhan know that they were the strongest. The word, "get lost," came outside the courtyard and slammed heavily on them like a huge war hammer. The pinnacle ultimate gods outside the courtyard did not have time to react and were all blasted away, knocking over buildings one after another. They're really weak. Lin Fei shook his head. He had integrated his physical strength into his voice and was no longer an ordinary sound wave attack. The advantage of a sound wave attack was the word fast. Coupled with the integration of strength, it was no longer simple. He buried his head and continued to read the ancient books in his hands. Long Wuhan rushed over immediately. "Brother Lin, I'm really sorry. I didn't know they would come." Long Wuhan came over with an apologetic look. "These people are too disrespectful. They don't take me seriously at all. I promise this won't happen again." Lin Fei did not look at Long Wuhan. He did not care too much whether this matter had anything to do with Long Wuhan or not. "When are we going to Boundless Boundary Mountain?" Long Wuhan's heart sank. Lin Fei's behavior made him feel uneasy. In another 5 days, the Empire will set up the teleportation array and only needs the core energy to set off. Lin Fei said nothing more. Long Wuhan gave a wry smile and left. "My good brothers and sisters, you've really gone too far." After leaving the courtyard, Long Wuhan's face darkened, and her killing intent surged. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 5 days, no one came to cause trouble for Lin Fei. After all, no one would look for trouble with Lin Fei as long as they were not fools. Everyone knew there was an expert living in the courtyard who easily defeated a 7-star peak ultimate god without even making a move. His methods were also very domineering. Long Wuhan hadn't brought many experts with him this time. In total, there were only about 100 of them. Hopeless World Mountain was famous for being dangerous, and this time, it was a matter of choosing a crown prince. No matter which prince it was, they all put in a lot of thought and would not allow any mistakes to happen. This concerned their future. From Lin Fei's point of view, there were very few people who were truly strong in their eyes. They would not be able to withstand a few of his punches. When they arrived at the Empire Square, in comparison, Long Wuhan's group of experts was really incomparable to the other princes. The other princes easily had 200 to 300 experts, with each of them being very powerful. Such a gap was very obvious when compared to the Empire Square. Long Wuhan's influence was not that great. "Brother Lin, I'm sorry," Long Wuhan said in a low voice. "We might not be able to last until the end with so many people." Lin Fei said disapprovingly, "Your Highness, you don't have to worry." Lin Fei could see that the internal struggle between the princes of Qianxing Empire was very intense. This time, in order to fight for the position of crown prince, the forces behind these princes had all taken action. This could be seen from the experts they brought with them. "Little Six, why did you bring so few people? Hopeless World Mountain is full of danger. Don't throw your life away there." A hypocritical voice came from the side. Long Wuhan's eyes flashed with fear as he transmitted his voice to Lin Fei. "He's my 5th brother, Long Wuqing. He cultivates an ancient technique and walks the ruthless path. He likes to plot against people the most." Lin Fei looked over and could not help but be secretly shocked. Long Wuqing and Long Wuhan were somewhat similar, but they did not have a trace of emotion on them. Even if they were to smile now, there would be no meaning in their smiles. It was just like the phrase, hypocritical. There were more than 300 people behind Long Wuqing, all of whom were elite experts. They seemed to have cultivated a special secret technique, as more than 300 auras seemed to be connected in a line. It seemed like only one ultimate god out of more than 300 ultimate gods was left with unparalleled combat power. For the position of crown prince, danger is nothing. Long Wuhan smiled. "I don't think we need a lot of people to go to Hopeless World Mountain. It's the quality of an army. Am I right, 5th brother?" Long Wuqing was still smiling hypocritically. "You're right. We'll meet at Hopeless World Mountain." When passing by Lin Fei, Long Wuqing smiled and said, "Young man, Hopeless World Mountain is not a place you can go. You won't even know when you'll die. If I were you, I'd leave immediately. What's the use of treasures if you're dead? What do you think?" Lin Fei said faintly, "Thank you for reminding me, Your Highness. However, Hopeless World Mountain is too tempting. Riches come with risks. I'm not afraid of death. Since I'm afraid of death, I don't need to cultivate." "Not bad, not bad." Long Wuqing did not look at Lin Fei again and left with his men. Long Wuhan said in a low voice, "Brother Lin, my brother is probably targeting you. Maybe he'll play tricks on us at Hopeless World Mountain." "It's okay." When Long Wuqing arrived with his men, a few other groups of people appeared on the square. The number of people in each group was no less than the 5th prince, Long Wuqing. "The one in black armor over there is my 3rd brother, Long Wutian. He's a very overbearing guy. Do you see the 2 people beside him? They're the black and white double ghosts. At the same time, they're also my 3rd brother's guardians. Their strength is unfathomable. The one on the left wearing a white robe and a tall crown is my 2nd brother, Long Wunyan. He cultivates exquisite dharma and can make people fall into his trap unknowingly. He's a very difficult person to deal with. Those behind him are all Buddhist supremacies. The one on the golden horse and broadsword is my eldest brother, Long Wushan. When he was born, there was the word, God, on his palm. Hence, my father named him Wushan. Among us brothers and sisters, my eldest brother is the strongest. His strength is equally unfathomable." Long Wuhan introduced them one by one. When he mentioned his eldest brother, Long Wushan, this prince revealed an inexplicable fear and dread. Lin Fei listened with interest. However, the first prince, Long Wushan, made Lin Fei feel threatened. Yes, it was just a threat. In the imperial capital square, this first prince was the only one who made Lin Fei feel threatened. Chapter 3289. Your Majesty has arrived. On the imperial capital square. The irrelevant people were driven away, leaving only the imperial princes in the imperial capital square. There were more than a dozen princes standing on the imperial capital square. The princes introduced by Long Wuhan belonged to the more competitive category. If there were no accidents, the crown prince would definitely be among them. Of course, that was the case. However, no one knew who would be able to retrieve the heaven and earth treasure from Hopeless Realm Mountain that could increase one's lifespan. It could be said that all the princes present actually had a chance. Lin Fei was not very interested in these princes. Only the eldest prince, Long Wuxian, could give him a slight sense of threat. At present there was really no one else. In the Thousand Victories Empire, the eldest prince was the first. During this period there were quite a few gazes that landed on Lin Fei. He didn't need to disguise himself. He looked ordinary, but Lin Fei could sense the changes in their expressions. Clearly, Lin Fei's cultivation base had caused them to feel suspicious. Following the announcement of the arrival of His Majesty, everyone looked up. An illusory voice quietly descended on the sky above the imperial capital square. The illusory figure's face was blurry and almost no one could see it clearly. He wore a golden robe and a crown on his head. Behind him there were towers rising out of thin air. Birds and beasts were flying across the sky, making it seem like an otherworldly paradise. That person was the Qianxing Emperor of the Qianxing Empire. From the moment the Emperor appeared, Lin Fei's expression slightly changed. The other party could also make him feel threatened, even more so than the eldest prince. If he underestimated him, he might suffer a great loss. This old emperor's aura is strong, but there is a trace of death aura flowing in his aura. The rumors outside are true. This old emperor does not have much life left and is about to die of old age. He is not a universe-level expert, but he is not far from it. He can even use part of the universe-level combat power. Top ultimate gods are vulnerable in front of this old emperor. Lin Fei finally understood the reason why the Qianxing Empire could stand tall. Unless the old emperor died of old age, no one would dare to overthrow the Qianxing Empire. The old emperor in the sky opened his eyes that seemed to be able to rule over the world. Everyone's heart sank as a heavy pressure like a mountain crushed down on them. Whoever retrieves the treasure from the Hopeless World Mountain will be the crown prince of the empire. Kong Huan's deep voice echoed in everyone's ears. The old emperor waved his hand, and in the world behind him, an ancient teleportation platform appeared in the square of the imperial capital. A majestic aura swept out, suppressing the crowd. This teleportation platform was enormous, almost taking up the entire imperial capital square. Judging from the aura it emitted, anyone could tell that it was an extremely high-grade teleportation platform. Otherwise, it wouldn't have fallen into the hands of the old emperor. To the teleportation platform. The princes in the imperial capital square brought their subordinates to the teleportation platform. Rise. The teleportation platform glowed brightly, and a giant white bubble enveloped everyone. After tearing open the void, there was space, and in an instant, a super long-distance teleportation was carried out. Everyone in the bubble had different expressions. The location of this Hopeless World Mountain is not simple. That old emperor used this kind of ancient teleportation platform. I'm afraid that using it once consumes a lot of energy. Without this teleportation platform, it's impossible to go to the Hopeless World Mountain. Lin Fei was shocked. The Hopeless World Mountain is indeed very special. If it wasn't for Long Wuhan inviting me, I might not be able to find the entrance to the Hopeless World Mountain even after thousands of years. The giant bubble shuttled through the dark space. There seems to be a huge mountain in front of us. Could it be the Hopeless World Mountain? Someone shouted, and everyone noticed that a huge mountain had appeared in front of them. It was really a huge mountain. At a glance they could only see that huge mountain. They really couldn't see the end of it. The mountain pierced the sky, and the mountain peak was surrounded by clouds and mist. In front of this huge mountain, everyone seemed very small, like ants. Hopeless World Mountain, it's really the Hopeless World Mountain. A prince said excitedly. The Hopeless World Mountain is a special place. Don't think that the Hopeless World Mountain is in front of us. In fact, it's in many different worlds. Without a location, no one can find the Hopeless World Mountain. The first Prince Long Wuxian said as he looked at the huge mountain. With this, everyone realized that the Hopeless World Mountain was different. There seems to be someone approaching the Hopeless World Mountain. In a direction that was close to the Hopeless World Mountain, there was also a giant bubble. Its target was the Hopeless World Mountain. Lin Fei was also shocked by this huge mountain. The Hopeless World Mountain is really big. I even saw a faintly discernible continent world in the space. If I'm not wrong, it should be the other two sealed continents. I didn't expect them to really be related. This huge mountain was beyond Lin Fei's expectations. Similarly, surrounded by multiple worlds, Lin Fei instinctively felt the danger coming from the Hopeless World Mountain. The Hopeless World Mountain is more dangerous than I thought. Not only is the Hopeless World Mountain dangerous, but the external experts are also not to be underestimated. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. Even though he had a powerful physical body that was comparable to a universe-class body, Lin Fei didn't dare to be careless. Before reaching the Hopeless World Mountain, Lin Fei realized that this place was the most dangerous place he had ever been to. The giant bubble brought everyone through the multiple worlds. The multiple worlds formed a barrier, but it didn't affect the giant bubble at all. Along the way they finally passed through the Hopeless World Mountain. The Hopeless World Mountain was covered in darkness, as though they had entered a world of darkness. When the giant bubble brought everyone into the Hopeless World Mountain, the protective barrier outside disappeared. What followed was a terrifying chill and an overwhelming gravitational force. Bang bang bang. Caught off guard, everyone was knocked down by the gravitational force and fell one by one. Lin Fei's universe body was hit by the overwhelming gravitational force, causing his bones to make cracking sounds. However, that was all. The other ultimate gods were not so lucky. Under the first wave of gravitational force, they exploded one by one like a bloody mist. The remaining ultimate gods quickly took out their treasures and formed a protective barrier around their bodies to resist the gravitational force. We've just arrived at the Hopeless World Mountain and this world has already given us a show of strength. It's really not easy. With a thought, Lin Fei tightened his body and formed a barrier to resist the invasion and suppression of the gravitational force. Below them was a black forest that exuded a decaying aura. A 6-star ultimate god had yet to land on the ground when a towering tree next to him shot out hundreds of vines without warning. The vines were like swords and pierced through the ultimate god's protective shield, turning him into a hornet's nest. The ultimate god's vital energy and blood were sucked dry by the vines, turning him into a shriveled corpse. Chapter 3290. They had just arrived at Boundless Boundary Mountain. Everyone was caught off guard by the Boundless Boundary Mountain. The trunk of the towering black tree below was covered with thick black vines. They were like sinister venomous snakes, dangerous and terrifying. They covered the sky and covered the earth as they surged over, almost covering the entire sky. The ultimate gods from the Qianxing Empire were no match for the vines. Their strong body fortifications were easily penetrated and turned into sieves. It was a shocking sight to see. The gravity of Boundless Boundary Mountain was so strong that everyone fell into the black forest below. Let's go. The eldest prince, Long Wuxian, reacted the fastest and summoned a warship. The ultimate gods fled to the warship and saw the warship break through the wind and waves. It broke through the blockade of vines and successfully broke out. The princes behind followed suit and summoned their warships. They brought their experts with them and moved forward without any hesitation. In the blink of an eye, only Long Wuhan and his group were left. Compared to them, Long Wuhan's luck was not as good. She had just taken out her warship when, perhaps because it had agitated the Black Forest or for some other reason, the overwhelming vines struck the warship like sharp swords. The warship wobbled. Before Dragon Traceless could fully activate it, the warship was tightly entangled by the vines. My warship. Long Wuhan wanted to cry but had no tears. Under the attack of the vines, only a dozen or so experts were left. Long Wuhan's vitality was greatly damaged in just one move. Your Highness, let's retreat quickly. It'll be difficult for us to get out once the vines surround us. A top ultimate god reminded. The black vines began to shrink as if they were trying to trap everyone in the black forest. As for the corpses that had fallen earlier, they were all sucked dry and shattered with a light touch. None of the top ultimate gods present wanted to follow in their footsteps. It was too terrifying. Break out of the encirclement. Long Wuhan was anxious and kept slashing with the divine sword in his hand. Waves of sword essence swept across the vines and the clanking sounds were like a musical performance. The danger in front of them was beyond Long Wuhan's expectations. His sword essence could not cut through a wave of unknown vines and only left white marks. The defense of the black vines was stronger than expected. Break out of the encirclement, break out of the encirclement. Don't linger in battle. Long Wuhan rushed toward the only exit as dense black vines kept attacking. The top-level ultimate gods around him died one by one. In the blink of an eye, only Lin Fei was left by his side. Those black vines were extremely domineering with offensive power comparable to a top-level ultimate god. In addition to that, the vines had a strong defense and could not be cut off by ordinary attacks. The vines themselves contained powerful toxins that would enter the body through the wound and cause a certain amount of damage. An ultimate god expert's speed and reaction would be affected to a certain extent. I'll bring you out. Lin Fei grabbed Long Wuhan with one hand. If he dragged on any longer, he would not be able to leave the Black Forest. Open. Lin Fei sent out a berserk punch, knocking back the black vines that were rushing at him, opening up a space for him to attack. Even with 50% of my strength, I still can't destroy the vines. How fierce. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. This boundless boundary mountain is really terrifying. There were a lot of black vines. Lin Fei grabbed Long Wuhan and punched all the way. Endless fist seals turned into monstrous waves that crashed against the vines like flowing water. The black vines were unable to attack them and bought them some time. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. We're finally out. A black forest already hurt my vitality. Boundless boundary mountain is much more terrifying than I imagined. Long Wuhan's face was pale as he looked back at the black forest covered in black vines. He subconsciously took a deep breath. He had lost all his capital in just one encounter. Thank you for your help, Brother Lin. Without you, I would have been dead this time. I underestimated how terrifying Boundless Boundary Mountain is. This place is really dangerous. No, it's 10 out of 10. Long Wuhan took out some elixir pills to heal his injuries. Lin Fei agreed and nodded. Boundless Boundary Mountain is really scary. A whole black forest is occupied by vines. Both their attack and defense are so domineering. I'm afraid other places are similar. We need to be careful along the way. He had thought that with a universe-level body he could go anywhere in the world. After arriving at Boundless Boundary Mountain, Lin Fei realized that his thinking was ridiculously wrong. If he dared to swagger around Boundless Boundary Mountain, he would definitely be the one to die. I'll have to trouble Brother Lin for the rest of the journey. Long Wuhan put down his pride. He knew that without Lin Fei he would definitely die in the man-eating Boundless Boundary Mountain. If there's anything you need me to do, Brother Lin, feel free to tell me. Let's leave this place first. Boundless Boundary Mountain was shrouded in a black veil. Lin Fei did not dare to fly with Long Wuhan at high altitudes. That would be too eye-catching. If there were any powerful creatures below, they would definitely become targets. His words were quickly verified. A warship flew across the sky and was slapped down by an unknown giant hand. Even the warship's defense could not withstand the power of the other party's palm. It was clear that the sky was not safe. This place is really terrible. Long Wuhan's sword slashed away a small thing that had attacked from the dark. His face was exceptionally solemn. Ever since he had left the Black Forest, all kinds of creatures had appeared. None of them were easy to deal with. His heart was constantly on edge. Come down, it's safe here. Lin Fei came out of the cave and beckoned to Long Wuhan. After entering the cave, Long Wuhan took out array flags and placed them around the cave. The array's power enveloped the cave, and the entire cave seemed to disappear into thin air. It also isolated the two's auras from leaking out. If I knew that Boundless Boundary Mountain was so dangerous, I would rather not be the Crown Prince. Long Wuhan looked at the dense attacks on his armor and laughed bitterly. Lin Fei laughed. It's really not easy to be the Crown Prince. Boundless Boundary Mountain is filled with danger. If I'm not careful, I'll fall into a trap. It's dangerous, but danger also means high rewards. There are definitely many good things in Boundless Boundary Mountain. It would be a pity if I don't take a few back. Boundless Boundary Mountain was dangerous, but Lin Fei believed in his own strength. As long as he was careful, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Brother Lin, these are the places that Father Emperor has collected where treasures will appear. Take a look. Long Wuhan took out a document. Since the situation was like this, he naturally had to cling to this thigh. Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony. He took the document and flipped through it. That father of yours is really resourceful. He actually collected 6 places where treasures will appear. He's not simple. Lin Fei said. This document recorded the locations where treasures related to increasing lifespan would appear. This is a map. It's not very complete. Long Wuhan took out another map. Every prince had a copy of such a map. Lin Fei compared the location on the map and barely determined the location. There was a certain deviation, but the situation was not very serious. The place where we appeared before should be the Black Vine King's territory. No wonder its attacks were so sharp and domineering. Lin Fei pointed at one of the places and suddenly realized, this is the only place we can go now. Lin Fei stared at one of the locations. Chapter 3291. Boundless World Mountain. Everything he saw was black and shimmering with a strange luster. There were black boulders, black fog, and black creatures. It was as if Boundless World Mountain was made of black. The 10th King Palace is not far ahead. In the forest, 2 figures were galloping over. There was a trace of fatigue on their faces. These 2 were none other than Lin Fei and Long Wuhan. According to the information, Lin Fei and Long Wuhan had found their way here. However, they had underestimated how terrifying Boundless World Mountain was. In just half a month they had been ambushed countless times. There were some special creatures that they could not name, but they were very powerful. They had completely overturned their expectations of Boundless World Mountain. Luckily that thing didn't follow us. What the hell? Long Wuhan looked back and said with lingering fear, Boundless World Mountain actually has that thing. We're really lucky. Over the past few days, Lin Fei and Long Wuhan had been chased by a group of black creatures. Their defenses were very strong and they could only be beaten back. It was very difficult to kill them. Even if Lin Fei used 70% of his strength, he could only make their bodies cave in. He would not be able to take another step forward. These special black creatures were said to be from the ancient civilization. Lin Fei completely believed that there was an ancient civilization in Boundless World Mountain. Ding. Just as they were about to leave the forest, Lin Fei felt a sense of foreboding. He frowned and stopped without any hesitation. Soon after, an imperceptible sound rang out in his ears. A long black line shot out from the ground in front of them. The void was instantly split in half, and even space itself was affected. The moment the black line shot out, Dragon Traceless was slapped back by Lin Fei's palm. The black line passed right in front of Lin Fei. Its sharp aura swept across Lin Fei's body, leaving behind white spots. It was as if he had been pricked by needles. Be careful, there's an ambush. Lin Fei punched the black line and quickly retreated. The black line was very sharp and could leave white marks on his body. Your luck is not bad. You were able to avoid the black demon's ambush. You are not simple. The black thread began to expand and thicken, turning into a black-robed man. His entire body emanated a sharp aura, cutting through the surrounding void and trees. Black demon, you said that you would kill them. Look at what happened in the end. You boasted too much. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Light laughter could be heard from afar. At the same time, a large swath of leaves flew over, enveloping the sky above Lin Fei and Long Wuhan. Brother Lin, they are from the Myriad Gods continent. Their cultivation methods are different from ours. They have inherited the ancient civilization and have divine Dao techniques. We have to guard against them. Long Wuhan's pupils constricted as he recognized their origins. The leaves were not real leaves but contained divine Dao techniques. There was a black-robed woman sitting cross-legged on each leaf. They exuded a ferocious aura as they opened their mouths to spit out raging flames. A flame giant walked out from the leaves and slammed its palm across the sky. Flames surged and burned the forest. Another flame giant stepped forward and slashed the flaming saber in its hand. In an instant, dozens of flame giants attacked with different techniques. There were fist techniques, sword techniques, saber techniques, and everything else. Lin Fei had heard of the Myriad Gods continent before. It was the name of the fourth continent. The people there cultivated divine Dao techniques and their combat power was not weaker than a peak ultimate gods. In fact, they might even be slightly stronger. Their techniques were also incredible. Lin Fei did not expect to encounter experts from the Myriad Gods continent so soon. The other party's techniques were indeed powerful. If it was not for his physical body that was comparable to a cosmic level and had a keen sense for danger, he would have suffered a great loss. Both of their techniques have the combat power of a peak ultimate god. Their techniques are more subtle. Their techniques are easier to use against others, but their power is only SOSO against me. 10 Sikh kings, we have taken a liking to you. Therefore you can only die. You overestimate yourselves. The black demon formed by the long black thread laughed sinisterly. His body once again turned into a long black thread. However, unlike the previous time, he split into countless black dots and shot toward the two of them. Ding, 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 ding. Lin Fei was attacked hundreds of times in an instant. What a strong physical body. I might be able to sell you for a good price when I capture you. The black demon's eyes lit up as he chuckled. Very few people could withstand his attacks, especially when they were bare-handed. For example, Long Wuhan's protective shield shattered almost immediately. That was the difference between them. Long Wuhan's strength isn't bad, but he was easily suppressed by the experts from the Myriad Gods continent. He's indeed not simple. To me, the more experts, the better. Lin Fei's thoughts turned quickly. No one was more excited than him. Ding, ding. The black demon controlled the black dots and attacked Lin Fei's body like raindrops. He did not miss a single spot as though he was trying to find Lin Fei's flaws. Unfortunately, Lin Fei's physical body was flawless. He could only suppress it with force. There was no other way. The black dots attacked Lin Fei's body and a burst of energy exploded, attempting to enter Lin Fei's body. However, it was repelled by his skin. You want to capture me? That depends on whether you have the ability to do so. Lin Fei snorted softly, and the surrounding 500 square kilometer space collapsed without any warning. A small black hole appeared. As soon as the space collapsed, the black demon's attack was immediately affected. An earth-shattering force came crashing down. The black demon shrieked in pain as he condensed into a figure in the distance. He opened his mouth and spat out blood. Those black dots collapsed and disappeared one by one. How was it? That move of mine wasn't bad, right? Lin Fei quickly stepped forward and punched out, breaking through the speed of light. Black Demon had rich battle experience, but he was still a beat too slow. A massive fist appeared before him, and a whirlpool-like force came crashing over, shattering Black Demon into nothingness. You actually killed Black Demon? The black-clothed woman's expression suddenly changed. She had underestimated the kid's power. With one punch, Black Demon was killed. Didn't that mean that his cultivation realm was above hers? If I were you, I'd just stand there quietly. No one can compete with me in speed unless you want to try. Lin Fei looked at the black-robed woman but did not attack. Then I don't mind killing you with one punch. The two experts from the Myriad God continent had strange means. However, in Lin Fei's eyes, no matter how strange the means were, he could kill them with one punch. If that didn't work, he would use 7 or 8 punches to kill them. Typically, such situations were rare. The black-clothed woman's face under the cloak could not be seen clearly, but it was clearly filled with fear. She had seen the speed and power of the punch. Chapter 3292. Expert, I'm quite interested in beating them to death. Lin Fei smiled at the black-dressed woman. The black-dressed woman's hair stood on end when Lin Fei looked at her. She felt an unprecedented fear, as though he could really beat them to death. Keep bragging. If you have what it takes, follow me in. The black-dressed woman floated forward, her hands clutching treasures. As long as the other party dared to charge at her, she would fight to the death. As you wish. Lin Fei's smile was still the same. The black-dressed woman heaved a sigh of relief. As long as she did not make a move now, she would definitely make him regret it once they were inside. Long Wuhan flew over, still feeling a lingering fear. I never expected them to beat us to the 10 Seats Palace. Are we really going in? Why don't we go in? Lin Fei said with a smile. Boundless World Mountain is not simple, and the 10 Seats Palace is not a place to be barged in. With me by your side, you can rest assured. You won't die. Long Wuhan gave a dry laugh. He was not weak in the Thousand Victories Empire, but in the Boundless World Mountain, just the people from the Myriad God continent made him feel immense pressure. He really had to count on Lin Fei for this journey. Be careful later. That black-dressed woman is not a good person. It's hard to say if there's a killer move inside, warned Lin Fei. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Fei was straightforward. Along the way, the winds from his fists forced them out, regardless of whether there was a killer move or not. That fellow sure is violent. The killer move set up by the sex experts was actually dispelled. I wanted to let him have a taste of my killer move. The black-dressed woman watched as she retreated. He was completely different from what she had imagined. The fellow was more terrifying than she had imagined. His body, which was not considered strong, contained terrifying power. This kid is definitely a godly supremacy expert. His body is unbelievably strong. The black-dressed woman realized that her killer move could not threaten the other party. She had to be clear of the experts inside to prevent him from barging in. If such a person were to barge into the 10 Seats Palace, it would not bode well for them. The people from the Myriad God continent sure are sinister. They set up killer moves everywhere. If I'm not careful, I'll fall for them. Long Wuhan looked around warily as he cursed the black-dressed woman. We're here. After passing through the forest, a group of palaces appeared before Lin Fei. At a glance, there were at least 1,000 palaces, all of which were well preserved. A majestic aura assaulted his senses. This is a place that our Tianshao God clan has set our eyes on. On account of your endless cultivation, leave this place immediately and you will be able to preserve your lives. More than a dozen experts with dazzling divine light rushed out of the palace and stood in front of Lin Fei and Long Wuhan. The woman in black was also there. Lin Fei had an understanding of the Myriad Gods continent. The people there cultivated the God Tao and formed a different cultivation system. Other than that, they called themselves the Celestial Race. In the 10,000 Gods continent, the Celestial Race was everywhere. At the same time, the godly venerable experts they worshipped could summon power. It was incredible. Lin Fei glanced at them. Their physical bodies weren't very strong and he could kill them with a single punch. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to scram. Lin Fei stretched out a finger, followed by a second. Everyone, let's attack together. The woman in black had mentioned this person's strength, But the dozen experts present did not take it seriously. How could a martial path divine venerable be so young? Alright. More than a dozen experts attacked directly. Even a martial path divine venerable would be beaten to death by them. As soon as they attacked, giants more than 100 feet tall appeared above their heads. Each giant was different and held various weapons in their hands. They gave off a very ferocious aura. Brother Lin, this is the combat primordial spirit unique to the 10,000 gods continent. It's also their strongest force. It's visualized through various cultivation techniques. You have to be careful. Long Wuhan took out his battle armor and did not dare to let his guard down. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground beneath Lin Fei and Long Wuhan cracked open. Flood dragons soared into the sky. There were more than a dozen of them and they charged toward them. Lin Fei was quite surprised. He had not even sensed the flood dragons underground. Each flood dragon was at least a 5-star peak level godly venerable. If he suddenly attacked, not many people would be able to block him. Lin Fei once again witnessed the means of the 10,000 gods continent's experts. It was indeed very incredible. At the same time their combat strength was even stronger. If they were not careful they would be at a great disadvantage. If you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. Lin Fei could not be bothered to waste his breath. The void around him collapsed instantly and he shot out with one step. He appeared in front of the experts attacking the flood dragons and slammed his palm down with the weight of Mount Tai. The expert was smashed into the ground, leaving only his head above the ground. Again. Lin Fei pounced at another expert and raised his hand to throw a punch. A huge fist mark brought about a hurricane and slashed forward like a blade. The dozen experts were very strong. They managed to block the hurricane attack, but wounds were left on their bodies. As the fist mark came, the area in front of them was shattered on the spot. The dozen experts were instantly minced into nothingness. Clanging sounds rang out as a large pile of things fell. It was best to describe it as a mountain. You killed them. The black-clothed woman was the only survivor. Her body trembled incessantly and she could not stand straight. Death cannot wipe out your crimes for not listening to me. Lin Fei came to the black-clothed woman's side. You should be familiar with this place. If you don't want to die, you know what to do. I know. The black-clothed woman did not have the courage to make a move and said pitifully. Long Wuhan was rummaging through the items and exclaimed, I'm rich. There are so many good things. I've long heard that the people of the 10,000 gods continent are filthy rich. It seems it's true. TSK, these weapons and these treasures. She was as happy as a child. Lin Fei was rather interested in the 10,000 gods continent's cultivation techniques and divine means. Keep them all first. Don't waste time. Long Wuhan took out a spatial treasure and kept all the spoils of war, leaving nothing behind. There were more than 1,000 palaces in the 10 Kings' Palace. When one walked in, they would discover that many of the palaces had been reduced to ruins. The black-clothed woman led the way obediently and did not dare have any other thoughts. According to what she said, the Heaven Roar clan's goal was to obtain a worldly treasure in the 10 Kings' Palace. It was said that it grew from a corpse and absorbed the nourishment of the world. It was an extremely mystical existence. Long Wuhan was very excited. This was going much smoother than she had imagined. She even wanted to snatch it. Lin Fei really wanted to see a worldly treasure that could be produced from a corpse. As for the origins of the 10-Seek King, the Sky Roar Celestial clan wasn't very sure. They only knew that the 10-Seek King was once very influential. Lianshui, who are they? More than 10 people stood in front of a palace. Chapter 3293. It turned out that the black-robed woman's name was Lianshui, a very interesting name. Lianshui brought Lin Fei and Long Wuhan to a tall palace. This palace was more majestic and dignified than the previous one. At this moment, the palace was being attacked by more than a dozen people in turns. Mountains of knives, seas of fire, and other restrictions were constantly appearing. The only way to the palace had turned into a dragon's lair and tiger's den. A stern shout came from a gray-robed old man. His gaze was cold as he looked over. The remaining dozen or so people turned around, drew their weapons and prepared for battle. Lianshui was so frightened that she couldn't even speak properly. I am the 6th Prince of the Thousand Victories Empire, Long Wuhan. Your people tried to stop me from entering, so I killed them all. I can only say that they are too weak. Long Wuhan stood up and said disdainfully, his chest puffed out. Lin Fei was happy to let Long Wuhan deal with this. After his physical body reached the universe grade, Lin Fei preferred to speak with violence. Unfortunately, no one was his match for the time being. Thousand Victories Empire. 6th Prince. How dare you kill people from our Sky Roar celestial clan? The expressions of the dozen people changed as their gazes turned cold. The gray-robed elder's eyes flickered. Your Highness, not just anyone can kill people from our Sky Roar celestial clan. Aren't you not giving me face? With Lin Fei by his side, Long Wuhan had nothing to worry about. He snorted. The 10-seat King Palace isn't yours. It belongs to everyone. Your people can only blame their bad luck for wanting to stop us. If you can't take this lying down, feel free to make a move. When the time comes, we won't have to look for treasures. The gray-robed elder's gaze shifted back and forth between Long Wuhan and Lin Fei. He said expressionlessly, Your Highness is right. Everyone's goal is the same. Before we find the treasure, we can only fight it out. In the end, we can only give it to others. The gray-robed elder did not dare to let his guard down at Boundless World Mountain. There were dangers along the way and killing intent lurked everywhere. The Prince of the Thousand Victories Empire was definitely powerful. Who could guarantee that there were no enemies hidden in the dark? The gray-robed old man could only swallow his anger. Once he figured out the situation, he would definitely kill these two brats from the Thousand Victories Empire. When they arrived, Lin Fei put the ripple water back. As for whether or not the secret would be leaked, he wasn't worried at all. Lian Shui returned to the gray-robed elder's side and immediately secretly explained the situation. The main points were all about Lin Fei. For example, he killed Heimo with one punch, his physical body was unbelievably strong, and he was a god of the martial path. The gray-robed old man's expression changed several times as he spoke. Martial path divinity, if it's true, then this guy won't be easy to deal with. The gray-robed elder was secretly shocked. In the myriad gods continent, divinities of the martial path were very rare, and every single one of them was extremely powerful. Even they were not a match for them. What the hell is this? We actually encountered a guy who is suspected to be a martial Dao divinity. The gray-robed old man did not dare to act rashly. We can only take it one step at a time. Although there were more than 10 of them, if the opponent was really a martial Dao divinity, not many of them would be able to survive. The gray-robed elder did not dare take this risk. Hierarch Skyhall could not afford such a loss. There seems to be a small restriction sealing off the outside of this palace. It's not weak, so it's no wonder they could stop us. It seems like the 10 Seats Palace is more mysterious than I imagined. I wonder how much information they have. Lin Fei observed for a moment and discovered something. Entering the 10 Seats Palace was not as easy as he had imagined. The gray-robed elder continued to lead people to break the small restriction. Among the dozen or so people, there seemed to be an array formation master who was guiding them in breaking the restriction. You guys are too slow. Lin Fei could not wait that long. By the time we break it, the others will probably be here. The array formation master looked displeased. If the small restriction is so easy to break, then it wouldn't be a small restriction. Ignorant country bumpkin. Long Wuhan shouted, Who's a country bumpkin? Lin Fei winked at Long Wuhan. Your Highness, the small restriction is too easy. Watch me break it and let the people outside know how powerful our Thousand Victories Empire is. Breaking the restriction was a piece of cake for Lin Fei. With a stomp, a loud rumbling sound could be heard. The huge palace seemed to be on the verge of shaking. Palm winds landed on the small restrictive spell. In the instant that the spell shook, the palm winds successfully entered the spell core. The mountain of blades and the sea of flames disappeared, revealing the palace doors. Your Highness, let's go in. Lin Fei said. Long Wuhan said proudly, See that? If you break the restriction like this, when will you succeed? The gray-robed elder's gaze turned solemn. Breaking the small restriction did not seem difficult, but it required time. Very few people had the precision and speed of the other party, who seemed to have grasped the location of the small restriction's array core. It was easy to say, but not everyone could do it. This Prince Long Wuhan's subordinates are not simple. Lin Fei broke the small restriction first, and Long Wuhan followed closely behind. The gray-robed elder frowned again and immediately followed with his men. Huan pushed open the palace door, and only a clicking sound could be heard as if a roulette was spinning. Lin Fei was the first to step into the palace. The surrounding scenery suddenly changed and he actually arrived at a place with flowers and birds, like a mystic realm. This is an essence soul mystic realm. The gray-robed elder, who entered later, said, After an expert dies, his essence soul will transform, and the mystic realm will contain all kinds of divine powers such as that flower. The gray-robed elder flicked his finger at the flower. The blooming flower shook its body, and a divine power with a vigorous aura shot out, shattering the finger winds that the gray-robed elder had flicked out. The flower swayed with the wind as if it had never changed. But the scene just now had happened in front of everyone's eyes. Lin Fei was very interested. This method was really interesting. It was really incredible that a mystic realm could be transformed after death. A hint of smugness flashed across the gray-robed elder's face. How could they have seen a mystic realm after death? Elder, there's a huge lake over there. That island seems to be that corpse. Someone transmitted a voice transmission from afar. It turned out that while the gray-robed elder was speaking, the rest of the people had begun searching around and had found something. The gray-robed elder quickly ran, not daring to fly in the sky. Lin Fei and Long Wuhan did not fly in the sky. It looked like a clear sky, but in fact they were chanting divine powers and killing moves. Not long after, a huge lake that shone brightly appeared in their field of vision. In the middle of the lake, there was an island that was as long and narrow as a valley. In the middle of the island, there was a bald medicinal herb that was crystal clear. A rare treasure of heaven and earth. The gray-robed elder stared at the rare treasure of heaven and earth in the middle of the island and could not help but blurt out, "Elder, let's go get it." 3 figures soared through the sky toward the island. Chapter 3294. The sparkling surface of the lake hid a terrifying murderous aura. The 3 experts from the Tianshao divine clan were instantly killed by the creatures in the lake as soon as they made their move. Not even their bones were left. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Those were 3 peak-level ultimate gods. The gray-robed old man's face darkened. "Don't go. There are fierce beasts in the lake." Lin Fei and Long Wuhan came to the lake. At first glance, there was absolutely no sense of danger. It was more like a beautiful place with birds chirping and flowers blooming. However, that was not the case. The lake in front of them was full of danger. That should be the 10,000 years divine crystal that Father mentioned. It contains a large amount of life energy and has become a special existence. Long Wuhan's breathing quickened as he stared at the 10,000 years divine crystal. The attack just now should be a divine power attack transformed from the Yuanshan secret realm that guy mentioned. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. "I also feel a rich and boundless life aura from it." Life energy was also helpful to Lin Fei. Even if he did not need it, his subordinates needed it. Long Wuhan was at a loss as he did not sense anything. "Sorry to trouble you, Brother Lin." Long Wuhan transmitted his voice. Those people just now were on par with him, but they could not withstand a wave of attacks in the sky above the lake. He knew he could not withstand it either. He could only helplessly ask for help from Lin Fei. Only Lin Fei could help him get the items on the island. "I'll hold them back." Before Lin Fei could make a move, the gray-robed old man made a move first. He did not attack Long Wuhan or Lin Fei, but instead took out a treasure and went straight to the island to collect the 10,000 years divine crystal. The gray-robed old man personally took action. He flew above the lake and took out his Yuan Shen. It was a huge flood dragon that was 100 feet long. The creatures in the lake attacked again. The sky full of water arrows fell on the flood dragon's body. The gray-robed old man's body was very strong and withstood most of the attacks. This Yuan Shen defense is very strong. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. Although he had not reached the universe level, he was very close. At the very least, ordinary top ultimate gods would not be able to break through the gray-robed old man's defense. The flood dragon's huge body rolled up and down, crushing most of the water arrows that were shot at it. The remaining ones that landed on its body were also repelled and shattered. When the people from the Tianshao divine clan saw the gray-robed elder charging all the way through, they could not help but reveal looks of joy. That was a rare treasure of heaven and earth. Seeing this, Long Wuhan began to panic. Lin Fei was very calm. Since this was a secret realm formed by his essence soul, it would not be easy to obtain the 10,000-year divine crystal on the island. Lin Fei couldn't wait for someone to test the waters first. As long as one wanted it, no one could snatch it away. The fact that Lin Fei didn't move gave the gray-robed elder quite a bit of pressure. That guy actually didn't make a move. Could it be that he wants to make a move at the critical moment? How sinister. Left with no other choice, the gray-robed elder had to split his attention and be on guard. The water arrows in the lake did not pose much of a threat. The gray-robed elder quickly approached the island. As long as he snatched the item, so what if that person was a martial Dao ultimate god? He was confident in that. When the gray-robed elder reached out his claws to grab the rare treasure of heaven and earth, a saber beam slashed out from the barren island without warning and severed one of the gray-robed elder's claws. A second saber beam followed closely, followed by a third and a fourth. The gray-robed elder's expression changed drastically. Ignoring his injuries, the scales on the flood dragon emerged one by one and covered his entire body tightly. The saber beam that shot out from the island was very domineering and directly crushed over with force. The gray-robed elder's essence soul was a flood dragon, but it could not withstand the saber beam's attack. The first slash severed the claws, the second slash sent the flood dragon flying, and the third slash slashed the flood dragon's huge body to the end, activating various divine powers. Long Wuhan was sweating profusely. If it was him, he would have died many times over. This Yuan Shin secret realm was too domineering. The gray-robed elder quickly returned to the lakeside. His face was swollen and his body was riddled with injuries. He looked at the island again with fear. He had almost been killed. Terrifying, it was truly terrifying. I've embarrassed myself in front of the two of you, the gray-robed elder said. This Yuan Shin secret realm is much more terrifying than I imagined. The two of you must be careful if you want that item. The gray-robed elder did not dare to test it anymore. The saber beam that was shot out seemed to have no end. It came wave after wave. If not for the flood dragon's specialization in defense, it would not have been so easy to deflect the saber beam's power. The gray-robed elder was confident that the two of them would not be able to take away the treasure. As long as they could not take away the treasure, he could take his time. Such a rare treasure could be exchanged for many good things. It's fine, it's just a small island. Lin Fei laughed. He moved his body and turned into 100 feet tall. He was like a fiend god. His hands expanded and a strong wind blew as he grabbed at the island in the middle of the lake. Regardless of what was down there, Lin Fei did not have the mood to test it slowly. He directly used force to suppress it. He did not want the fella inside to have the strength of a universe realm. Lin Fei's body shook and his huge body appeared. Violent air currents formed around him. The experts that the gray-robed elder brought were swept away by the strong wind. A martial path god realm body. What the hell? What kind of body is this? The strong wind howled. The gray-robed elder's body was surrounded by flood dragons. He stared at the strong wind and could not help but reveal a trace of shock and fear on his face. Luckily I did not attack just now. This fella is really scary. When the island faced Lin Fei's attack, it also sent out rays of saber light. It seemed to cover the sky and earth, not giving anyone a chance to relax. It was as if it wanted to completely destroy the person who came. When the saber light slashed at Lin Fei's arm, the surrounding void collapsed. The saber light was crushed by a part of the force and the remaining part landed on Lin Fei's arm. Ding ding dang dang sounds could be heard. Lin Fei grabbed the island with one hand and shouted, "Rise!" For the first time, his physical strength surged into his arm and the surrounding void collapsed. The lonely island was grabbed by Lin Fei. The lake water surged and a giant formed by the lake water walked out and punched. Lin Fei also punched out, colliding heavily with the water giant's fist. At the moment of contact, water gushed up, trying to trap Lin Fei. But with a shake of his strength, the water was evaporated. The opponent's water was easily neutralized by Lin Fei's hand. But to the water giant, Lin Fei's punch was condensed into a single point. When the punch landed on the water giant's body, the water giant exploded. Rise again. There seemed to be something sucking on the island. Lin Fei's aura continued to rise. Ping ping ping. As his aura rose, his blood essence flowed faster and his Yuan Shin secret realm started to change. The flowers and grass around the lake exploded and spread out. Dong dong dong. Following the sound of a drum, the gray-robed elder who stood closest to the island groaned and vomited blood. Get out, the Yuan Shin secret realms are about to collapse. Chapter 3295. No way, my Yuan Shin secret realms are collapsing. The plants around the lake couldn't withstand Lin Fei's physical strength and started to collapse. After all, these plants were formed from skills, how could they withstand the pressure of a cosmic-level body? By the time Lin Fei reacted, the Yuan Shin secret realms had already started to collapse. I've only released 70 to 80% of my strength. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was different from what he had imagined. The secret realms were too fragile. As the Yuan Shin secret realms collapsed, the island started to change. The lake water disappeared, the plants disappeared, and a huge corpse appeared in the middle of the secret realm. It was a huge corpse. The 10,000-year divine crystal grew on the corpse's back. No wonder I couldn't catch it, it's a corpse. Lin Fei thought to himself. Now that the corpse is collapsing, let's see how long you can last. The corpse's owner had been dead for a long time. Those attacks that could threaten even peak godly venerables were nothing in front of Lin Fei. His body couldn't even penetrate it, let alone pose a threat to him. Lin Fei attacked again. 70 to 80% of his strength surged as he punched the corpse. A defensive skill appeared on the corpse, but it was crushed into pieces by Lin Fei's punches. In an instant, cracks appeared all over the corpse. The second punch landed on the corpse. The cracks widened, forming a hole. The third punch. The corpse cracked like gravel. Lin Fei reached out to grab it. The resistance wasn't strong, and the 10,000-year divine crystal fell into his hands. Other than this thing, there's nothing else. Lin Fei frowned. Since it was formed from a Yuan Shen, it couldn't be that shabby, right? No matter how hard Lin Fei searched, he couldn't find anything good. The collapsing energy crashed into Lin Fei's body, causing him to feel a dull pain that he didn't dare to ignore. The collapsing energy wasn't something that could be easily resisted. Outside the palace, the gray-robed old man and the others were still in shock. That subordinate of His Highness Long was so strong that he could collapse the Yuanshan secret realms with just his body alone. That was a little too strong. The gray-robed elder was certain that the other party was a martial path divinity. The strongest aspect of any divine venerable was their physical body. The other party didn't even use any martial arts techniques. Just his physical body alone was enough to cause such a commotion. It was hard to imagine how terrifying it would be if he used all his martial arts techniques. Seeing Long Wuhan again, the look in the gray-robed elder's eyes changed. With how dangerous the Boundless World Mountain was, it was no wonder that the other party only brought one subordinate with him. With such strength, just one was enough. Your Highness Long, your subordinate is so powerful. Long Wuhan was also shocked. Although she knew that Lin Fei was strong, she didn't think he was that strong. It's average. Elder, the palace is about to collapse. The palaces in the distance began to collapse. Go outside. The collapse of the palace would cause a chain reaction. No matter how courageous they were, they wouldn't dare to stay any longer. By the time they left the palace and came outside, the originally majestic and magnificent palace had collapsed one after another, turning into ruins. Dust flew everywhere. Following a loud explosion, the largest palace also collapsed, and the power of the collapse swept through the surrounding area, cleaning up everything within a radius of 500,000 kilometers. At this moment, countless living beings in the Boundless World Mountain were reduced to ashes. Cough, cough, cough. The gray-robed elder removed his defensive treasure. The impact of the collapse just now was really tiring. If possible, he didn't want to experience it again. A Yuan Shin secret realm collapsed, turning everything within a million li into ruins. Lian Shui sucked in a breath of cold air, not daring to imagine how terrifying it was. Long Wuhan also swallowed his saliva. The commotion was too huge. At the same time, he was grateful to the gray-robed elder. Otherwise, if he had helped him, he wouldn't have had a good ending against that wave of energy. He's out. The moment Lin Fei appeared, the gray-robed elder's people noticed him. Here. Lin Fei wasn't interested in this item. After seeing Long Wuhan, he threw the item to him and asked him to be the crown prince. At the very least, Long Wuhan knew his strength and wouldn't act recklessly. Many thanks. Long Wuhan's eyes lit up, and he carefully kept the 10,000-year-old god crystal. Although it was just one of the many, it was better than nothing. He was especially grateful to Lin Fei. Fellow Taoist, the next time you enter the secret realm, it's best not to use all your strength. The secret realm might not be able to withstand the power and collapse. The collapse of a Yuanshan secret realm is a huge loss. The gray-robed elder said with a look of pity. The outside was in ruins, but Long Wuhan was safe. Lin Fei knew that the gray-robed elder had protected him. Otherwise, he would have died without a doubt. I don't see anything in the Yuanshan secret realm. Lin Fei asked curiously. That's not true. The gray-robed elder shook his head. Don't you know that those spirit arts can be collected and sold for a high price in the Merchant Association? Good spirit arts can even be exchanged for pure faith energy. Don't tell me you don't know that. Lin Fei laughed. I really don't know that. Right, what is this faith energy? The word faith immediately piqued Lin Fei's interest. With such a huge commotion here, there will probably be creatures coming soon. Why don't we go somewhere else? The gray-robed elder was more than willing to get close to such an expert, especially now that they were in Boundless World Mountain. Lin Fei took a look and nodded. The gray-robed elder was quite familiar with Boundless World Mountain. At the very least, they were not like Lin Fei and Dragon Wuhan. This was the first time the two of them had come here. If not for their strength, they would have died many times over. The dozen or so experts behind them was the best proof of that. One was trying to get close, while the other wanted to understand the situation. It didn't take long for the two to become familiar with each other. Lin Fei also knew that the gray-robed elder was an elder of the Heaven Roar celestial race. This time, he had brought the clan's disciples here to train and obtain powerful spirit arts to cultivate. It's safer here. We can rest for a while. Boundless World Mountain is different from other places. Danger lurks everywhere and no one can guarantee their own safety. Elder Xinyuan led everyone to an abandoned cave. Fortunately, it was relatively clean inside. Look at those creatures in Boundless World Mountain. They're probably heading towards the collapsed area. These man-eating things aren't easy to deal with. Elder Xinyuan pointed to the black mass of creatures outside. Even though they were hiding in the array formation, everyone still felt a certain pressure and fear. Right, this is pure faith energy. It can be used to cultivate the physical body and strengthen spirit arts. Xinyuan took out a pure crystal and handed it to Lin Fei. Lin Fei knew very well that this elder of the Heaven Roar celestial race probably had something up his sleeves. He wasn't worried at all. A universe-level body was much stronger than he imagined. In Boundless World Mountain, it wouldn't be a problem to be careful. Chapter 3296. Lin Fei's horizons were broadened. The Myriad Gods continent actually had such a good thing. Power of faith. Lin Fei had never thought that such a thing existed. With Elder Xinyuan's explanation, he was enlightened. Since the Myriad Gods continent was filled with celestial races, it was not strange for there to be power of faith. The power of faith might not be common in the victorious Thousand Empire, but in this cosmos, it's a very popular item. Our Myriad Deity continent even worships the powerhouses of the cosmos. Elder Xinyuan said mysteriously. It can't be. Long Wuhan said, it can't be that the universe experts are still alive. Sitting behind Elder Xinyuan, Lian Shui laughed. Elder is talking about the totems left behind by the universe experts. The totems absorb the power of faith and can be worshipped by the universe experts. Once the enemies come, they can be summoned to battle. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. There is such a thing. This Myriad Gods continent is harder to deal with than I imagined. Master, you can also absorb this power of faith. Little Devil, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. Lin Fei was also thinking about this power of faith. It was similar to prestige, covering all kinds of beliefs. Really? Little Devil's words were undoubtedly what Lin Fei needed the most now. Yes, there is no difference between power of faith and prestige. The system can help to absorb and convert it. At most, it will waste 10 to 20% of the power of faith. It is still a great help to master. 10 to 20% of the power of faith was something Lin Fei could choose to ignore for the time being. Looks like I have to study the power of faith, Lin Fei thought to himself. He casually asked, is the power of faith very popular outside? Lian Shui finally had a chance to attack Lin Fei. Humph humph, the power of faith is not something that can be easily obtained. Do you know what kind of place Boundless World Mountain was in the past? You definitely don't know. This is a place where the continent worships. Even now there is still the power of faith. Elder Xinyuan did not stop Lian Shui from speaking, as if he wanted to say it to Lin Fei and Long Wuhan. Of course the main point was Lin Fei. After all, it could more or less be seen that Lin Fei was the leader of the group. Not only can the power of faith be used to enhance totems, but it can also be used for cultivation. For example, the cultivation of gods. Elder Xinyuan added. The latter is more difficult, but totems are easier. Lin Fei listened for a while and understood a lot. At the very least, he knew that the power of faith had solved one of Lin Fei's biggest problems. With Lin Fei's wealth, if he could replenish it with the power of faith, that would be for the best. Establishing an empire was simply too high profile. Elder Xin, thank you for telling me these things. You've made a rookie like me not so muddle-headed. Lin Fei thanked the other party. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave first. Lin Fei got up and prepared to leave. Elder Xinyuan was obviously stunned. This was different from what he had expected. To be able to say these to Lin Fei was actually Xinyuan's selfishness. If he could pull a martial path divinity expert over, it would be very easy to accomplish that matter in Boundless World Mountain. Brother Lin, wait. The other party wanted to leave and Xinyuan felt embarrassed. Originally, he was prepared to wait for the other party to speak. In the end, this kid was more difficult to talk to than he imagined. What's the matter? Lin Fei laughed in his heart and said in a serious tone. Long Wuhan also guessed it. This person was too passionate. Previously, they were fighting to the death. In the blink of an eye, there was a huge change. It would be a lie if he didn't have any thoughts. Long Wuhan didn't say anything. Unknowingly, he listened to Lin Fei. Such a difficult-to-obtain 10,000-year-old god crystal was directly given to him. Who would be so happy to give it to him? In Boundless World Mountain, Long Wuhan really had to rely on Lin Fei. There is indeed something. Elder Xin Yuan also knew that if he didn't speak now, once the other party left, it would not be easy to find him again in Boundless World Mountain. I want to hire Brother Lin to go with me to a Yuanshin secret realm. At the crucial moment, help me restrain a special creature. After the matter is done, I can make the decision and give you 5 million power of faith. I knew it would be like this. If there was nothing, the other party wouldn't be so passionate. 5 million power of faith. Not to mention Lin Fei, even Guang Lianshui and the others were secretly shocked. This was a very high price even in Myriad God Continent. Lin Fei temporarily didn't know the ratio of 5 million power of faith. From their expressions, it seemed that they were mostly shocked. 5 million power of faith should be able to exchange for a few hundred million prestige. Lin Fei thought in his heart. Seeing Lin Fei lowering his head in silence, Elder Xin Yuan thought that Lin Fei was thinking that it was too little. Honestly speaking, 5 million power of faith was indeed not high, especially when the other party was a martial path divinity. 6 million power of faith, this is my highest limit. Lin Fei said. Sure, but you have to give me half of the power of faith first. As for whether or not I can block it, I can't guarantee anything. I can only say that I will try my best. Elder Xin Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. With this martial path divinity around, the chances of success were extremely high. 6 million power of faith was definitely worth it. This is a God Faith card. Elder Xin took out a black card. The black card was filled with ancient runes that Lin Fei actually didn't recognize. This card is made of a special material that can store power of faith. There are 5 million power of faith inside. I'll give it all to you, including the card. Lin Fei didn't expect Elder Xin Yuan to be so confident in him. Of the promised 3 million power of faith, Elder Xin Yuan directly gave him 5 million power of faith. When the God Faith card landed in Lin Fei's hand, it instantly gave off a special feeling. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to absorb the power of faith. This matter wasn't urgent. He didn't want others to know that he could use the power of faith, so he quickly refined it. After accepting his money, Lin Fei naturally had to help him. According to Elder Xin Yuan, there was no need to go to Long Wuhan's other places. Those places were all in the past. They were either occupied by others or guarded by powerful creatures. Upon hearing such a reply, Long Wuhan's eyes nearly turned black. However, she quickly recovered. At the very least, she had gained something. Her brothers and sisters might not be as lucky as her. Totem power. They traversed Boundless World Mountain. Lin Fei witnessed the means of the Myriad God Continent. A pillar that was dozens of feet tall was covered in runes. When it was activated, a force enveloped everyone. Along the way there were almost no attacks from special creatures. Even if there were, they automatically retreated when they sensed the power of the totem. Upon seeing this scene, Long Wuhan was too deep for tears. It was really infuriating to compare oneself with others. Totems were really good stuff. Chapter 3297. Boundless World Mountain. Lin Fei, Xin Yuan, and the rest walked through the forest unhurriedly. Compared to Lin Fei and Long Wuhan's rampage, Xin Yuan and the rest clearly knew how powerful they were. They activated their totems and avoided the attacks of the special creatures. The journey was very safe. Along the way, Elder Xin Yuan mentioned the use of totems. Although they could not unleash their strongest attacks in Boundless World Mountain, a godly venerable without a totem could not break the totem's protection. Lin Fei did not idle around. He exchanged his insights on primordial spirit combat, such as some of the Myriad God Continent's techniques, such as the Flood Dragon's protection, and so on. Although Lin Fei now had a universe-level body and strong physical strength, after seeing the Myriad God Continent's techniques, he realized that he should try out a few powerful physical techniques. This way he could unleash his full power. Currently, Lin Fei was more or less unable to use all of his physical strength. Lin Fei had learned about the godly venerable martial path that Xin Yuan mentioned. They were special warriors who pursued the pinnacle of the physical body. Every godly venerable martial path was extremely powerful. It was unknown whether Lin Fei was lucky or Xin Yuan wanted to communicate more with him, but he really took out a mystic technique called the Flood Dragon Magic Enhancement. This godly venerable martial path technique was something that Xin Yuan had obtained by chance. Although it helped him to a certain extent, he, who was used to fighting with the primordial spirit, did not like such techniques that increased his physical strength. But it was different for Lin Fei. Prestige was precious. Lin Fei would never reject something that could increase his physical strength. In a short 3 days, Lin Fei mastered the Flood Dragon Magic Enhancement. If he was not afraid of alerting others, he would have done it in half a day. Brother Lin, nice move. At that moment, W-Armus spiraled around Lin Fei's body. At the same time, runes covered the surface of his body. It was none other than the WRMS enchantment magic. By covering his skin with WRMS, he could use them to both defend and attack. Lin Fei activated it and 10 or so flood dragons drilled out of the ground. As soon as a special creature appeared, it was torn to pieces by the flood dragons. There was no need for him to do anything. Just this method alone was enough to fill Lin Fei with joy. I really have to thank Elder Xin Yuan for this. Lin Fei dispersed the dozen or so flood dragons. He was very familiar with the control. This kind of method can only be perfectly executed by a martial Dao divinity. I have really broadened my horizons. Elder Xin Yuan was inwardly shocked. The other party's comprehension was too strong. Someone's coming this way. Lin Fei suddenly narrowed his eyes. Under the surveillance of the system, it was easy for Lin Fei to know the situation. Someone's there? Elder Xin Yuan did not sense anyone coming over and subconsciously frowned. He's here. More than 10 figures dashed out from the forest ahead. They seemed to have sensed the presence of Lin Fei's group and directly rushed over. The person at the front took out a large bead-like object. Not good, they're from the Wandering God clan. Elder Xin Yuan's expression changed as he activated his totem. A huge barrier opened up, followed by a loud rumbling sound. It turned out that the bead-like object was a large-scale destructive treasure. It's Xin Yuan from the Heaven Roar God clan. Ah, our luck is pretty good. Someone shouted over there, looking very excited. Attack the totem for me. So. Totem after totem flew over from their side and landed outside in a circle. Each totem was very thick and 10 feet tall. When the totem landed, the ground seemed to tremble. A total of 6 totems landed on the ground in the blink of an eye. Once the totem was formed, a towering hand came out of the totem and slapped the barrier that was activated by Xin Yuan's totem, immediately changing the shape of the barrier. A crack appeared on the totem in Xin Yuan's hand. You guys are really shameless. You actually brought out the 6 directions totem. Xin Yuan continued to activate the totem as he explained to Lin Fei, the Wandering God clan in the Myriad God continent is considered a street rat. They are the type that everyone wants to beat up. They are best at plundering the treasures of experts. Wherever they go there will be chaos. They are very cunning. I never expected them to plot against Boundless World Mountain. They are too bold. Rumble. Just as Xin Yuan was explaining, the ground beneath their feet began to shake. A guy with 3 heads and 6 arms burrowed out of the ground. 6 Extremes Battle Formation. The 6 arms held 6 weapons, each of which was different. They attacked them ferociously. With the attack of the 6 Directions Totem Formation, Xin Yuan was forced to do his best to protect the totem. Once he lost the protection of the totem, he would definitely not be able to withstand the blow. Brother Lin, sorry to trouble you. Xin Yuan was secretly glad that Lin Fei was here. If not, they would be in big trouble. The Wandering God clan had put in a lot of effort to plunder more treasures. If it had been elsewhere, Xin Yuan would definitely not have been caught off guard. With that person's 3 heads and 6 arms, the experts of the Heaven Roar God clan could not withstand him and were forced to retreat. Under the Essence Soul battle, the other party used all sorts of combat techniques. He was like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. Xin Yuan, let's see what else you can do this time. Another expert from the Wandering God clan burrowed out of the ground. His Essence Soul was a heavenly hound with 3 heads. When it opened its mouth, it spewed out a black mist that seemed to darken the world. Lin Fei had grasped the Flood Dragon enchantment. Actually, he wanted to see how powerful they were. One flood dragon after another rushed out of his body and blocked the way of the Heaven Roar God clan disciples. It was the same in front of Long Wuhan. With Lin Fei's current body, he could easily condense more than 100 flood dragons. The flood dragons had impressive defenses. The 3-headed, 6-armed expert was actually unable to blast them apart. In fact, the surrounding flood dragons even rushed out one after another and attacked fiercely. Dragon claws and dragon tails covered the sky as they attacked. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 flood dragons surrounded them, almost sticking close to them as they attacked. The flood dragons condensed from a universe-level body were not something they could easily defeat, be it in terms of attack or defense. In the blink of an eye, they were trapped by the flood dragons and bitten from top to bottom, forcefully tearing them to pieces. The Heaven Roar God clan members in the totem had a lingering fear. The attacks of the Wandering Gods were too fierce and they could not withstand them at all. However, Lin Fei's combat strength was beyond imagination. Was this the strength of a martial Dao Divine Lord? He did not take action personally and just condensed a flood dragon to easily bite them to death. They finally knew the true strength of a martial Dao Divine Lord. Boom. Boom. More than 100 flood dragons rushed out of the ground. The wandering gods thought that they had eaten up the Heaven Roar God clan and might be able to reap a harvest. Who would have thought that the situation would change in the blink of an eye? More than 100 flood dragons would pounce over. The scene was not an ordinary kind of horror. Retreat. The totem flew back with a swoosh. How could Lin Fei let go of the totem? He grabbed it with one hand and the 6-pillared totems fell into his hand. The summoning power of the totems was directly wiped out. Chapter 3298. The wandering gods had never expected the existence of a person like Lin Fei. With the 6 huge totems in hand, the rebound from the totems did not stand a chance against Lin Fei's immense strength. They were forcefully suppressed, and the summoning power was completely erased. The totems became ownerless. Lin Fei did not chase after them. Who knew what dangers he would encounter in Boundless World Mountain? It was best to be as careful as possible. Brother Lin, well done. It's rare for you to defeat them in one go. It's really satisfying. Elder Xinyuan exclaimed. Fortunately, you did not chase after them. The wandering gods are best at sneak attacks and schemes. Every time they attack, they have prepared a path of retreat. Once they chase after them, there will definitely be trouble. Lin Fei played with the totem in his hand and soon discovered something incredible. There was a depression in the totem, and 5 God Faith cards were embedded in it. It was very eye-catching. Brother Lin, you are in luck. The wandering gods have suffered a huge loss this time. 6 totems and 6 God Faith cards. Elder Xinyuan smiled even more happily. Through Elder Xinyuan's explanation, Lin Fei knew that the totem he carried around with him required faith power to be activated. Other powers could not be activated. Xinyuan, return the totem to us or we'll teach you a lesson. Suddenly, a loud shout came from afar. It's the wandering gods. They were indeed hiding nearby. Elder Xinyuan sneered. Lin Fei took out the 5 God Faith cards, and each one contained 500,000 faith power. His eyes lit up as he thought to himself, these wandering gods are quite rich. In the myriad gods continent, even outside, the power of faith was a currency. Activating the totem required the power of faith, and the wandering gods were considered to be quite wealthy. To Lin Fei, who lacked prestige, the wandering gods were a good gift. Since they had not left, there was no need for them to leave. Wait for me here. Lin Fei rushed out like a stream of light. Everyone, including Elder Xinyuan, saw a blur and could no longer see him. Strong, ridiculously strong. In front of him was a dilapidated ruin. He couldn't see what this place was like when it was alive, but one thing was certain. This place should have been quite prosperous before this. At this moment, more than 10 people stood on the dilapidated ruins, their faces gloomy. Just now, when they launched a sneak attack against the Tianshao God clan, they had actually failed. 6 of their totems had been snatched away by the other party and their summoning abilities had been erased. Their side had lost 2 experts. I have to get the totem back. In Boundless World Mountain, without the protection of the totem, our combat strength is reduced by 40%. No matter what that person does, the totem is not that easy to suppress. The auras of the dozen or so people were thick and vigorous. It was obvious that they did not think that the other party could easily erase the existence of the totem. The power of 6 totems was not something that the Tianshao God clan could completely suppress. Boom boom boom. Before they could finish speaking, there was a loud rumble, and the ruins were instantly attacked by a terrifying force. The remaining ruins of the building instantly turned into dust. It was as if they had been smashed by a hammer, and blood flowed from all over their bodies. A few of the weaker ones vomited blood on the spot, while the rest did not fare much better as they all staggered. If you don't want to die, hand over everything on you, such as the power of faith and other valuable items. In the middle of the ruins, a young man had appeared out of nowhere. It's him, this is the kid who snatched our totems. One of the wandering gods recognized the other party. If not for this person, they would not have suffered such heavy losses. If your skills are inferior, then you must be prepared to die. Dozens of flood dragons rushed out of the ground and surrounded the wandering god expert. In a single exchange, they tore the other party into pieces. Lin Fei strode over. Recently, a heavily injured wandering god stepped into the depths of the ground, and he could not be more dead than he was. If I were you, I wouldn't care about money in order to survive. Along the way, all the injured wandering gods were beaten to death. Every time he finished them off with one kick. This greatly stimulated and shocked the wandering gods in front of them. Since when did their divinity experts explode with one kick like sandbags? Everyone attacked together. The leader of the wandering gods shouted. The battle primordial spirit was activated. Lin Fei's movements were faster than them. Waves of fist winds swept out and swept all over them. The battle primordial spirit that had just appeared was instantly seriously injured and was on the verge of death. One of them was directly blown up by the fist wind. Martial Path Divinity. You are a Martial Path Divinity. In Boundless World Mountain, Lin Fei did not dare to cause too much of a commotion, so he simply attacked with all his strength and defeated them. The leader of the Wandering Gods had good eyesight, and a look of panic appeared on his face. Unarmed and not needing the battle primordial spirit, he could only be a Martial Path Divinity. You guessed it right, but unfortunately there is no reward. Lin Fei smiled and said, have you thought about it? Do you want me to kick you to death, or? The remaining Wandering Gods were scared out of their wits. It was not easy for them to meet their target, but it turned out to be a Martial Path Divinity. Their luck was too bad. Don't kill us, we don't want anything. The leader opened his mouth and begged for mercy. He threw out all the storage rings on his body, leaving nothing valuable on him. He was straightforward and efficient. Lin Fei was prepared to kick a few more guys to death. They did not cultivate their physical bodies and switch to the path of the battle primordial spirit. They might be a threat to others, but to him they were really weak. Soon there were a lot of things piled up on the ground. Storage rings, totems, weapons, everything that one could think of was there. Just 3 million power of faith and you guys still have the nerve to come out and rob. Lin Fei took out a few God of Faith cards from his storage ring. All of them added up, it was only 3 million. This was too different from what Lin Fei had imagined. The few Wandering Gods almost vomited blood. 3 million power of faith was a lot. They were all doing business without any capital. Everyone could bring a few million power of faith with them and they were actually quite rich. It was a pity that they met Lin Fei, who thought that power of faith was easy to obtain. Not enough. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. I've decided that it's better to beat you guys to death. Who asked you to be so poor? Wait, I know an important piece of news. Seeing that Lin Fei was about to attack again, the leader of the Wandering Gods was shocked and blurted out. News? Lin Fei chuckled. Tell me about it. If it's not important, I don't mind. Senior will definitely like it. Let's go there from here. The experts of the Myriad God continent and the Jianghu continent have all gone there. There is a lot of power of faith there and they are all fighting for it. This news is absolutely true. Fighting for the power of faith. Lin Fei suddenly became spirited. This was definitely good news. It was really unexpected news. Yes. The leader of the Wandering Gods nodded and said, Lord Martial Dao Divinity, I wouldn't dare to lie to you even if I had 100 guts. Lin Fei carried the leader of the Wandering Gods back to the previous battlefield. He casually threw him to the ground. Repeat what you said before. In order to confirm if it was true, Lin Fei didn't mind letting Elder Shin know about it. That person repeated what he said again. Elder Shin was more attentive and asked several questions. After a few rounds he said to Lin Fei, the news should be true. Scram. Lin Fei didn't kill him. After stripping him of his belongings, it wouldn't be easy for him to survive in the Boundless World Mountain. I didn't expect that there would be a place that produces power of faith in the Boundless World Mountain. Elder Shin Yuan said, it's no wonder that every time the Boundless World Mountain appears, the major factions will gather. Lin Fei really wanted to meet the experts from the major sects of this universe. I'm afraid I can't go there with Elder Shin. Lin Fei said as he took out the God Faith card. Elder Shin Yuan laughed and said, Brother Lin, the place I want to go is in this direction. I wasn't worried at first, but now I'm afraid that those people from the major sects will accidentally discover that place. Lin Fei cared a lot about the power of faith. It was an important way to supplement his prestige. Even if there were many experts in that place, Lin Fei was confident that he would be able to gain a foothold. Regardless of whether it was Elder Shin Yuan or the leader of the Wandering Gods, they could all prove one thing, and that was the power of a martial Dao divinity. In other words, his physical body was tyrannical and invincible. Let's hurry over lest someone beat us to it. Along the way, Lin Fei and Shin Yuan activated their totems back and forth, avoiding the spying of the creatures in the dark. They approached the place that Shin Yuan mentioned without any mishaps. Oh no, someone beat us to it. They've already arranged for people to stand guard outside. When Lin Fei and Shin Yuan's group arrived, it was a solitary temple that exuded a sacred aura. However, there were more than 10 people stationed outside the temple, monitoring the surroundings from all directions. Anyone who wanted to barge in would have to face them. Do you know who they are? Lin Fei asked. The people outside the temple were dressed the same. They were dressed in silver armor and their bodies exuded a radiant aura. They're from the Radiant Temple. Xinyuan took a deep breath. At the same time, they're also one of the top 10 powers in the Myriad God continent. I didn't expect them to discover us first. Then what do you want to do? Lin Fei asked. Xinyuan smiled bitterly and said, the Radiant Temple is a temple that enshrines the Radiant God with a universe-level body. Our Tianshao God clan is like an ant in front of them. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. They have the bodies of universe-level experts? Xinyuan did not notice the look of surprise in Lin Fei's eyes. In the Myriad God continent, as long as there's a temple, there will be universe-level bodies. They worship them day and night, absorbing the power of faith. They can display the combat strength of a universe-level expert. Who would dare disobey them? Lin Fei secretly drew a cold breath. The Myriad God continent is ridiculously powerful. I wonder what the situation is like in the Sky Martial continent. After knowing the other party's background, Xinyuan no longer dared to take the risk. Chapter 3299. Xinyuan no longer had any extravagant hopes of entering the temple to obtain the things inside. The Temple of Light was so strong that he couldn't even think of resisting. The other party was like a huge mountain in front of him that he couldn't cross. Who? Just as they were about to retreat, Lian Shui stepped on a withered branch. The cracking sound was extremely ear-piercing in the quiet environment. A warrior from the Temple of Light, who was standing nearby, shouted loudly. A battle primordial spirit flew out. It turned out to be an angel with a pair of wings. There were a total of 4 wings. When the wings spread open, dense rays of light shot out. These rays of light were like blade beams that flew over. Xinyuan's face darkened as he summoned his totem and a huge barrier appeared. Retreat. Once the totem protection was activated, it could be considered to have blocked the overwhelming attack of the blade beams. With just this move, Lin Fei witnessed the power of the Temple of Light. The attacks of these people even contained thoughts within them. Those who were distracted would also be hit from a certain distance. It's a misunderstanding. We accidentally barged into this place. We'll leave immediately. To Xinyuan, offending the Temple of Light was not a good thing. To the Tianshao God race, it might be exterminated. In the Myriad God continent, the tyranny of the Temple of Light was well known. Other than the few top God races, the other God races were no match for the Temple of Light. So it's the Tianshao God race. How dare you covet the treasures of our Temple of Light? A few experts from the Temple of Light at the front pressed forward. The light god behind them was activated. Immediately above everyone's heads, blade beams slashed down. They did not give Xinyuan any chance to explain. It was extremely tyrannical. Xinyuan activated his totem. The power of faith was consumed extremely quickly. His expression turned extremely ugly. He originally thought that if he bowed his head, the experts of the Temple of Light would show mercy. He did not expect them to be so tyrannical. Kill them all, don't leave a single one alive. More than a dozen experts from the Temple of Light surrounded him at low altitude. They launched a series of fierce attacks on the totem's shield. Their strength was clearly much stronger than Xinyuan's. When they joined forces, the protection of the totem was clearly insufficient. It was on the verge of breaking. It's just a bunch of birdmen. What's there to be afraid of? Lin Fei laughed out loud. Outside, dozens of flood dragons soared into the sky and surrounded the flood dragons. No matter how the light attacks landed on the flood dragons, they were not affected in the slightest. Not good, there's an expert. An expert of the Light Temple said before he died. The attack of dozens of flood dragons was very terrifying. If they surrounded him, he would be killed in an instant. The dozen or so experts of the Divine Light Temple distanced themselves from each other. At this time, Lin Fei got out of 2T's protection and punched out. The nearest expert of the Divine Light Temple was sent flying and vomited blood in midair. Light slash. Rays of saber light formed from the power of light slashed down. Lin Fei seemed to have entered an uninhabited realm. When the saber light landed on his body, it was like a tickle. As for the bewitching voice, it was suppressed, not affecting him at all. Martial Path Divinity, let's go. Some experts of the Light Temple recognized him and turned around to run toward the temple. The other experts of the Light Temple all retreated. Lin Fei would not give them a chance to escape. His punches did not miss. He chased after them and punched, destroying their bodies. They did not even have the chance to reassemble. Their primordial spirits were crushed into nothingness by his physical strength. Dong, dong, dong. Finally, the expert of the Light Temple activated the totem and a large array was activated. Sir, what is the meaning of this? That person could not understand why a martial path divinity expert would appear here. I'm not used to your tone. Lin Fei strode over. I'm very interested in the things inside the light temple. His punch landed on the totem array like a meteor. The totem formation actually shook a little, which scared the expert of the Temple of Light quite a bit. Who is this person? How can a martial path divinity be so strong? In the myriad god continent, although martial path divinities were strong, they could not shake the totem array with a punch. Lin Fei's punch landed on the totem array and the rebound damage landed on his body. He could not help but feel a little surprised. This kind of totem was similar to enchanted equipment. Flood dragons emerge. With a loud rumble, 100 flood dragons attacked the totem array. Oh no, I can't hold on for much longer. Under the attacks of Lin Fei's tempest, cracks appeared on the totem. Seeing that it was about to shatter, he did not dare to use the totem array anymore. With a wave of his hand he put away the totem. I can only let the elders do it. This person is too strong. He quickly retreated into the light temple. Lin Fei sent a voice transmission to Xin Yuan. Elder Xin, you don't have to go inside. Take His Highness Long and leave first. I'll come find you later. Xin Yuan did not dare to say anything else. Brother Lin, be careful. If Lin Fei could come out alive, it would be good news for Xin Yuan. At the very least, the light temple would be wary. His Highness Long, I'll protect him. Long Wuhan was used to Lin Fei's impulsive personality. So what if the 10 major factions were here? This lord was not so easily negotiated. Lin Fei rushed into the light temple. With the flood dragon in front of him, he went straight ahead. An expert from the light temple who looks like a birdman. I wonder if there will be an 8-winged birdman or even a 10-winged birdman inside. With the flood dragon in front, the arrangements of the light temple could not affect Lin Fei. There are so many statues, and there is even a trace of power of faith in them. Along the way, Lin Fei saw no less than a dozen statues. They were lifelike and even carried a trace of pressure. They moved so fast. At the end of the corridor, Lin Fei heard the sound of someone coming over. Lin Fei's body moved, and he shot over like a streak of light. Are you sure it's a martial path expert? At the end of the corridor, there were more than a dozen birdman primordial spirits with wings rushing over. Leading them was the 8-winged light temple expert, Pashan, and behind him was a group of 6-winged birdmen. I can't be wrong. He has been using his physical strength to resist, and even the totem array can't stop his ferocious attacks. I can guarantee that it's true. Pashan was a managing elder of the light temple and could be considered very powerful. He came out as soon as he heard the news. The matter inside was too important and no mistakes could be allowed. Suddenly, a sense of danger arose in his heart. A powerful force came crashing over, and before he could even see what was going on, he was sent flying. All the bones in his body were broken, and he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. His subordinates were weaker than him, and they all turned into a mist of blood. Is this a martial path expert? In just a single exchange, Pashan was sent flying, and he was seriously injured. A chill came from the bottom of his heart. Not good, something big is going to happen. Chapter 3300. The interior of this temple was very large. Lin Fei constantly moved his body, and his powerful physical strength erupted. The 8-winged angels couldn't withstand a single impact and were injured. As for the 6-winged angels, they were finished in one move. Master, there's a dense amount of faith power ahead of us, Roland said. The little devil reminded. Good stuff. The more power of faith, the better. Regardless of whether there were experts from the Temple of Light or not, Lin Fei had to go in and meet them. In Boundless World Mountain, the death rate was so high. There was no difference between 10 or 100 deaths. The restrictions of the temple seemed to have been broken, and Lin Fei didn't encounter any restriction attacks. Lin Fei followed the direction and came to a huge space under the temple. A huge statue stood there and the surroundings seemed empty. At this moment, a group of people was besieging the statue. As soon as Lin Fei came down from above, he encountered more than a dozen attacks. Obviously, they had received his message and were preparing for an ambush. The void around Lin Fei, who had unleashed his physical body to its fullest, kept collapsing. Layer after layer, the collapses extended outwards. The range of the collapses also kept expanding, rippling out in circles. Most of the power of the sudden attacks was neutralized, and the remaining part fell on Lin Fei with almost no effect. Flood dragons rushed out of the body and several of them locked onto an expert. In the empty underground space, muffled groans could be heard. There was no need for Lin Fei to make a move. Once the flood dragons appeared, they couldn't breathe. Lin Fei's eyes fell on the statue. A door appeared behind the statue, and a faintly discernible thing seemed to be tempting everyone. Weapon. The thing in the door was a weapon. Lin Fei couldn't help but feel a little surprised. The statue stood motionless. Every time it made a move, the saber light crisscrossed, and the saber intent filled the space, constantly cutting the void. The experts of the Temple of Light couldn't get close to the door. There are actually 3 10-winged angels. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Although he didn't know the level of power, no matter how strong he was, he might not be as strong as a universe-level fighter. Ambushing Lin Fei did not work, and the experts of the Temple of Light who attacked were injured by the Flood Dragon. This scene was naturally seen by the 3 10-winged angels as well, and their expressions changed slightly. Your Excellency has great strength. The 3 10-winged angels all chose to retreat, and the statue no longer moved. Only the blade intent continued to wreak havoc in the space. But you've got guts, Lin Fei interrupted them forcefully. I'm quite brave. I heard that there's something good, so I came in to take a look. If you guys want to make a move, then hurry up, or else you won't have a chance to make a move later. When these words fell into the ears of the 3 10-winged angels, they were extremely displeased. They could confirm that the person in front of them was a martial path divinity venerable. However, he was extremely unfamiliar and definitely not from the 10,000 Gods continent. It was highly likely that he was from the Sky Martial continent. The Sky Martial continent was different from the 10,000 Gods continent. They trained their bodies, and while there were many martial path divinities there were very few on their side. A martial path divinity venerable of the Sky Martial continent, and so young at that, they had to take him seriously. What worried them the most was whether there were more martial path divinities behind him. Whether it was 1 or 2, that was the most worrying thing. Whenever the martial path divinities of the Sky Martial continent went out, they would usually go out in groups of 3 to 5. Especially at Boundless World Mountain, there was strength in numbers. 3 to 5 martial path divinities together could practically sweep away all enemies. They were worried that if they killed the person in front of them, they would anger the other martial path divinities. After all, martial path divinities were famous for being difficult to deal with. Each of them was extremely powerful, and they were known to be unkillable. Now that the other party had spoken, it meant that he was interested in the things inside, and his tone was extremely arrogant. The 3 10-winged angels were all big shots in the 10,000 Gods continent. They had never been ignored by a young man like this, as though he had them under his thumb. Sir, although you are a martial path divinity venerable from the Sky Martial continent, this place was found by our Radiant Temple. If you back out now, we can pretend that the matter of you injuring our people didn't happen. Qin Xian said expressionlessly. There are not many people who can make our Radiant Temple give them face. You must know how to cherish this opportunity. The 3 10-winged angels were not confident that they could withstand the attacks of the martial path divinities. They believed that the person in front of them would back out. The Radiant Temple was not that easy to trample on. It was a pity that the person they met was Lin Fei. You want me to leave? Sure. I charged all the way here and was ambushed and threatened. This person is really not agile anymore. Lin Fei laughed. The Radiant Temple is rich and overbearing. Give me a mental injury and I'll just barely give you 500 million power of faith. Qin Xian's gaze turned cold. Sir, are you forcing us to attack you? Although you are a martial path divinity venerable, if we really want to deal with you, you definitely won't be able to gain any advantage. The other party was demanding an exorbitant price, which infuriated the 3 of them. There had never been a martial path divinity venerable who dared to ignore their Radiant Temple. They worshipped the corporeal body of a universe ancestor, and could summon it to attack at any time. In the 10,000 Gods continent, even the elite celestial clans did not dare to fight with the Radiant Temple. The corporeal body of a universe ancestor was in existence with absolute deterrence. It was not something that anyone was willing to offend. There were not many in the entire 10,000 Gods continent who dared to ask the Radiant Temple for 500 million power of faith. The person in front of them was definitely not one of them. As one of the top 10 celestial clans, the Radiant Temple thought that you were rich and overbearing. It turns out that you can't even produce 500 million power of faith. In that case, I'll have to do it myself. Who asked me to not return empty-handed? Lin Fei smiled as he took a step forward. He raised his hand unhurriedly and punched out. Before the 3 10-winged angels could react, the space they were in collapsed. Layer after layer of energy surged over, forcing the 3 10-winged angels to use their wings to protect themselves. Under the impact of the ferocious energy, the 3 10-winged angels tottered. 10-winged angels, he. Lin Fei swayed his body and came in front of Angel Qingxian, who had spoken first. He punched the wings that protected his body. The wings could not withstand the impact of a powerful force that was as thick as a mountain. A hole was blasted open in the wings, and the fist struck Qingshuan's essence soul. With a bang, Qingshuan's essence soul shattered into pieces and a white light rushed out. In midair, a hand grabbed at him and the white light landed in a palm. "Let me out." Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. "I'm in a good mood today. Scram as far as you can." The remaining two 10-winged angels' expressions changed drastically. Elder Qingshen could not even withstand a single punch from the other party, and they were injured by the other party's punch. "Release Elder Qingshen will leave immediately." With his bare hands and strength to such an extent, the two 10-winged angel elders did not dare to act rashly. The other party's background in the Sky Martial continent was definitely very big. This matter was not easy to deal with. "You have no right to bargain." Lin Fei squinted his eyes. "Just because of your words, each of you hand over 5 million power of faith. Otherwise I'll kill you with one punch. As for whether you believe me or not, you can try it yourself." Puff puff. Under the attack of their blood and chi, the two 10-winged angel elders spat out blood. This was too much. "You guys leave, don't stay here." Elder Qingshen still had not recovered from his shock. In the blink of an eye he had become a prisoner. This martial Dao divinity was so fierce that it was a complete mess. "Elder. Go take everyone away. You guys are not his match, lest you lose your lives." Elder Qingshen realized that he had kicked an iron plate. Lin Fei had extorted 5 million power of faith from each of them. In total it was 10 million power of faith. He was quite dissatisfied. If he had known earlier he would have asked for 10 million or 30 million power of faith. "I'll let you guys off easy." In an instant the underground palace became empty, except for the statue. "Sir, if you let me go, as an elder of the Temple of Light, I can let this matter go." Elder Qingshen had become a miniature 10-winged angel. His face was extremely pale, and his primordial spirit was severely injured. "Shut up." Lin Fei spat out the power from his palm, and like a gust of wind, it swept towards Elder Qingshuan's body, causing him to roll around in pain. "Stop, I won't say any more, I won't say any more." Elder Qingshuan's primordial spirit was currently in a complete mess. After losing his physical body, Elder Qingshen, who only had his primordial spirit left, did not have the slightest ability to resist. "Tell me what is inside. What is the origin of that statue?" Lin Fei looked at the statue and asked. "You better be obedient. If you say anything wrong, I have 100 ways to deal with you. I'll let you experience what it means to live a life worse than death. You understand?" I understand." Lin Fei controlled his power to stab at Qingshen's primordial spirit like a knife. That kind of feeling was not something that anyone could withstand. Elder Qingshen was also straightforward. He told Lin Fei everything he knew in detail. After Lin Fei heard this, his interest increased greatly. Faith divine weapon comparable to a universal weapon. If Lin Fei hadn't heard it he wouldn't have known. But after hearing it he was shocked. It turned out that the item inside was a faith weapon. It was forged from special materials and tempered with faith power. It was a very special weapon. The experts of the Temple of Light were also lucky to encounter this temple. They did not expect that they would consecrate a faith divine weapon. The statue in front of him was the guardian of the faith divine weapon. Although it could not move, its attack power was strong. If he wanted to enter the door to obtain the item, he had to destroy the statue head-on. Lin Fei looked at the statue and was secretly shocked. There is no trace of life on the statue. It has a pure instinctive attack. Moreover, I feel a familiar aura from the statue. It should be the power of faith. It's not simple. A lifeless statue, after receiving the power of faith, gained strength that was not inferior to that of a powerhouse. This method was indeed eye-catching. You said it was a puppet, but it wasn't. The other party was very different from a puppet. The saber intent that covers the void is sharp and domineering. Even the primordial spirit of the birdman doesn't dare to clash head-on. It sounds very sharp. I wonder if my physical body can handle it. Lin Fei strode towards the door. The statue moved. Chapter 3301. Lin Fei took a step forward and came to the area enveloped by the sword will. It's over. Elder Qingshen, who was being grabbed by Lin Fei, closed his eyes. This statue was extremely terrifying. When the blade slashed down, the will of the way was like rain. It would not be easy to block it. Even if the other party was a divine martial artist, he might not be able to withstand it. Lin Fei punched with one hand and hit the statue's blade. Under such power, the blade did not break. It did not even leave a crack. Power of faith. When Lin Fei punched the blade just now, his original intention was to shatter the statue's weapon. The moment the power erupted, a strange energy had worn away the power that erupted from his body. The first thing Lin Fei felt was the power of faith. After blasting away the long blade with one punch, the second blade came. Compared to the last time, it was even faster. One blade contained hundreds of blades. Huge mountains of blades came crashing down, and the space collapsed with a rumble. The sharp sword will kept slashing at Lin Fei's body. So strong, so strong. Lin Fei was hit by the sword will, and the blood in his body churned. On his arm there were many white blade marks. It was a shocking sight. Lin Fei had seen the power of the statue. No wonder the Temple of Light was helpless. Apart from consuming the power of faith, there was no other way to fight it head-on. The statue swung its saber at him again. Lin Fei's speed increased again, and the surrounding saber intent crumbled under the pressure. It shattered into pieces and spread throughout the entire palace. He can actually increase his speed. Elder Qing Xian was already shocked. He could not even display such speed. The other party was purely using his physical body to increase his speed. There was no distance between them. How powerful was his physical body? With the increase in speed, the statue's attack speed was obviously slower. The blade missed and the raging sword will could not stop Lin Fei. Lin Fei punched again. The power surged and hit the center of the statue. The statue shook and a subtle crack appeared on it. This kid can't be thinking of breaking the statue, right? Qing Xian was shocked. He's too bold. Lin Fei continued to punch, leaving only a series of afterimages. The statue, on the other hand, kept emitting cracking sounds as cracks covered its entire body. The statue could no longer attack Lin Fei when he moved. Boom! Another punch landed on the statue. Like a surging flood, the statue exploded into a pile of rubble. Lin Fei stood in front of the door. It really is the blessing of the power of faith. As soon as the statue shattered, the power of faith quickly disappeared. You actually broke the statue. Elder Qing Xian said in shock. What's so great about shattering a statue? Lin Fei said calmly. He reached his hand into the door and found that there was no danger. He grabbed the faith weapon and took it out. It was a 3-foot-long sword with a green edge. It looked very ordinary. However, as soon as it landed in Lin Fei's hand, he felt the thick power of faith in the weapon. It was like a long river making him smile from ear to ear. Haha, is this the power of a faith weapon? Lin Fei casually waved it and didn't activate the power of faith in the weapon. Qing Xian stared at the weapon. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that the whole process would be so simple. Look at him, it was as easy as breaking dry weeds. You're lucky. This is a relatively complete weapon. If you sell it, you can definitely sell it for a high price. Even the martial Dao divinity equipment you want won't be a problem. Lin Fei thought, what's so rare about martial Dao divinity equipment? I have the power of faith converted into prestige. I can have any skills I want. It's much better than those things. I can even save my life at critical moments. After putting away the weapon, Lin Fei checked the surroundings, wanting to see if there were any good things. In the end, there was nothing. It was truly empty. Lin Fei was quite satisfied to be able to obtain a weapon of faith. From Elder Qing Xian's expression, he could tell that the quality of the weapon he had obtained was quite good. As long as you sell this weapon of faith to our Temple of Light, we can help you find anything you want, even if it's a universe-level cultivation technique. Elder Qing Xian was envious. Generally speaking, the quality of the weapons found would be very poor, but the one in front of him was maintained so perfectly. It was really rare, especially the power of faith in it. Elder Qing Xian didn't know what to say. Such a good thing had actually been taken away by a kid. Elder Qing Xian wanted to slap himself a few times. If he had known this would happen, he would have fought with all his might. Even if he had to pay the price, he wouldn't have hesitated. Anything is fine? How generous, but why were you reluctant to take out 500 million power of faith just now? How dare you say that? Lin Fei shook his head. I can't be bothered to believe you. After leaving the temple, Long Wuhan and Elder Xinyuan's auras had disappeared far away, as if they could be concealed. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to look for them. I heard that outsiders all go to a place in front. You should be familiar with it. Lead the way. Elder Qing Xian blurted out, you want to go to the Forbidden Soul area? So it's called the Forbidden Soul area. What an interesting name. Lin Fei smiled. If you can go, why can't I? Elder Qing Xian opened his mouth and thought to himself, this guy is too bold. It's not that easy to go to the Forbidden Soul area. If you're willing to join our Temple of Light, at least you won't die inside. Elder Qing Xian knew how to rope in such an expert. As for the primordial spirit injury, it was nothing. Every divine martial artist was worth roping in, especially the one in front of him. He absolutely believed that he was stronger than an ordinary divine martial artist. If he didn't rope him in now, when would he? I almost forgot, as an elder of the Temple of Light, you should know something about the Forbidden Soul area. Come, tell me everything. A gust of wind swept past Elder Qing Xian. Elder Qing Xian's primordial spirit was already seriously injured. After withstanding Lin Fei's attack, he quickly couldn't hold on. I'll talk. At the same time, in an even darker place, outside was a pile of rubble. On the pile of rubble, experts with strong auras were sitting cross-legged. All of them were resting with their eyes closed as if they were waiting for something. Hey, Divine Son of Light, there seems to be something wrong with your people. In the distance, a group of people rushed over. A black-faced strong man who was sitting cross-legged opened his eyes and laughed unscrupulously. Didn't they say that the Temple of Light is very powerful? Could it be that they were beaten back by someone? Imowo laughed. He liked to mock the Temple of Light the most. The guy called the Divine Son of Light was very young and handsome. There was a very eye-catching divine rune in the center of his eyebrows. This was the famous Divine Rune of Light, which contained a powerful attack power. The Divine Son of Light was an extremely outstanding existence in the Temple of Light. Once they defeated all their opponents, they would become the Divine Son of Light and become famous throughout the world. This generation's Divine Son of Light was here. Behind the Divine Son of Light were 3 white-robed old men. They looked old and half asleep, but if anyone underestimated them, they would definitely regret it. Because they were the protectors. They would protect the Divine Son of Light until he grew up. Any genius with first-class potential, as long as they passed the test, would have a certain chance to be protected by the protectors. The Divine Son of Light was protected by 3 protectors at once. One could imagine how much importance the Temple of Light attached to him. Generally speaking, as long as the older generation did not make a move, no one could kill such a person. Everyone knew that the older generation would not make a move against the younger generation. Even if everyone knew that the Divine Son of Light had great potential, no one would kill him in front of everyone. This kind of thing would not be put on the table. For example, Mo Wuhua and the Divine Son of Light were both well-known figures of the younger generation. They did not like each other, so no one dared to kill in front of them. Even if it was in secret, they could not leave any evidence. Such people were not easy to deal with. Divine Son, something has happened. It was the 2 elders who rushed over. They came to report as soon as they left the temple. The 3 protectors were still half asleep and did not pay attention to each other. The Divine Son of Light looked calm, but there was a trace of doubt in his heart. After knowing the cause and effect of the matter, he subconsciously looked at one of the piles of rocks. There were more than 10 divine martial lords sitting there. They were from a powerful sect in the Sky Martial Continent. The powerful divine martial lords would definitely think of the Sky Martial Continent. There were the most body cultivators there, and it was easier to walk the path of divine martial lords. If it's someone from the Sky Martial Continent, then it will be a bit troublesome. The Divine Son of Light said calmly. He could easily defeat Elder Qing Xian, so his strength was obviously ordinary. The Divine Son of Light did not care that an elder had been captured. No matter how big the matter was, it was not as important as what was in front of him. The Forbidden Soul area was a special place in Boundless World Mountain. Although there seemed to be no changes on the surface, in fact, there were many ancient civilizations living in it. This place had been set up by a great formation, and it had always been sealed within. There were also rumors that in the past life of the Forbidden Soul area, the existence of a top sect, the overlord of Boundless World Mountain. Later, the Forbidden Soul area erupted, and the ancient beings took action. The sect was greatly weakened, and since then the sect declined. The Forbidden Soul area did not change because of this. It had always been a land of death. But in the land of death, the things left behind by the ancient beings were tempting. There were the corpses of universe-level warriors in there. It was impossible not to be tempted. With Elder Qing Xian's guidance, Lin Fei rushed to the Forbidden Soul area at a steady pace. At the same time, he also learned a lot of information. He knew that it was a place where ancient beings were imprisoned. The people from the big forces came in person for the Forbidden Soul area. The other temples and palaces were small, and they did not care about them. The things in the Forbidden Soul area were worth dozens or even hundreds of things outside. Finally here. Chapter 3302. I feel a heart-palpitating aura. I didn't expect there to be such a place in the Hopeless Realm Mountain. It's really magical. Looking at the dark mountain, although it was not very big, the upper part of the dark mountain had been cut off and a huge black palace was built. It looked very strange in the darkness. It was the aura of the ancient existence suppressed in the Forbidden Soul area. Lin Fei himself was shocked by the aura. Ancient existences. They were really immortal. Any one of them was at the level of an old monster. There are a lot of them. The aura leaking out makes people feel afraid and uneasy. The ancient force that suppressed them back then was really terrifying. The ancient existence suppressed them just like that. The aura coming from the Forbidden Soul area could still be felt after such a long time. No one dared to look down on them. Even if they could only feel a trace of their aura now, they were still tyrannical and invincible existences. Lin Fei was also filled with admiration towards the peak power that had suppressed them. In this part of the cosmos, it was definitely an overlord among the overlords. After all, who would dare to suppress someone without some ability? Any ancient existence would have a large number of friends and a huge power behind them. This suppressing force was really a mess. Even if its aura was weak now, the aura that was leaking out now was still a universe-level existence. Looking at the current situation, universe-level experts were very rare. Even universe-level experts had to be recruited by the Eternal Church. Otherwise they would be suppressed. This situation was really different from the past. The gap was really big. Lin Fei withdrew his gaze and noticed the experts on the pile of rocks in the distance. They each occupied an area and seemed to mind their own business. Their auras are all very strong. If I hadn't cultivated a lot of body refining techniques, I'm afraid I wouldn't be as good as any of them here. Lin Fei was secretly surprised by the strength of the experts. This was a true expert. He had the desire to fight. If I go all out, I should be able to kill any one of them with 3 punches. Lin Fei said to himself. There are a few of them who are quite powerful. You should be familiar with them. Tell me about their background so that I know better. Lin Fei asked Elder Qing Xian. There were hundreds of people standing on the pile of rocks. There weren't many of them, but every single one of them was a powerful individual. Lin Fei was naturally interested in getting to know them. Unfortunately, he had not met Zi Outyen and his daughter. Otherwise, things would not have been so troublesome. Elder Qing Xian was scared after being tortured. He really said everything he knew. Anyway, even if he didn't say it, she would find out sooner or later, so he might as well tell her honestly and avoid suffering. He didn't want to experience that kind of suffering again. Do you see those guys whose auras are so dense? They're the experts of the Sky Martial continent. They're from the Sky Martial sect, the #1 sect in the Sky Martial continent. The one leading them is called Tian Lei Lai, a young master. The people in the upper left corner are all arrogant fellows. They are not from the Sky Martial continent, nor are they from the Myriad God continent. They are from the Star River Prefecture's Li family. They have always treated us like country bumpkins. Our light temple does not like them. Myriad God continent's darkness divine temple's Mo Wuhua, an old enemy of our divine temple of light. The thin elder behind him is a Tao protector. The divine son of light of the divine temple of light. The 3 behind him are Tao protectors. Elder Qing Xian explained in detail. Unknowingly, Lin Fei had a general understanding of the forces at the scene of the rubble. First was the Myriad God continent. Several forces of the divine race had come. Not only were there from the divine temple of light, but there were also experts from the darkness divine temple and the earth divine temple. In addition, there was the Sky Martial continent. Only the Sky Martial sect had come. They had more than 10 divine martial venerable experts, and their strength could not be underestimated. Outside of them was the Star River Prefecture's Li family. They also seemed to have a very powerful background. According to Elder Qing Xian, everyone was from the Star River Prefecture. The Li family who could live in the Star River Prefecture was innately superior to them. The Li family's aura was especially strong, and they occupied the largest area. They had a high and mighty appearance and were very arrogant. This Forbidden Soul area has really attracted a lot of attention. Lin Fei floated down. When he appeared, the first to react were the 2 elders of the Divine Temple of Light. It's him. He actually dares to come here. Kid, hand over Elder Qing Xian. The 2 elders seemed to have gained a backbone. When they saw Lin Fei appear, the 8-winged angel's primordial spirit rushed out and attacked Lin Fei fiercely. The aura of light surged. They were fast, but Lin Fei was faster. It seems that you don't know pain until I hit you. If it was Elder Qing Xian, he definitely wouldn't say such words. Lin Fei chuckled and punched out. 1 punch turned into 2. The 2 elders of the Divine Temple of Light had indeed thought that with the Divine Son of Light and the Tao Protector around, the other party would not have the guts to attack again. They did not expect that Lin Fei would attack without hesitation. He punched out and the fist mark hit the two elders. The primordial spirit angel was sent flying by the punch and landed on the ground in the distance. It was on the verge of death. "Sai, you forced me to attack. Aren't you just looking for trouble?" Lin Fei landed on a huge rock unhurriedly. When Lin Fei punched out, the Sky Martial Sect's Tianlei Lai laughed out loud. "Brother, you're so strong to be able to send an angel flying with just one punch. I wonder which sect you're from? Do you want to know each other?" "I am Tianlei Lai of the Sky Martial Sect." Tianlei Lai was shocked by the strength that this person had displayed. There were no signs of any cultivation technique being used. It was a pure physical attack. This made Tianlei Lai's eyes brighten. Where did this freak come from? He did not use any cultivation technique, but his physical strength was so strong. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Tianlei Lai would not have believed it was real. "I am Lin Fei. I don't belong to any sect. I am just a loose cultivator." Lin Fei cupped his hands and said, "I heard that there is something good here, so I came to take a look." Tianlei Lai was surprised again. This guy was actually a loose cultivator. Since when did loose cultivators have such strength? If he was not a loose cultivator, he would not have attacked in such an old-fashioned way. "I like you, a loose cultivator." Mo Wuhua stood up and said in a loud voice. "Anyone who attacks the Light Temple is a friend of the Darkness Temple. I wonder if Brother Lin is interested in joining the Darkness Temple." Lin Fei had a better impression of Mo Wuhua. No matter if he was telling the truth or not, at least he would leave a good impression on others. The Darkness Temple is good at recruiting people. Lin Fei obviously noticed that the people from the Temple of Brilliance were not looking good. It seems that the opposition between darkness and light has always existed. It seems that the Temple of Brilliance seems to be suppressing the Shrine of Darkness. Lin Fei smiled. "I will think about it. After all, I am used to being lazy." Mo Wuhua did not show any dissatisfaction. He said straightforwardly, "It's okay. The door of the Darkness Temple is always open to Brother Lin." It was normal that he could not recruit Lin Fei the first time. "Wuhua, that kid is very strong. You have to be careful," the azure-clothed Dao Protector said via voice transmission. "His physical body is filled with power, and it's deep and terrifying like a boundless ocean. It's a rather inconceivable matter. We should either rope him in or not offend him." Mo Wuhua was shocked. Is he not a loose cultivator? Since Lin Fei appeared, he had severely injured the two elders of the Light Temple with his bare hands without using any treasures. At the same time, everyone was looking forward to the next move of the Light Temple. "Humph, defeating two elders is nothing." An elder behind the Divine Son of Light shouted. The 10-winged angel's primordial spirit rushed out. Its wings were like blades, carrying the aura of light. In everyone's eyes, the 10-winged angel elder only had white blade radiance left, which slashed at Lin Fei. Lin Fei stood there without moving. Space collapsed as he used one hand to block the saber light. The saber light shattered. When everyone saw this, they were inwardly shocked. Strong. This person was very strong. It was not easy to destroy the attack of the blade radiance with pure physical strength. That was the attack of a 10-winged angel elder. Ordinary ultimate gods would not dare to take it head-on. "Young master, we must pull this person into the sect." On the Heavenly Martial Sect's side, the eyes of the gray-clothed protector behind Tianlei Lai flashed with shock. That Light Temple elder is about to lose. He can't even break through his opponent's defense. If this gets out, everyone will laugh their heads off. In the sky, the 10-winged angel elder had tried more than a dozen attacks, but still could not break his opponent's defense. This is all the Light Temple can do. Lin Fei shook his head and struck out with his palm. Amidst the airtight attacks, the 10-winged angel was sent flying, crashing in front of the Divine Son of Light. This is really disappointing. Everyone realized there was going to be a good show when the 10-winged angel was defeated. Such an expert is indeed worth recruiting into the Sky Martial Sect. Tianlei Lai revealed a look of joy. A lone martial path divinity venerable who had not displayed any cultivation technique up until now, was really ridiculously strong with his pure physical strength. If I cultivate a body-refining killer move, I can't even imagine how strong I will be. At this moment, Tianlei Lai was tempted. His opponent was a martial path ultimate god that he did not know. He thought he was strong, but there was a huge gap between him and his opponent. At the very least, he could not beat the 10-winged angel elder with his bare hands. The Light Temple elder glared at him. His previous thoughts of not taking him seriously were suppressed. This person was indeed worthy of attention. "Your Excellency, what do I have to do for you to release Elder Qing Xian?" The divine Son of Light's body flashed with the aura of faith. He stopped the elder's action with a gesture. The person in front of him was not someone the 10-winged angel elder could deal with. In the eyes of the divine Son of Light, Lin Fei had relied on the purest physical strength to make the 10-winged angel elder, who had always been proud of, suffer a great loss. So fast. Why don't you come out and fight a few more rounds? Lin Fei laughed. I haven't had enough yet. The Light Temple elder glared at him. Arrogant. If it was somewhere else, the divine Son of Light would not mind suppressing him. How strong could his pure physical strength be? But not here. Once the hopeless boundary mountain caused a big commotion and alerted those ancient existences, everyone would have to bear the consequences. This was also the reason why everyone was sitting together peacefully. They did not dare to cause trouble. This person is quite arrogant. He is no different from those martial arts addicts. He is smelly and tough. The divine Son of Light was expressionless. Force is definitely not allowed. The divine Son of Light knew the situation best. If he really attacked, the people from the Dark Temple would definitely attack. As for whether the Sky Martial sect would attack, it was highly possible. If the three parties fought, it would undoubtedly give others a chance to take advantage of the situation. Especially the Li family, they would probably applaud. I'll give you one more chance. State your conditions. I heard that you want the power of faith. I can agree to it. The divine Son of Light did not attack, which would definitely make those people unhappy. For example, the Li family from the Star River Prefecture. I missed a chance. Li Yunhao shook his head in disappointment. If the Divine Temple of Light and the Dark Temple fought, they would be greatly weakened. They would not be qualified to compete with us. Li Yunhao was a high-level elder of the Li family. He looked down on the Divine Temple of Light and the Dark Temple. He always thought that they were from the countryside. If it were not for the fact that the two temples had the attacking methods of the universe-level experts, Li Yunhao would have killed them long ago. It was not a big deal for a group of people to die in the hopeless boundary mountain. That Lin Fei is quite interesting. He doesn't use any body-refining techniques and only uses his physical strength. It is rare to see such a person. Li Yunhao said to himself, quietly watching the situation on the field. Lin Fei knew that he had met his match. Such a person could actually remain calm at such a time and did not even show a trace of killing intent. He was indeed worthy of being the divine Son of Light. He was indeed not to be underestimated. If I were to provoke him again, there might not be any benefits. Lin Fei thought to himself. Just stop. Lin Fei knew very well that he was about to reach his limit. I heard that the Divine Temple of Light is rich and overbearing. I have no enmity with the Divine Temple of Light, but you attacked me as soon as you came. My heart. Lin Fei spouted nonsense with a straight face. Bring me 500 million power of faith and I'll release Elder Qing Xian. If you're not willing, there's no point in keeping him. You might as well kill him. Elder Qing Xian, who had been grabbed by Lin Fei, almost fainted. Was he going to die? The Divine Son of Light might not be willing to take out 500 million power of faith. As for asking the Divine Son of Light to take it out, Brother Qing Xian would definitely not dare to ask. 300 million power of faith, that is my limit. The Divine Son of Light was still indifferent. If you don't want him, just kill him. He is just an elder. If he dies, then so be it. 300 million power of faith. The Divine Temple of Light is indeed rich and overbearing. I want it. Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony. Hand over the power of faith and let him go. Chapter 3303. 300 million power of faith was transferred into a God of Faith card and he casually threw it in front of Lin Fei. Thank you. Lin Fei grabbed the God of Faith card and threw it into the system space. He then released Elder Qing Xian. You're in luck. 300 million power of faith. I welcome you to take revenge. Qing Xian managed to escape and subconsciously rolled his eyes. Revenge? To think that you could even think of it. Elder Qing Xian didn't even have the guts to think about it. He would rather be abused. To think that he had the nerve to say that. Brother Lin, come, sit with us. After the transaction was completed, Mo Wuhuo waved at Lin Fei. The guys from the Darkness Temple are the best at scheming. Our body refining school is better. Tian Lei Lai also greeted enthusiastically. Let's talk about body refining. Although they didn't fight, Lin Fei's personality made the eyes of the forces present light up. Two country bumpkins, what's there to go? At this moment, a cold and disdainful snort was heard. Our Li family welcomes talents like you. As long as you join our Li family, when our Li family leaves, we can take you away from this place. When you reach the Star River Prefecture, You will know how wonderful the outside world is. A Li family disciple shouted. In the Li family's opinion, whether it was the Darkness Temple or the Radiance Temple, they were all the same. Even the heavenly martial sect was useless. In a small world, fighting to the death was a very boring thing. Outside, it would be a completely different story. The Star River Prefecture was a place where experts moved freely. Li Yunhao was interested in defeating the 10-winged angel elder with pure physical strength. With a little polishing, he would become a powerful expert. Where else could he find such a good thing? Li Yunhao believed that the other party knew how to choose. As long as he wasn't an idiot, he would go to the Star River Prefecture. That was a martial artist's paradise. I'm sorry, a country bumpkin like me can't go to such a high-end place. Forget about the Li family. Lin Fei rejected immediately. The other party kept calling him a country bumpkin, which made him very uncomfortable. Join the Li family? What a joke. That was no different from being a lackey. Lin Fei wasn't interested in going to the Star River Mansion. That place wasn't something he could go to for the time being. His accumulation wasn't deep enough. Just the Radiance Temple alone had the corpse of a universe-grade powerhouse. Who knew what kind of powerful existence the Star River Mansion had? How can you say that? The Li family disciple was displeased. Our Li family thinks highly of you. That's why we let you become our Li family's consecrator. How many people can only dream of this opportunity? You actually said that you don't want it. The Li family was a noble family of the Star River Prefecture. Many people wanted to become a consecrator. As long as they spread the news, countless people would line up. However, they had been rejected by a kid. This was looking down on the Li family. What, are you threatening me? Lin Fei laughed. If you don't want to join, then don't join. If you have the ability, come and catch me. Believe it or not, I will kill you with one punch. The Li family disciple's face darkened even more, and his gaze became filled with resentment. Brother Yunhao, does your Li family really like to force people? Mo Wuhua's big mouth started to move again. You want to drag anyone you see to become a consecrator. You really have a way. Li Yunhao had a faint smile on his face. You misunderstood. I cherish a genius like Lin Fei very much. Becoming a consecrator of the Li family will allow his strength to increase by a few steps. Since you don't want it, then forget it. However, the Li family's gate welcomes you at any time. Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. This Li Yunhao had killing intent towards him. His emotions contributed to his killing intent. The Li family's gate is too high. I think I'll pass. Lin Fei laughed. That's really a pity? Li Yunhao said with a face full of regret. It was as if he really felt that it was a pity. In fact, he had killing intent towards Lin Fei. If such a person wasn't used by the Li family, then there was no need for him to stay. Li Yunhao was vicious and merciless. It was fine if he listened to the Li family, but if he didn't, he would kill a martial Dao hierarch with good potential without any pity. Some people were happy about Lin Fei's appearance, while others were angry. The Temple of Light was naturally one of the angry ones. After Elder Qing Xian returned, he told the Divine Son of Light what had happened under the palace, including the Divine Weapon of Faith in detail. Divine Son, that kid's strength is as strong as a mountain. It's not a good thing to keep him here. Elder Qing Xian said. He had set up a soundproof array outside them. If that guy is on the side of the Temple of Darkness or the Heavenly Martial Sect, it'll be quite troublesome. Elder Qing Xian had seen how powerful Lin Fei was. Their physical bodies were basically unable to withstand his attacks. Until now, Elder Qing Xian still didn't know what his opponent's limit was. As the name suggested, he hadn't been able to find out his specific strength. That was the most frightening part of it all. There's no need to worry about this. In the Forbidden Soul area, everyone has a goal. Once he leaves, I'll personally suppress him. The Divine Son of Light said. His body is very good and is very suitable to become a light warrior of the Temple of Light. It's not that easy to obtain 300 million power of faith. Elder Qing Xian subconsciously shivered. Lin Fei's strength was what Mo Wuhua was most happy to see. Brother Lin, you've taken 300 million power of faith from the Temple of Light. You're really bold. However, do you know who the Divine Son of Light is? He's an extremely narrow-minded guy. Back then, in order to become the only divine son of this generation of the Temple of Light, he killed all the other candidates. Mo Wuhua glanced at the Divine Son of Light in the distance and chuckled. Lin Fei didn't care about this. Although their expressions didn't change, the numbers didn't lie. He could distinguish good and bad people at a glance. If he wants to kill me, he'll have to see if he has the ability to do so. Lin Fei smiled and said, maybe I'll kill him then. I think it'll be very interesting if the Temple of Light loses a divine son. Haha, Brother Lin is really an interesting person. Mo Wuhua liked Lin Fei more and more. Actually, I've wanted to kill the divine son of light for a long time, but I couldn't handle the 3 guardians behind him. Lin Fei didn't say anything. The 3 guardians were indeed very strong, and it wouldn't be difficult to kill them. What he was worried about was whether or not they had some powerful means of self-defense. The word, Tao Protector, was not that simple. If they couldn't even protect one person, what was the point of having guardians? This was the most important thing. The divine son of light was also more powerful than he had imagined. There was a dangerous aura on his body. Once it broke out, even Yi Fuqian's universe-level body would suffer. This was the most important thing that Lin Fei discovered. This guy from the Temple of Light was indeed ridiculously strong, and he even had a trump card. Such a situation was not limited to the divine son of light, but almost all the other young masters. They threatened each other and didn't dare to act rashly. Brother Lin, it won't be so easy for the divine son of light to kill you. If you don't mind, when the Forbidden Soul area's great restriction is weakened, you can go in with us, Mo Wuhua invited. There's a place that needs an expert like Brother Lin. The Forbidden Soul area was full of large formations. The presence of a martial Dao divinity gave them a huge advantage. Mo Wuhua naturally wanted to rope in Lin Fei. Once we find any treasures such as divine weapons of faith, Brother Lin, you can choose 3 of them. How about it? My sincerity isn't bad. There were no martial path divine masters in the Temple of Darkness, and there were only a few in the Myriad God continent. It would be a real pity if they didn't see such a good opportunity. Lin Fei wasn't very clear about the situation in the Forbidden Soul area. It wasn't that he couldn't go with the Temple of Darkness, but there would be more or less restrictions, and he wouldn't be able to act as he pleased. Lin Fei had heard Xiao Tian's words very clearly. The Eternal Church was suppressing the universe experts, either to recruit them or to suppress them. Once they knew that he had a universe-level body, they would definitely come to capture him. Lin Fei didn't want to expose himself so early. It wasn't easy to find an alternative way to increase his prestige, and he didn't want to miss the opportunity. He needed to accumulate more. Brother Mo, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Lin Fei said politely, I plan to go alone. Anyway, many ancient existences are dead, so my luck won't be that bad. Mo Wuhua was very surprised. The Forbidden Soul area wasn't a place anyone could go. Although many ancient existences had died of old age, some had survived in special ways, and they were definitely terrifying existences. That's true. Your body is so strong. If your luck isn't too bad, you can really avoid danger. Mo Wuhua was quite disappointed, but he didn't show any dissatisfaction. If you really encounter danger, you can contact me. Mo Wuhua took out a token with the word Mo on the front and the word darkness on the back. Thank you. Lin Fei put away the token. Mo Wuhua told him some things about the Forbidden Soul area. Although Lin Fei knew a lot, it was all forced out by Elder Qing Xian, so he had more or less concealed some information. Now that he said it, Lin Fei finally understood the situation. The people from the Temple of Light are really bad. It turned out that the Forbidden Soul area was almost no different from the outside, but there were small spaces everywhere, and the ancient existences were imprisoned in these small spaces. If anyone accidentally broke in, they would most likely die. Lin Fei decided that the next time he met Elder Qing Xian, he would beat him to death. Elder Qing Xian dared to trick him, and he almost fell for it. Even if he had a strong body, he might not be able to withstand it. If he ran in and fell into those small spaces, Lin Fei would be so depressed that he didn't know what to say. Outside the Forbidden Soul area, time passed day by day. There weren't many people in the rubble. It could be seen that not everyone could come to this place. Everyone was resting with their eyes closed, and Lin Fei was one of them. He had already transformed 300 million power of faith into prestige, which exceeded his expectations. 300 million prestige was exchanged for 200 billion prestige. It was just enough to release a small skill. Lin Fei was quite satisfied. The power of faith was a currency, and as long as he wanted to obtain it, there were still various ways. For example, the exchange of treasures. This was the most common. Chapter 3304. It's open. The experts sitting cross-legged on the boulders all opened their eyes as if they had a telepathic connection. The black fog shrouding the Forbidden Soul area seemed to be suppressed by an inexplicable force. Its power began to weaken, and the towering trees on the mountain could be vaguely seen. Before this, the things in the Forbidden Soul area could not be seen. People from the Temple of Light, follow me. The Divine Son of Light moved. He summoned a huge phantom and blasted it toward the Forbidden Soul area. A passage was blasted open, and the experts of the Temple of Light quickly rushed in. Although the restriction of the Forbidden Soul area seemed to have weakened, it was not. Whoever dared to go in foolishly would definitely suffer a lot. Brother Lin, are you sure you don't want to go in with us? Mo Wuhua of the Temple of Darkness asked again. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Mo. Lin Fei said with a smile, I'll contact you if there's any danger. Mo Wuhua nodded and took out a treasure. It was a divine dark pagoda, and a phantom was also summoned. It struck across the air and blasted open the passage. The people of the Temple of Darkness followed him in. Lin Fei was not in a hurry. The phantom they summoned should be a universe-level expert when he was alive. Only they can have such power to break through the weakness of the seal. Lin Fei squinted and watched. The blasted passage did not last long. In 10 breaths at most, the passage would be swallowed up and disintegrated by the power of the seal, thus disappearing. If ordinary forces really came to the Forbidden Soul area, they could only watch helplessly. The power of the Forbidden Soul area could only be torn apart by a universe-level attack. The Divine Lord could only stand aside. Of course, this was under the condition that the power of the seal was weakened. The experts sitting cross-legged on the boulders used various treasures to tear open the seal and successfully entered the Forbidden Soul area. It seems that they are not interested in dealing with a little guy like me. Lin Fei stood up and shook his head. I thought I could get some power of faith. I'm ready to make a move. In front of treasures, I'm nothing. Until the last force entered the Forbidden Soul area. After making sure that there was no one around, Lin Fei walked up to the Forbidden Soul area and punched out. His physical strength exploded, and the power of the universe rushed out, blasting the sealing power apart. Compared to the previous methods that blasted open the passageway, Lin Fei's punch was more powerful and violent. There's always a difference in the strength of a dead universe-level fighter. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and rushed into the tunnel, disappearing into it. The sealing power is indeed powerful. My punch is even more powerful than theirs, but it still couldn't withstand the power of the sealing power. Lin Fei could feel the power in the tunnel disintegrating. He didn't care when the channel collapsed. Mo Wuhua had told him a few things about the Forbidden Soul Zone. For example, the Forbidden Soul Zone's sealing power had weakened, and it would last for a year. Once the time was up, if you didn't come out, you wouldn't be able to leave. Not even universe-level experts could break the sealing power. He had to leave the Forbidden Soul area within a year. Lin Fei stood on the grass, unable to sense the aura of Mo Wuhua and the others, as if they had disappeared into thin air. They all came here for a purpose. They are all in the mini-space now. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and sized up his surroundings. It was nothing but ordinary. If it weren't for the name Forbidden Soul Area, no one could imagine that ancient beings were imprisoned here. They would think it was an ordinary place so they wouldn't pay attention to it. With Mo Wuhua's reminder, Lin Fei didn't have the nerve to wander around. If he ran into an old B****, he would be doomed. Let me see what skills I can use to help. Lin Fei certainly had to cherish this 1 year's time. From the looks of the Divine Son of Light and others, Lin Fei could tell they cared a lot about the things in the Forbidden Soul area. They were very important and they could enhance their strength. After searching for a while, Lin Fei did find a suitable auxiliary skill. Searching for 10,000 miles. It was a skill of little value. But for Yi Xian this skill was good enough. Even the Divine Son of Light and others didn't know how many spaces there were in the small Forbidden Soul area, let alone Lin Fei. The spaces they had found were probably left by the predecessors. Ding. 10 billion prestige points are consumed. Search across 10,000 miles. Lin Fei turned it into a space and limited its range. It happened to be within the range of the Forbidden Soul area. A huge field of vision showed up in Lin Fei's head, like a flat map. Ding. Found a space. Identification, Level 1 Danger. Ding. Found a space. Identification, Level 1 Danger. Ding. Found a space. Identification, Level 2 Danger. The skill, Search Across 10,000 Miles worked better than Lin Fei had imagined. That's great. 10 billion prestige points are worth it. And the danger level is shown when I enter. On the flat map in his head, one after another space prompts popped up. At the same time, the danger level was marked clearly. I can't believe there's a space about 100 feet in front of me. Lin Fei looked at the nearest space. It was a level 1 danger space. He couldn't help but jump in fright. This was too close. If he were to recklessly charge in and encounter a level 5 or level 6 danger space, he would really cry. There are so many spaces. There are 869 in total. Among them, 4 out of 10 are level 1 dangers, 2 out of 10 are level 2 to level 3 dangers, 2 out of 10 are level 4 to level 6 dangers, 1 out of 10 are level 7 and level 8 dangers, and 1 out of 10 are level 9 and level 10 dangers. Lin Fei's eyes lit up after a slight calculation. There are 3 level 9 dangers and 1 level 10 danger. Looking at the marks on the map, Lin Fei took a deep breath. He was confident in his strength, but once he went to level 9 or level 10, he wouldn't be able to come out in one piece no matter how brave he was. Lin Fei was not a greedy person. With my current strength, it shouldn't be a problem for me to go below level 5. I still have to explore slowly. My goal is to find something valuable that can be exchanged for the power of faith. Lin Fei set a goal for himself. The dangers that others would encounter were nothing to Lin Fei. As long as he didn't go to those level 70, 80, and 90 dangers, he would be fine. But it was different for them. I'll go to the first space in front to take a look. It was a level 1 space. Lin Fei didn't encounter any danger and rushed into the space. Inside the space, there weren't mountains and rivers like he had imagined. Instead, it was a cold secret room that exuded an oppressive aura. The entire secret room was empty. It can't be, right? There's nothing here. After checking, there was nothing in the secret room. Someone must have ransacked it. Chapter 3305. The second space was also a level 1 space. As soon as he entered the space, it was also a secret room with gusts of chilly wind that cut like a knife. At the same time, black energy seeped over and tried to invade Lin Fei's body. This should be a heretical expert. The power in the black mist has a corrosive effect. Even a top-level ultimate god might not be able to withstand it. It's a pity that it met me. Lin Fei punched out and a tornado was formed, sweeping across the area. After the whistling sound, the space became quiet. The chilly wind was no longer and the black mist was also gone. If this is the level 1 danger, it's safer than I thought. Lin Fei thought to himself as his eyes fell on the skeleton. Let me see what good stuff is left behind. If Lin Fei's words were heard by others, they would probably bang their heads against the wall. They were not like Lin Fei who had a cosmic body. The skeleton was golden with ancient runes attached to it. It seemed to be a problem of time as the runes had become dull and colorless as if they were about to collapse. Lin Fei slammed his palm on the skeleton and a ray of light appeared as if it wanted to block the palm attack. However, as soon as the light met, it was immediately broken and the skeleton was also smashed. What a pity. Lin Fei shook his head and buried himself in the examination. After a quick inspection, he was disappointed. Apart from the bones, there was nothing else. There was a weapon, but it had long since turned into scrap metal. He broke into 10 level 1 danger spaces in a row. Lin Fei practically didn't reap a single grain. This result was somewhat unexpected and unexpected. Therefore, he began to enter the level 2 space followed by the level 3 space. There was not much difference between the level 2 and level 3 danger spaces. It was just the strength of the residual power. It was not worth mentioning in front of Lin Fei. After breaking into more than 50 spaces, Lin Fei obtained a divine weapon of faith. It was quite damaged and only had about 30% of its power. This was the first harvest. In Lin Fei's opinion, it should be worth a bit of money. There was a space mark. Lin Fei's journey was unimpeded. Level 3, Level 4, and Level 5. They didn't encounter any danger. From the Level 5 dangerous space onwards, there would be a certain amount of the opponent's spirit sense within with decent battle power, but none of them had a universe-level power. Lin Fei's harvest also increased from 1 faith god weapon to 8, and its power also varied from 30% to 80%. This also proved one thing. Almost all of the ancient existences suppressed here used divine weapons of faith. Wah! Lin Fei rushed into another space. This space was a level 7 dangerous space. The moment he entered, it was not a secret room, but a landscape of mountains and rivers. Yuan Shin's secret realm. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced. He had not researched it previously. Along the way he especially wanted to find a Yuan Shin secret realm space. Perhaps he could research some secrets. Lin Fei was also very interested in those remnant divine abilities. There are people here. If you don't want to die, get out of here. 2 beams of sword light slashed over like dragons, one from the front and one from the back. There were guards here. It wasn't easy to find a Yuan Shin secret realm. How could Lin Fei just turn around and leave? That would be a joke. Just because you told me to get out, I'll get out. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Lin Fei reached out and grabbed, and the 2 sword dragons shattered. No one can stop me from going where I want to go. The one who attacked, Lin Fei remembered that it was a force called the Sword Sect. They were most proficient in sword Dao. Lin Fei was disdainful. With his current physique, mere sword Dao couldn't break through his defenses and threaten him. It's in front. Lin Fei sensed the ripples. He ignored the two brats and headed straight for the core of the Yuanshan secret realm. Stop him. Don't let him in. Along the way there were a total of 3 groups of people. Each group was stronger than the last. Their sword techniques and sword Dao were unparalleled. Anyone who encountered them would have a headache. Lin Fei countered them with a punch. He didn't care what kind of skill it was, he just punched out. At the core, the people of Sword Sect surrounded an ancient expert formed by his skill. Even though the ancient expert was dead, the skill he left behind was still incredibly strong. This thing is mine. As for the intruders, the elders of Swords Gate and the headmaster of Swords Gate didn't pay much attention to them as they focused on dealing with the intruders. A huge hand descended from the sky. It was as huge as a mountain, and its 5 fingers were as thick as stone pillars. The headmaster and elders of Sword Sect tried their best, but they still couldn't withstand the power of the finger. They were all sent flying away and they didn't dare to face it anymore. The one who attacked was naturally Lin Fei. He clawed through the air and sent the experts of Sword Sect flying away, suppressing the skill. I heard from Mo Wuhua that the first thing in the Yuanshan secret realm is the skill itself. As long as the consciousness of the skill is wiped away, it will become a pure skill. The later generations only need to refine it to master the skill. Lin Fei held the skill in his hand, and he silently recalled Mo Wuhua's words. This skill should be the strongest. The person formed by the skill struggled and attacked in Lin Fei's palm, but it couldn't withstand the thick skin of Lin Fei's palm. It couldn't even break through the outermost layer of defense. Seal. Lin Fei used a method to seal the skill domineeringly, condensing it into a small ball-like state. After ascertaining that there would be no problems, Lin Fei kept the mystic art ball and continued to search for a second mystic art. This time, all the mystic arts in the lower Yuanshan secret realm were activated. The mystic arts came in all directions, some strong and some weak. Lin Fei searched along the way and he barely found 2 more skills. One was a fist art and the other was a leg art. They were quite powerful. Open. The Yuanshan secret realm was completely destroyed by Lin Fei's punch. Once the secret realm disappeared, he returned to the secret chamber. A corpse lay in the cold chamber. It was a corpse just like the skeleton from before. Could this be a universe-class corpse? Lin Fei was about to take a look, but the corpse automatically collapsed, leaving behind only a skeleton. In the end, the skeleton also disappeared. It really disappeared completely. It can't be, right? This is messing with me. Lin Fei was really looking forward to the corpse of a universe-class expert. In a level 7 dangerous space, Lin Fei was even more confident in his judgment. If he wanted to find something good, he had to explore the higher-level dangerous spaces. Just going to those lower-level dangerous spaces was purely a matter of luck. There definitely wouldn't be anything good. He consecutively went through more than 10 level 7 spaces, and he met people along the way, but he was directly chased out by Lin Fei. He collected more than 20 skills and all of them were quite powerful. So far he hadn't found anything good. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. He still had a lot of time in the sacred region. Level 8 dangerous space. Lin Fei changed his target again. I hope this can give me some excitement or even something good. Chapter 3306. As soon as the dozens of attacks locked onto Lin Fei, they formed a huge formation with a shadow sitting cross-legged in the middle of the formation. The shadow's face could not be seen clearly as it slammed its palm toward Lin Fei. The attack method was very unconventional and could really catch people off guard. The shadow's palm slammed down and the void behind Lin Fei collapsed on the spot. A powerful force like a millstone strangled Lin Fei's body. What a powerful attack. With just one palm, Lin Fei could feel the power of that move. There was a slight fluctuation in the blood essence in his body. Although it was not very obvious, Lin Fei still noticed it. That was all there was to the palm. If it were someone else, they might have been able to stop it. However, for Lin Fei, that palm attack only surprised him. The shadow on the formation dissipated and the scene returned to normal. No one could tell that there was a formation attack in that place. It really caught people off guard. To be able to set up such a big killer move, even a peak ultimate god would die. I wonder which force is in there. There must be something good inside. It was to keep people out. Lin Fei was suddenly interested when he thought it was a space that no one could enter. A formation attack won't be able to stop me. Lin Fei laughed loudly as he punched the space. The attacks of the formation outside the space had only just appeared when Lin Fei's powerful attacks forcibly destroyed them. Lin Fei didn't really care about the attack of an uncontrolled formation. He plunged into the level 8 danger zone head-on. The level 8 dangerous space is not formed by the Yuanshan secret realm. As soon as Lin Fei entered the space, he was faced with a mountain of flesh that occupied a huge secret chamber, leaving very little empty space. He thought it was a place for dead people, but it seemed that it was not the case. There were people who survived. Old thing, if you don't want to turn into ashes, hand over your treasures and I can spare your life. On that mountain of flesh, there was something like a demon-revealing mirror that tightly restrained the mountain of flesh below. Insignificant ant, if this old man wasn't being suppressed, I would have blown you to death with a single breath. Beneath the mountain of flesh was an old man who was cursing loudly. You want this old man to hand over the item? Don't even think about it. Kill this old man if you can. It seemed like the old man was being suppressed, but for some reason, Lin Fei saw a disapproving look in the old man's eyes. That's right, the old man must be determined to defeat them. Even if he has a treasure to suppress them, he must be able to use it continuously. That old man is planning to suppress them with silence. Lin Fei saw it. The person activating the treasure might not be able to activate it for long. Once they were unable to suppress it, these people would definitely not have a good ending. Country Bumpkin, you actually managed to pass through the formation. As soon as Lin Fei appeared, the people besieging the old man noticed him. Their faces flickered, and when they saw Lin Fei's appearance, their expressions flickered. The people besieging the old man were none other than the Li clan from the Star River Prefecture. They were a group of arrogant fellows who treated everyone like country bumpkins. Your formation is too trashy. I didn't come in. Looks like the items in your hands aren't that great after all. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Now that he knew who the other party was, he might start killing them. When he was outside, he had rejected the invitation and the other party had the intention to kill him. It could only be said that they were unlucky to meet him here. Brother Lin were really fated. The person activating the mirror treasure was Li Yunhao. He was a little shocked when he found out that Jian Wushuang had passed through the formation. Others might not know, but Li Yunhao knew that the formation could kill a peak ultimate god below the 5-star level. Suddenly, it could kill a peak ultimate god at the 7-star level. Such a formation diagram could be set up without anyone noticing. Who knew how many people had suffered greatly from it? Their heads separated from their bodies, and they died with remaining grievances. Li Yunhao was quite surprised that Lin Fei was able to pass through. This martial ultimate god strength was really quite good. Actually, I didn't want to meet you. Lin Fei shook his head. Why? Li Yunhao smiled. Do you really want to know? Lin Fei smiled. I'm quite interested. Li Yunhao said, in my opinion, it's fate that we met here. I can give you a chance to join our Li clan and become a high official. In the future you'll definitely have a meteoric rise and set foot on a higher realm. You rejected me last time. I think you've thought it through. At such a time and place, Lin Fei's intrusion was a great help to Li Yunhao, especially since he was a martial ultimate god. Forget about becoming a high official. Lin Fei shook his head, because when I saw you, I knew you wanted to kill me. Now you're trying to trick me. Do you think I'm that stupid? The old man who was being suppressed saw a person barging in. His pair of turbid eyes seemed to be looking at something incredible. Kid, don't believe this guy's words. As long as you help this old man get rid of them, this old man can give you great wealth, a reputation that shakes the world. I can let you become a real person above others. Conquering the world is not a problem. Li Yunhao really didn't know how the other party guessed it. Brother Lin, you must be joking. You're a divinity of the martial Tao and you've just passed the attack of the array diagram. Your future potential is limitless. Why would I kill you? There must be a misunderstanding. Li Yunhao explained. No need to explain. Lin Fei said in a serious tone, so, if we meet it's not a good thing because you'll be killed by me. Li Yunhao's face darkened. You're just a country bumpkin, you dare say you'll kill us? You're overestimating yourself, let me, boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fei appeared in front of the nearest ultimate god and punched him, instantly plundering a huge amount of life energy. The plunder skill was also activated. Nice. Lin Fei killed a bi-star level ultimate god with one punch, shocking the Li family's elders and experts. What do you think, who can block this punch of mine? Lin Fei disappeared again and punched again, killing another ultimate god expert. Lin Fei used all his strength to prevent the news from leaking out. Bang bang bang. Country bumpkin, humph, you're the country bumpkin. Lin Fei punched again, killing an ultimate god. The old man below was relieved, his eyes fixed on Lin Fei, his eyes shining. Good kill, such a strong physical body, it's too tempting. Get out of the formation, trap that kid. Li Yunhao was also angry, but he was even more shocked. His physical body was so strong that he could kill an ultimate god expert with ease. Set up the formation, there's no chance. How could Lin Fei give them the chance to set up the formation? The formation outside was enough. If it was any stronger, his physical body might be injured. He would not give them such a chance.